Good morning, guys, and welcome out to Revolution. So we are going to examine the, I'm just reading and I've seen a typo in my heading, which is not a good start. Examining issues with English Bible translations by Mark Ward Abd, Wes Huff, I should say, and Wes Huff. I think I can actually change that right now, and I am going to do that. And Wes Huff. There we go. I'm already live. I can't do that. Wow, very interesting. I'll have to change it later. So anyway, we are going to go through this video. Now, why have I got this picture up here? Are there four fingers? The Orwellian Bible version argument. So in George Orwell's 1984, there is a chilling scene where Winston is tortured by O'Brien. So if you don't know about 1984, you won't understand this, but if you do, you'll get what I'm trying to say. So he holds up four fingers and demands that Winston say he sees five. So Winston resists, insisting on reality. There are four fingers, but under extreme pain, he's eventually broken. Not just to say that there are five, but to actually believe that there are five fingers. So this is the terrifying power of psychological control. When people are pressured, when people have, one of the biggest pressures in life isn't just physical pain, but it is social torture. It is being embarrassed. One of the biggest reasons that Jesus gave in the parable of the sower for people to fall away is because of persecution. And so what we're seeing is a persecution against those who believe they know where the words of God are. Now, doesn't that seem strange? If you were to say to a Muslim, hey, I know where the words of God are, they would say, okay, well, that's pretty much what Christians have claimed throughout the centuries. But nowadays, if you make this claim, other Christians will persecute you and say, well, you're an absolutist. This is the type of terminology that Mark Ward's come up with. Timothy Berg, Peter Montoro, these other guys. You're an absolutist. So it sounds like you're in a cult. And that's exactly what they're saying. If you say, look, I know where the words of God are, you're in a cult and you're strange and you're weird. And so people like Wes Huff and Mark Ward insist there is no meaningful difference between Bible versions. So if you pick up a KJV, an ESV, an NIV, a CSB, they're all just, stylistic. Someone's got a denominational preference. Pick whichever one you like. It's like you're at a buffet. If you don't like the curried egg there, you can just go and get a Greek salad. There's no doctrine affected. It doesn't really matter. Whatever you eat is going to be nutritious for you. There's no difference. But here's the thing. There are differences, thousands of differences. So these guys are lying to you. They are lying to me. They're lying to everyone. They're lying to themselves. They're starting to believe the garbage that's coming out of their own mouths. And I didn't know what to title this. I was just like, no, just simply no. There's nothing more you can say to someone who starts believing the rubbish that they're saying. It's like they pride themselves of going through other cults and isms, looking at Islam, looking at Hinduism, looking at atheism, etc., and using the rules of logic and using scripture to go through and speak about these type of things. But they are not applying this to their own bibliology. And this is the problem. And this is why I do these videos. Every time I watch these videos, there are many things that Mark Ward says that I am in agreement with. The same as it Wes Huff. When I watch him talk to Joe Rogan, I'm like, I agree with that. I agree with this. Now, I don't think he goes far enough in some things, but it is hard today to find people who will go far enough. but I'm glad that he is out there promoting the gospel, just like someone like Billy Graham went around the world preaching. Okay, lots of people I run into, specifically the older generation, they say, I got saved at a Billy Graham crusade, I become born again, etc. And so I'm like, that's fantastic, that's great. But Billy Graham said there's no flames in hell. Billy Graham said he agrees with the Pope on everything. Billy Graham was absolutely heretical. Well, absolutely. But I'm glad that he was doing what he was doing. You know what I mean? Like, there are people who are saved who wouldn't be saved if it wasn't for him. Now, can God make a straight line with a crooked stick? He can. You know, so God still uses this. But at the end of the day, Christians, they tend to defend heretics. They tend to defend illogical positions. They are more tied up with personality than they are with truth. We should be putting truth over relationship. We should be putting truth over a denominational preference. We should be putting truth over, well, you know, the ESV, and I like the ESV, our preferences. We should be putting truth over that. So there are differences in these Bibles. Some passages are longer, some are shorter. Okay. So while I was listening to this, I heard Wes Huff say that it's not that the Bibles aren't changed because of corruption, but just because of updating language. This is an absolute 100% bona fide lie. This is just not truth. It's just not. On both sides, critical text people don't usually make this argument. See, this is the problem. Wes Huff is an apologist for the critical text, okay? He's become an apologist for the critical text, but it's like he doesn't even know really what the critical text guys are saying. Because the critical text guys, they all say, if you believe the Commuhanium is in there, you're deceived. Like James, just listen to James White. He will say this all the time. How can you even say you're interested in truth? You're deceived, you know, all this sort of stuff. If you believe Revelation 16:5, that it says shall be, you know, it's illogical. No Christian would ever want to engage in that type of illogical fallacy, you know. And so the thing is, these guys call us textual absolutists, but they are absolutely sure about the critical text. This is the critical text guys. And so what we see is Mark Ward is an apologist for the critical text, and so is Wes Huff. And they are saying different things than what the Academy is saying. So what we see is sometimes they're saying 2 + 2 = 4. So in the torture scene, now I'll keep reading through what I've got written here, so that way you understand where I'm coming from. There are differences. There are key Christological and Trinitarian verses that are completely removed or weakened. Sometimes entire theological concepts are totally changed. And so, you know, when someone says, oh, hang on, there's a difference here, we're told, no, they're the same. And you're basically an illiterate bozo because you don't know Greek and Hebrew. This is what Mark Ward says in this video. So like O'Brien here in our picture, holding up 4 fingers, the modern academic says there's no difference between Bible versions. And they boldly say this. It just amazes me. And you're expected to just go, yeah, there's no difference. So, but logically, you would naturally say there are differences. Even when I talk to critical text people, if I was to make a phone call to Peter Gurry right now and say, are there any differences? He'd say, of course there are. But then when you get apologists saying this type of thing in this type of forum, they're saying there is no difference. When you get George Vance Smith, who's a Unitarian, who worked with Westcott and Hort on the text, he wrote a book called The Doctrinal Differences, talking in the title is talking about the doctrinal differences, and he talks about how doctrines are changed because of the Westcott and Hort text. Now, the modern day Greek of the Nestle Aland is based upon the Westcott and Hort text. People like to also say it's not just because someone somewhere said it's not. It's ridiculous. Even Metzger said that it was. Metzger worked on the text. So the thing is, apologists are lying. And this is the thing. This is what really gets my back up, because I came out of atheism. I used to drink and party and do whatever I wanted in life. And when I came into Christianity, I was watching church people lie, and church people deceive, and church people steal, and church people do unchurchy things. And when I've looked at the Bible industrial complex, where they're just more interested in making money than they are in actual truth, what I see is lies, deception, and people who put their hand up and say, hey, the king has no clothes, they get browbeaten, they get pushed down, they get slandered, they often have to deal with guilt by association. And so it's a bit like this scene here in 1984. So there is this term that's been floating around for quite a while called gaslighting. Now, I'm just going to read you a definition of what gaslighting is. Where are we? Here we are, gaslighting. Gaslighting is so this is just a quick Google search. Gaslighting is a form of psychological manipulation where a person makes someone question their sanity, perception of reality, or memories. So Christianity is being gaslit. It's a tactic used to control and undermine another person, often leading to confusion, self-doubt, and dependency on the manipulator. The term originates from the 1938 play Gaslight, where the husband manipulates his wife into believing she's insane. So what happens is every time she would go into the room, he would turn the gas up or down. And so she was like, hey, it's darker, it's lighter. And she started to question her sanity. So this is what we see. These apologists are saying, like in this scene, it said, does 2 + 2 = 4? And O'Brien's holding up his fingers saying, how many fingers do you see? And he can see 4, and he honestly has to say there's 4, but under pressure, under duress, he starts to say, well, what if there's 5? What if I'm holding up 5? And he keeps torturing him until he starts actually seeing 5 and believing that there is 5 there. So this is the scene. I'll copy this into the chat a little bit later. But gaslighting involves deliberate actions and words to distort the victim's reality. What we see is Christianity, specifically in English-speaking countries. If you went into Time Machine back 100 years ago, everyone was using the King James. The vast majority of people were using the King James Bible. Now, I am not against a King James update. In fact, I've personally done the New Testament, where I've got the King James Version 2023 edition New Testament. So when someone like Mark Ward comes along and goes, why aren't these guys doing an update? Well, I've done one. So I've done the Psalms, I've done Proverbs, but I haven't printed it yet. I'm going through the Old Testament. And a lot of people have said it's great. You know, they're reading through it. A lot of people who are TR people saying, yeah, you've done well there. So the whole issue of readability to me is just not an issue. Okay. But what these guys are doing, they're actually using the readability issue to get a wedge in, because some people can look at the King James, grab the King James, read it, and they're fine. Now, I understand there are old words in the King James Version. It does depend on what culture you're in. There are several dialects of English. English people do tend to use, well, I'm talking specifically about people in England. They do tend to use different wording than in the USA or here in Australia. Sometimes I'll say things like say when I was in America, and all the signs here, we have give way signs. They're sort of shaped like an upside down triangle. But in the United States, it says yield. I mean, yield seems like a really archaic term. It's like yield. You might use it in finances, like we yielded a profit or something, but it seems weird. But in America, you see it every day. So sometimes it just depends on what a government. They made a rule and said, okay, we're going to use this type of signage, or we're going to use this type of popularized term, and so. Some people grab the King James, they're fine with it, it's part of the culture. Other people, there are many different Englishes. One of the main reasons that I've done the update is for people who grow up in Papua New Guinea, but I've been there 13 times. I've preached there, done many different things up in Papua New Guinea, and know the locals very well, stayed in their houses, talked to them, and I know their level of English. And talking to them specifically about Bible versions, and they want to read English Bibles. Most of them do, but they tend to just gravitate towards an NIV and ESV. Most of them, and even if they understand these issues, they struggle with the archaic terminology of the King James. So that's why one of the reasons why I did my version. I lived a year in Pakistan, speaking to people who are learning English. Know English, go to schools where all they speak is English in schools, all their tests are in English. And so, but they gravitate toward, a New King James or any other modern version. When I put the old King James there, they struggle with that. So that was one of the reasons why I was thinking, well, these guys need a TR Bible, What about English speaking countries, England, Ireland, Australia, United States? Well, a lot of people can and do read the King James. Now, I've actually got nothing against Mark Ward saying, well, this word means this. The only problem is he makes several really bad errors. Like say with the word study to show thyself approved unto God, a workman that needeth not to be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth. Now, it must have been 20 years ago when a pastor of mine, he wanted all the men in the church to do Bible studies, and he gave everyone a specific verse and said, I want a page of information about this verse. So I got that verse, and our church was the New King James church. But what this actually did was show me that the King James was superior here, because when I studied it, I went through, and most of these Bibles are saying be diligent. But see, the issue is being diligent. Yes, spedauzo does mean diligence, but in a certain context, when it's in a philosophical context, it means a study. It's a diligence of the mind. So when it says, study to show thyself approved unto God, a workman that needeth not to be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth. So that is a diligence of the mind. You can't divide the word of truth by getting a shovel out. You can't divide the word of truth by walking around. You can't just be diligent you can't be diligent in any other field. You have to be diligent in your mind. So, and this is what we see with the Greek word spedauzo. Even if you go to Greece today, spedauzo means college or university. So it's a diligence of the mind. So it can mean either thing. It just depends on the context. And so Mark Ward just flat out says, no, it just means being diligent. And these King James only Ruckmanite absolutists, weirdos, they think otherwise. And so I've got nothing wrong with updating words, but you've got to do it accurately. And this is a problem. Mark Ward makes so many errors, and he thinks we're just mean. He actually said in an interview, when my name was brought up, he's like, why does he hate me so much? And it's like, hey, dude, it's not about hate or liking or whatever. Like, actually, I've probably listened to every Mark Ward video that's ever come out. when he first was bringing out his videos, I was like, oh, cool. He's going to start going through these words. This will give me a chance to double check what I've done in at the time it was 2016 King James Version. And so I was going through going, yes, that's correct. And there were studies that I'd already done. Now, there was out of, I think he's got 150 false friends. I think there was one that he brought up that I was like, oh, that's something I haven't looked into yet, where it had kindly. And he was saying it's more a familial term, talking about the family, like a kind related to the German kind, instead of being kind. And I was like, well, hey, that's a really good point. So 1 out of 150, everything else I'd studied. And I talked to Stephen Avery about these. I talked to Will Kinney about these. So we had a huge thriving community talking about these things. Now, a lot of people didn't like the fact that I was updating things. But that's fine. The people are entitled to their opinions. And I understand why, because Westcott and Hort, when they were commissioned to do an update, they snuck in, and this is the words of Art Farstead, who did the New King James, they snuck in a never seen before Greek text. And they shouldn't have done that. That's deception. So Westcott and Hort, with the help of Unitarian George Van Smith, they snuck in a never seen before Greek text. And now that Greek text has 2,900 less Greek words, which is a lot. It has 8,000 changes. So it's not just, it's not just a few things. So we're going to look at this video. Now, I'll just finish what I've got to say here, because so when someone brings up the Textus Receptus, it gets even more ironic. The same people who say there's no difference between these versions, like even versions based upon the same text, NIV, ESV, they differ so much between themselves, but they'll point out all the TRs have differences, like as if that's a gotcha sort of moment, where almost everyone I talk to who is a Textus Receptus person, or who is a King James preferred, or they say, hey, here's all the words of God, they go with the underlying Greek text of the King James Version. So basically the King James Version, that the text that the translators used is the Greek text that people go with and say that's the text that we go with. And so I've asked many people, pretty much everyone who's come on my show, I usually ask them this at some stage. And they've, talking with the Van Cleeks, talking with Will Kinney, talking with Phil Stringer. And this was mentioned in David Cloud's book. It was quoted by Edward Hills. He said, the King James Version, people go with the underlying Greek text of that. And so had they done a parallel Bible, that would have been fantastic, but they didn't. Because Beza's is 99.99% the King James. So they only changed about 20 words in the King James. So there's only 20 differences. And those differences are so small that to actually do a parallel Bible, you probably would have been looking at plagiarism. It would have been Beza's text. And pretty much that's what Scrivener's is. Scrivener's is Beza's text. Now, he said there's 190 differences. I'd say only about 10% of those are translatable. So 90% of those, I think, are either unnecessary or they're to do with headings, like it might say the gospel according to Saint Matthew or something like that. And there might be debate over whether it says saint or just to Matthew. Or they are to do, most of it's to do with phonetics. So when Scrivener changes Beelzebub to Beelzebul, well, he only changes it in one place. So it's 4 other places have Beelzebul, but it's translated as Beelzebub. So he does some unnecessary things. But what he did was basically rehashed Beza's. So it's pretty much Beza's text anyway. So yes, there are different editions of what has been retroactively labeled as Textus Receptus editions, and this gets brought up as Texti Recepti, which is I don't know why people think that that's sort of like a bit of a gotcha moment. It's like, hey, we can call them Texti Recepti. And what they do is they try and get you at both ends. You say, oh yeah, Erasmus did 5 editions, Stephanus did 4 editions, Beza did 5 editions. The King James translators, they amended Beza's text in 20 places, so that they have their own sort of separate edition. Yes, they didn't print a parallel Bible, but we wish they did. But Scrivener did. 250 years later, Scrivener attempted to do that, did a pretty good job at it. And it's like, okay, which TR? It's like, well, the underlying text of the King James. Oh, but there's all these other TRs. Why don't you go with them? Just because everything, even the Elzevirs, everything was basically labeled TR. Where was their text during this time? They didn't have a text during this time. No one was printing anything like the Westcott and Hort text. No one was printing anything like the Nestle Alarm. Nothing like it, because it didn't exist. They hadn't made it yet, because Vaticanus was just this corrupt document sitting in the Vatican Library, and people looked at it every now and then and just sort of, Erasmus just went, and I think it's a back translation from a Latin document. It's got all these errors in it. Mills pretty much said the same thing in 1707. But then it's rehashed as the best. And we see Sinaiticus was found. So these were never really copied. They were never translated. And they differ so much. You've got a Danny DeVito in one corner, an Arnold Schwarzenegger in the other, and it's like, oh, we're twins. Let's mash these together and create this Frankenstein monster. And that's what they've done with the critical text. They've based it on these 2 manuscripts, which scholars in the days of Westcott and Hort, like Dean Burgon, Hosky, Miller, they were just looking at these texts going, they're corrupted. They're so corrupted. Now, I doubt the age of a lot of things that are getting brought up with the critical text guys, because it's like the scientism, the ascendancy of a scientific dictatorship that's happened in evolution theory. We see that these guys have set themselves up as the scientists. They're the new high priests. They wear the lab coat. They're walking around with the beakers. And they're like, well, we're the scientists. We know the age of the earth. We know how, when life began on earth. We know how it happened. We know you went from goo all the way through the zoo and then become you. We're the scientists. You must believe us. And so what we see in the academy, this same thing is happening. There's this new fantastical story that apologists lie about all the time. Apologists say, well, like James White will say it, the Bible went everywhere. So no one could have controlled it or just said, hey, we're going to have this reading or that reading. But when they're only using 2 manuscripts, you can control it and have this reading or that reading. They're actually using the Textus Receptus argument. So they use all of our arguments because our arguments are the best. We're like, well, the Bible went everywhere. And so you can't, and that's called the Byzantine text, or they call it the Byzantine text. I just prefer to just call it the Bible. Our text is based upon the Bible. We don't base it upon something that's hidden. Now, when I say that, people get their back up, because I don't think the critical text is the full Bible. I think that there are so many errors in it. It's like if I amended the Constitution of the United States and changed it by 7% and gave it back to you, you'd say, well, this isn't the Constitution. Of course, there are similarities, but if I just changed key things, all the key things, just put a yes where there was a no in some places, you go, even if I just changed one thing. I mean, you look at the King James printing editions, someone along the way printed the Wicked Bible, okay, with thou shalt commit adultery. But if I had those 2 Bibles in my hand, like just say I did a print run of the Wicked Bible and a print run of just a normal King James Bible, and you could only choose those to hand out to all your friends and family, which one would you choose? Well, obviously, you're not going to choose the one with the silly reading in it. But this is the problem. These modern versions have silly readings. These Greek texts have all these corruptions in it. And we don't want to go with those. If we went in a time machine back 100 years, we would just be considered normal Christians. and we're just reading a normal Bible. Now we're in a cult. Something's changed. We're being gaslit. We are being manipulated into buying a bunch of Bibles printed by Zondervan and HarperCollins, and half of these groups are so immoral. Like, I remember even before I got into the Bible version issue, I was looking at the immorality of who was it? The ones who print the New King James. It'll come to me. But they printed Benny Hinn's Good Morning Holy Spirit book, knowing he was a heretic. And they knew he was a heretic, and they were claiming to be a Christian publishing group, and they printed his book anyway, popularized him, and he became a household name because of this book. I want to say HarperCollins, but they're the ones. What's it? Nelson's Publishing. Maybe someone in the chat can answer that. But anyway, actually, I've got to Google it now. New King James Version Publisher. Thomas Nelson. Yes. So yes, Thomas Nelson. And so I remember talking about this back in the 90s, how they immorally published Good Morning Holy Spirit by Benny Hinn. And when I got into the Bible version issue, I looked at, they were the first ones to print the American Standard Version. I think it was the 1901 American edition of the Revised Version. And so American Standard Version, I think it was, or American Revised Version. I can't remember what it's called. But Thomas Nelson printed it. And I thought, well, yeah, these guys have been, compromised for a long time. And but this is what we see. And these guys also, in this video, they bring up the whole concept of Bible publishing groups. And Wes Huff even says it shouldn't matter whether they're unbelievers or not. So it's quite amazing. So so even if we get the ESV and the NIV, there are so many changes between them. And there is such an inconsistency in what these guys are saying. It is like that scene in 1984. Now, one of the key things in the 1984 torture scene is at the end, he's hoping that Winston, so O'Brien's torturing him, he's hoping that Winston will turn around and say, I can see 5 there, but actually believe it. And so he actually starts believing it. And O'Brien says to him, look, if the party says that there's 4 fingers, there's 4. If they say there's 3, there's 3. If they say there's 5, there's 5. If they say it's all of those things at the same time, that's what it is. It's whatever the party says. So that's the answer. And so what we're seeing is apologists are saying, oh, there's no differences in these Bibles. If there's no differences, stick with the TR. Why would you cause all these problems? Why would you open the floodgates to accusations, Muslims and atheists saying, hey, your Bible's changed? Now, keep in mind when we're watching this, just think in your mind, have Bibles changed? And just be honest with yourself. Don't let any denominational pressure or some scholar, or don't let anyone's words pressure you into going, this whole, well, I'm seeing 3, but there's 4, there's 5, it could be all that's at the same time. Just think logically and answer truthfully to yourself. Are there differences? If you're standing before God on Judgment Day and you have to, someone asks you, are there any differences in the Bible? And you're standing there and God can know your thoughts. Be honest. And this is the thing. What I see, Wes Huff and Mark Water not being honest here. They are being deceptive. And so we're going to go through this. So I'm just going to drop this video down. But I will copy that into the chat. So if anyone wants to watch that video, it goes for nearly 5 minutes. It's a full torture scene, so it's pretty graphic. And I don't advocate for everything in that video, 1984, but it is an amazing scene about psychological manipulation. So we are about to enter into this, and I will make sure this time I've got the volume up. Nearly every video I'd leave the volume down. So here we go. I'll quickly catch up on the comments. Get Gnomed is saying hi. Hey, Get Gnomed, I really appreciate your material on the Commuhenium, and it's been great to converse with you. Eternal Vigilance is in the house. Live in the Dream. Get Gnome says, Revolution, I missed the stream on the Rhodes Codex, but even if it had the comma, couldn't they just claim it was Latin influence due to it having Vulgate readings? My whole thing was that it's not. It doesn't have the comma. That Grantley MacDonald, in his book, Raising the Ghost of Arius, said that the Complutensian polyglot guys were claiming that it's in there. But then he didn't retract it, but he changed it in his book about Erasmus, which was printed a few years later. So in his earlier dissertation, he came to the same conclusion that I had and many others had, that the Complutensian polyglot guys in the Rhodian Codex had the comma. But when you read through it, it's just not there. It's not mentioned. And Erasmus said it's not mentioned. So it's sort of the person saying it doesn't mention it, and the person who received that letter, Erasmus, that book, he's basically saying, yeah, you didn't mention the Rhodian Codex because it's not there. So that's how it was interpreted by Erasmus as well. So I had to conclude that I was wrong. Grantley MacDonald had been wrong on that. Lots of people. And so, yeah, if you want to know more, you can go back and watch that latest video that I did. Charles said, it's crazy how people can think that any part of the word is unimportant or insignificant. Yeah, I heard a person the other day saying, it's only 7% of the Bible's changed. I'm like, 7%? Like, obviously here they're talking about the New Testament and the differences between the critical text and the Textus Receptus. Yes, there's a lot that's the same, but there's a lot that's different. In a big work like that, I mean, they cut out the woman caught in adultery. It's in double brackets in the Nestle Alarm text. And so Jonathan Clemens, you should be grateful for Mark Ward and company. They keep you in business making 7-hour reviews of their videos. Actually, I'd rather be doing other things, but it's because I go face to face with people, talking to them about heaven and hell. Where are you going to spend eternity? And half the time they go, well, your Bible is corrupted. Your Bible has changed. Your Bible says a person who's been raped has to marry their rapist, which is in the ESV and the NIV, but not in the King James. The Bible says this. Jesus lied in John, where he said, I'm not going up to the feast. That they're oftentimes just parroting stuff that's in these new Bibles. And so that's why I do what I'm doing, because not because I'm just like, trying to ride on the coattails of Wes Huff or Mark Ward into fame, but it's because I get concerned about people doubting the word of God. I know what it's like to be an atheist, someone giving me a Bible and reading through and going, there's all these footnotes that say this verse shouldn't be in there. And I remember as an atheist, completely unsaved, seeing these footnotes, flinging this Bible that my sister had given to me into the corner and going, what a load of rubbish. I was just like, what a load of rubbish. They don't even know where these words are. They can't even figure out what's in or out. Like just in my basic logic, I was like, this is ridiculous. And obviously, the whole issue of footnotes and all that, come into play. But, thankfully, a year and a half later, I looked at a Bible that didn't have these footnotes saying this verse should be out, or, omits this, or this verse is doubted, or whatever it said in there. And so I know firsthand how people are going to the source, going, okay, well, they've said to read the Bible, they're opening it up, and instead of just looking at the words and going, yes, that speaks to me, they're going, oh, Bruce Metzger said this, which is it's basically like having Bart Ehrman on one side and Muslim on the other. You've got this battle when you're reading the Bible. It's like, and then the thing is, if you read the text, it's like, well, this verse is missing. But then if you read the NASB, it's in there. But if you read the ESV, it's not in there. But then if you go to the Greek text underlying these, it's 12 verses are missing here and there. It's like Communahenium deleted, So anyway, Get Gnome says, claiming King James version, King KJV was a Freemason. Yeah, facepalm. It's like, claiming he was a pedophile, claiming Erasmus was a homosexual. All these anecdotes keep coming up. Get Gnome says, scholars got duped by archaic mark. Yes. People talk about this evidence, and they talk about these dates like they're set in concrete, a bit like holding up a bone and saying, well, this is a half human, half primate, and we found it by the river, and you have to now believe in our theory. And that's what they do. They are browbeating people into believing all this evidence. But when you look at this evidence, it's very questionable. And the apologists aren't saying exactly what the critical text guys are saying. They're using Textus Receptus argumentation because ours is way better. Because if they were to be honest, they'd say, well, the Bible sort of went everywhere, but it was the wrong Bible. And everyone sort of got this wrong Bible. But then our Bible was like somewhere. And, from like 350 all the way through, even the reformers all looked at it and went, no, that's disgusting. But it was like right up until like the 1850s, no one really paid attention to our real Bible. And then we found another one that was in a monastery. Now, these differ hugely, 3,000 times just in the Gospels. And if we use the other 17 types of tabulation to tell differences, there would be tens of thousands of differences just in the Gospels. But Hosky only used a basic type of tabulation. So there's 3,000 differences just in the Gospels. And they weren't copied, they weren't translated, they weren't used. And I've heard people say, oh, no, there's notes in the margin, so we can tell they were used. It's like, that doesn't mean like what we're saying used. That 1 minute they're like, oh, the Bible went everywhere. It's like, what, that Bible? Oh, no, not our Bible. Our Bible was missing. So it's a bit like when you talk to the Jehovah's Witnesses, and it's like, where was Christianity for like, 1,500 years? Oh, well, just sort of disappeared. But then now it's back, and we're the Jehovah's Witnesses. That's like these guys with their new Bible. And see, that narrative fits in with the Jehovah's Witnesses. That's why they use the critical text. Because it's like, oh, we've refound the Bible. This horrible other Bible, the villainous Textus Receptus, that vile text, Hudson's in the house. Jay Peeler, yes, Thomas Nelson. So there's that link to the 1984 torture scene, which will be fun for all the family to enjoy. A. Hannah says it was a good album by Van Halen as well. Texti Receptor, yes. Hey, everyone, good to see you here. Jonathan Clemens, that was David Furr. Charles says, if I remember correctly, George Orwell was influenced by the KJV in the Book of Common Prayer, even though he's not a Christian himself. Well, what was interesting, when I was reading through Animal Farm, he has the 10 Commandments there, and they start changing them. Instead of saying, thou shalt not get angry, it was like, no, thou shalt not murder. It said like, thou shalt not murder without a cause. Without a cause is one of those verses in Matthew chapter 5 where it says if you get angry without a good reason, without a cause, you're in danger of judgment. But Jesus then gets angry. If you read Mark, he's angry with people because they're mad because he's healing on the Sabbath and all this. So Jesus is in danger of judgment then. It's so dumb. These Bibles just contradict. You don't need 100 other Bibles to see the contradictions. They contradict themselves. You just read through it and you're like, oh, that overrides this. And this is why people are like, oh, I'll become Bart Ehrman, I'll become an atheist, I'll become a Muslim. It's got to be better than this contradictory rubbish of the NIV and these other ones. But yeah, it's quite interesting that George Orwell knew of the Bible translation issue. But clearly, when I read through that, I was like, he's using without a cause. And it changes the whole narrative of the book because they have these commandments. If you haven't read Animal Farm, it is so good. I would recommend read an audio book of it, like listen to it. When you read through it, it's crunchy, but when you read an audio, and especially if they've got different voicings, it's a bit like listening to a play. If you aren't in the play, it's like reading Shakespeare or something. It's still good, but it's like, who's this new character? When they've got a different voice, you can sort of really grab it. Okay, let's get into this video now. I don't know what I've done there. I've made it weird. Okay, what is that?
That's not right.
Yes, Mark, that is not right. So just before I start the video, do I hate Mark Ward? No. Do I dislike what he's saying? Yes. Do I hate Wes Huff? No. Do I dislike what he's saying? Yes. And not on everything. I think when I watched the full podcast. There's a comedian guy who recently, maybe I can quickly get Wes Huff's channel up here. A comedian guy he was recently on their program. And look, he's just gone on Piers Morgan an hour ago. Okay, that's interesting. Oh no, he's starting to get into a just war thing. I guess they're going to start talking about Israel and I really wish Christians would pray for Iranians. Hey, look, I lived in Pakistan for a year and got to know lots and lots of people there. And at the same time, Obama was bombing Pakistan. Just pray that those people get converted. Don't bomb. Like, I understand, it's, we're only bombing strategic things. It's just, look, Christians should just be like, let's just pray. Like the whole thing, anyway. I'm going to do a whole video on the whole Israel issue because, there are people who support Israel, hyper pro-Israel. There are people who don't support Israel. They're anti-Israel. But let's look at what Jesus was. And John the Baptist was rebuking the leadership and saying, hey, you shouldn't be doing this and you should be doing that. Jesus was pretty gnarly with the leadership of his day. Paul was full on. So how should we be? And that was like, strictly biblical Israel. When we look at the modern day secular state of Israel, should we just agree with everything they're doing? Like, can they ever do anything wrong? It gets to that point where sometimes it's like they can't do anything wrong. Or, like, the thing is, Hitler treated Jewish people like they were rats, okay? But hyper pro-Israel treats Israel like they're superhuman. Like, both of them are anti-Semitic. Treat them like they're humans. Israelis need the gospel. They need Jesus. They need to get saved. But the vast majority of them are not saved. I've got great friends who are Israeli. I've got great friends who are Palestinians. There are many Palestinian Christians. I've got great friends who are Palestinian Christians. And I know quite a lot on both sides. But I think as Christians, we just need to pray. And look at Iran. Like, let's pray for these guys. They've had sanctions on them for so many years. Look at what happened with Iraq. And we just followed the government into a war where 1.5 million people died. just to fuel the military-industrial complex. What reason did we go in there? Oh, regime change. Has it changed? Is it any better? Like, look at Afghanistan. Like if we were to just believe the rhetoric that's being said today, it hasn't worked in the past. Anyway, you can tell I've got a lot of that inside of me, but I just saw that this video here is like just war with Wes Huff. I'm like, oh no, here we go. And I noticed too, Candace Owens is talking against dispensationalism, but she's quite I haven't gotten into her stuff recently. After she started talking about flat earth, I was like, oh, here we go. But she has, she's become a Catholic, but she has sort of attacked the whole dispensationalist thing and said, oh, it's pro-Zionist, where a lot of dispensationalists I know are not fully pro-Zionist. Like, I think that there is a place for the Jews in the last days, 144,000, etc., and all that. But anyway, I'm totally rabbit trailing, and that's a totally different topic, and I'll probably upset half of the audience right now. But we are going to get more upset because we're going to listen to these guys. Now, what was I looking for? Rabbit trailed so far that I don't know what is going on. So maybe the shorts. Can't see it. Anyway, I will find that, and let's get into this.
Thought that's not right, and I was pretty far along in my seminary studies at that point, and I was like, well, the King James translators weren't dummies, the ESV translators weren't dummies. It's very unlikely that there's some kind of textual variant here, like some Hebrew manuscripts say halt and some say limp. So I looked up the Hebrew to see what's going on, and sure enough, the Hebrew says ever since William Tyndale in the 1520s, there really hasn't been a translation that could start from scratch. Even he had some tradition to appeal back to in Wycliffe and in common Christian discussion of Christian things. He didn't have to invent that many words. Ever since then, we've had this dominating tradition, the Tyndale tradition, and I think it's been an excellent tradition. I'm very thankful for it. When it comes right down to it, if I have to choose for my church something, I actually want to go with among the Bible translations that have arisen from that dominating tradition, the major evangelical Protestant versions that you and I would mainly have on our shelves, although they're not what I use exclusively in my study, they're what I tend to have physical copies of and know the best. Those have all been done not by individuals but by committees, and there's an implicit theological point being made there, and an important one, and I think that will bring some comfort to your viewers, who often enough are asking, in my experience, which one can I trust? Why do they differ? And is anybody monkeying with this?
I am excited.
So I'm not going to answer those right now. When we get to those relevant points in their context, then I will talk about that. But one thing I thought I'd just throw up here. Now, this just amazes me. If you can, this is James White. Okay, so James White, he's written the King James Only Controversy. If you go to his book, The Potter's Freedom, it says a modern antidote to Arminianism, a clearly expressed, logically coherent, biblically faithful alternative to a theology which halts between two opinions. The word halt is used on the cover of a James White book. But here, Mark Ward has basically written a whole book on how these words just, no one knows what they mean. And, because he didn't know what they mean, he projects it onto everyone else, that everyone else is at his reading level, and they don't know what it means either, So anyway, I find that quite amusing. I'm going to shut that down because my bandwidth is dying. But let's continue. So yeah, I'll go through those issues as they come up.
Excited to have in the studio with me today my friend Mark Ward, and I'll put Mark's accolades and bio in the description and have some information in where you can find more about him. But Mark is
So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put this on like 1.25 or maybe 1.5 while they're talking about the ultimate Frisbee stuff. But sometimes, like, one of the reasons why I go through the entire video and don't cut things out, because sometimes when I'm doing things live, I feel there's a lot more pressure on me to be careful with the details. And sometimes they'll just say one little thing that can change everything. Like when we were going through the Peter Van Cleek video debate between him and James White, what was said before the debate was just gold. There was just little bits here and there that just spoke volumes, and it sort of overshadowed the whole thing that I did. So sometimes going through these tiny little details are important, but I did listen to it and thought, well, I haven't caught anything yet, so I will sort of, go over them a little bit faster than others.
Teacher and a scholar, and we're going to be talking about all things English Bible translation today. I had the pleasure of having Mark out at our Apologetics Canada conference in 2024. He gave an excellent talk on an issue adjacent to this. I want to ask you a couple questions before we really start digging into things, Mark, because the people want to know, what's the most underrated Bible typography feature?
I have to say it's the Reader's Bible. I played a small role in persuading Crossway many years ago. We're talking, 15 or so, to put out a Reader's Bible of their own. And I still love it. I still use it. It's like my family devotions Bible. I keep it near the family dinner table. And I still feel some level of disappointment that though Adam Lewis Green's Bibliotheca project, which is sitting on my piano over there in my office, though it achieved wide fame, I wonder if it's achieved wide usage. I think a lot of people have it and don't use it. I'd still like to see people using Bibles that don't have verse numbers and chapter numbers in them. I think that's really healthy. I'm not saying get rid of those useful, addresses for Bible content, but at least add Reader's Bibles to your study edition and your reading rotation.
Yeah, I got my wife an ESV Reader's Edition a few years ago, and I was shocked when I took it off the shelf and was reading it a few times, how much more I read without the verse divisions. It is on our shelf, and we host a Bible study every Wednesday at our house. And so if someone needs a Bible and I end up giving it to them by accident, then they are appropriately lost sometimes. But I think there's a lot of benefit to that. Here's a second question for you. I did some digging and I found a fact that I think is interesting. What kind of chickens do you have?
Oh boy, my children are now on screen so that Daddy can have quiet in his office. They're the ones who know all of the breeds. But I know we have a Leghorn. That's my favorite. Her name is Penelope. She's white, a very bright white chicken, and she's got a ton of personality. She's always poking around. She's one of the few who can get out of the chicken yard. She can just fly over the barriers I've made. We have Wellsummers, and the kids could rattle them all off. I know them by sight and I know them by name. Goldie, Lavender, Henny is the favorite chicken of my daughter. I never had animals growing up. I was very much a suburban kid and no dog or cat even. So it's been a revelation to me how awesome it is to have chickens. They do give eggs. We have tons of them right now. And at those prices, egg prices, we're going to be able to put our kids through college. Now I'm confident. And they're awesome pets. Like my daughter will go around just holding chickens all the time. I did not know this as a kid growing up in suburbia.
My wife grew up with chickens. She tells me she had a Cochin and a Silkie. And I think, although I could be wrong about this, I think they won awards at a fair. I also did not grow up with animals in that way. The director of our board for Apologetics Canada, he has chickens. And so when we go out and we stay with them when we're in British Columbia, and my kids just love, my son in particular, going out and getting the eggs with Benny's son out there too. So, and as an avid ultimate frisbee player, do you clear as well as you cut?
I am not a great cutter anymore. I am almost 45, and so my job is no longer to do a whole lot of petting. That's for the younger, faster guys. My job is to be a handler and to get that disc to my receivers. And I do absolutely love a good huck, throwing that disc as far as possible for a score.
And so now that the important issues are out of the way, we can get to some Bible questions. So when we're talking about the Bible, and Mark, both you and I, lovers of the Bible, yes. People realize there's a whole bunch of English translations.
Okay, so you can see why I just sort of fast forwarded over that. They're talking about chickens and frisbee, and so I'll get that back to just a normal speed. Whoops, and we'll continue with that.
What is the difference between a more literal and more word-for-word translation? And people might have heard terms like formal versus dynamic equivalence, something like the NASB versus the NIV. But what does that really mean in terms of when you open up a Bible? What would you be looking for?
I like the terminology formal versus functional. That maybe gives a little more of a hint as to what we're actually talking about.
So this is just pure advertising. So I'm pretty sure this is exactly how the NASB promoted their version. So we see this is Wes Huff's graphic here. So, but we see, he's the King James here, word for word, is here. The New King James is here. Amplified is there. But then we see, which ones are better word for word ones? Well, the NASB is so close. The LSB is closer, and this is just ridiculous. And the whole issue of, formal, dynamic, or having a paraphrase, they try and downplay the issue that it's what the text is. So I mean, if you've got corruptions in a text, it doesn't matter how much it is a formal equivalence translation, it's got those errors in it. Or if it's dynamic equivalence, it's just going to have more errors in it. And oftentimes they say, well, the King James has dynamic equivalence. Having idioms in a language is not dynamic equivalence. Dynamic equivalence is very different. Now, it is dynamic equivalence and idioms are related, but they are not. It's not the same thing, because dynamic equivalence in the area of Bible translation, specifically modern Bible translation, it carries a lot of baggage. And so, and here we see, I don't know if you've ever picked up the New Living Translation and read through that. I used to be in a church that had the New King James on the screen, the New Living Translation below it. And no, it was the King James, the New Living Translation, and the pastor would read from the New King James. And I'd just be there with my mind melting. And I love the people there. They were great people. But just this, if I was an atheist and came in there, I'd just be like, these people are insane. I would just be like, why would you have all this confusion there? Because sometimes it was saying the opposite. And you look, even looking at the New King James, and one of the things was, because I was going through the 2016 edition of the King James that I'd worked on, I was doing this type of examination, and the whole, even sometimes when you're doing a big work like that, everything relates. So you're listening to sermons and how people interpret things, and how one word can just change the interpretation and change a sermon, So I'm looking at these important things. So actually at the time, even though I wouldn't recommend it happen, but it was sort of beneficial for me for the work that I was doing to override, the poor concepts that were coming out with the New King James. I found about 500 errors in the New King James New Testament. Sometimes just omitting things that to do with the deity of Christ. 1 John chapter 3 verse 16, of God is taken out. There's no footnote in the New King James. They actually thought that it wasn't in the underlying text of the King James. It is. And so, obviously that's an error. They haven't fixed it. I don't think they're ever going to fix it, because they're not really interested in truth. They're interested in sales and having this concrete King Jamesy sort of Bible that's there. And so when you find a blatant error like that, they're just like, who cares? We've got money to make. We're not interested in truth. We're not thankful that you found this error. In fact, we're going to demonize you and say that you're a psycho and you're a Ruckmanite or something. And it's like, hang on, I've just pointed out. Look, if you're just saying the king has no clothes here, you're just stating the obvious. Things that I say are just usually obvious. And half the time I'll bring up something. I'll do parallel text. I'll go into the Greek. I'll go into history. I'll go into Beza's text. I'll go into italics. And people just turn around like Mark Ward and say, well, why do you hate me so much? And it's like, no, don't do that. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to the facts, the stats, and the figures. Tribe with Fire says Nida. Oh, Tribe with Fire. Calvin Tribe with Fire has changed his name to just Tribe with Fire. Get Ganoned says, what manuscript evidence is there for the reading of God in 1 John 3:16? I haven't really done a study into the manuscript evidence behind that, because when it comes to New King James, they claim to go with Scrivener's, which has the reading there of God. And even if they didn't go with Scrivener's, they should really go with the King James, because it's a New King James, but they don't go with that reading either. And the underlying text of the King James, which is Theodore Beza's 1598 edition, it's in there. And there's no brackets. There's no, it's in there, and it's in his Latin translation of his Greek as well. So it's everywhere except for the New King James, and they don't even put a footnote, because they were deceived, because it was in italic, put in there by Blaney to match with the 1550 Textus Receptus. So that's why they didn't put it in there. So it's they claim that they were following Scrivener's text. So when we say, well, they depart from the TR that underlies the King James, and Mark Ward goes, no, they don't. And it actually affects the deity of Christ. So I'll go into that a little bit later because I don't want to lose the train of thought here. So these guys are talking about the philosophies of Bible translation. So really, I mean, it is an important thing when you're doing Bible translation work. Now, I'm going through the Urdu Bible translation. And so this is the parallel King James Urdu Bible translation. And so this Bible translation was done in 1870. So it's a very interesting one because the Bible societies used to use the Textus Receptus. They used to use the Masoretic text, and they were to do a Bible that was equivalent to the King James Version in their language. That was the Bible societies until Westcott and Hort, and then the Nestle text came along and they put pressure on people, and they're like, well, let's change it to this new fang-dangled, never seen before Frankenstein mess. Before that, the Bibles were based upon pretty much the same as the King James. So I've got plenty of Bibles around like that. Even the Russian Synodal Bible, there's only about 117 differences between that and the King James, but it is primarily like a King James in Russian. The Ukrainian Bible I've got there. I've got the King James New Pella Testament, Papua New Guinea Pidgin Bible. If you wound back the clock 100 years ago, we would be seen as doing very good work. People like Henry Martin, William Carey, they're seen as heroes for doing Bible translation work. That's what they're known for. But now, if they were here today, they would be demonized, called cult members, and claimed that they're Ruckmanites for not adopting the Westcott and Hort text that Unitarians worked on, and the Nestle Alarm text that Jesuit Carlo Martini was one of the main guys who worked on the text from 1975. So you get pushed into this situation. You have to accept their science, or else you're a flat earther. Accept the jab. You don't read the fine print. No, it's all safe. Just wear this thing over your face. We'll inject this stuff into your arm. It's all safe. Don't worry about it. Yeah, people are saying there's side effects and all that. Conspiracy nuttery. That's what they are. They're just conspiracy nuts. They're probably flat earthers. They're probably just insane. They're Ruckmanites. They just demonize you. I have nothing to do with Peter Ruckman. Think he's a racist, but I'm a Ruckmanite apparently.
I think it's really helpful to start by saying we are talking about something fundamental to translation between. Okay,
so Tribe with Fire said Eugene Nida. So yes, Eugene Nida, developing the theory of dynamic equivalence. He developed that theory, and I remember I had Logos Bible software back in the 90s with the, it wasn't MacArthur, it was Maxwell Leadership Series or something. And I'm so glad to be delivered from Maxwell secular leadership pyramid scheme instead of the upside down pyramid that Jesus taught, that you're to be a servant of all, not just be the boss. But it's like a schizophrenic thing with most pastors. But the whole thing with Maxwell, it had some Greek resources, and Nida was there. And usually, even with the critical text stuff, you would look at stuff and go, give or take, like, I don't think it really means that. The King James is saying this, or Reformation Bibles are leading towards this. But with Nida, it was just a mess. It was like, it just gave me a headache. And so Nida, he actually went and trained all the Jesuits. He was invited to Rome, went and trained all the Jesuits on how to do Bible translation, because a lot of people don't know that Rome and the Bible societies are in bed together, and they are working together towards a common text. So a lot of people don't realize that or know that. Bruce Metzger, he went and visited the Pope, and At the same time, the leader of the Greek Orthodox Church was there, the Eastern Orthodox Church, and they proclaimed that they all had now the one text, which was the critical text, and instead of having these different texts, they could all agree that they all had the same Bible. So that was in 1972. So they want they want everyone to have this new Bible, and amazingly, cults gravitate towards this new Bible. The Catholics have, but they see it as like, oh, we're winning the Catholics over. It's like, no, the Catholics have just joined this. The Jehovah's Witnesses use the critical text. One of the first things they teach you when you become a Jehovah is about Westcott and Hort. If you read their pamphlets, they talk a lot about Westcott and Hort, that they restored the true text because Unitarians worked on that text, and so they chopped out. God was manifest in the flesh. 1 John 5:7 is gone. Lots of verses are either deleted or weakened, so Jehovah's Witnesses gravitated towards it. Before they did their New World Translation, they were just gravitating towards like the American Standard Bible because it weakened the Trinitarian teachings. So they use it in the 1940s. That was their main text, was just a critical text Bible. But then they were like, let's completely go with a God and all this other stuff. So, but they use a critical text. Cults love this text.
Languages. If you have a document of any length at all beyond a sentence, you're going to face immediate questions, no matter what languages you're translating between. How often do I represent the forms of the original language in the target language that I'm translating into, versus how often do I kind of shade toward the meaning, knowing that the way English speakers say this is a little different from the forms that Spanish speakers use. So I'm going to translate according to meaning. And the difference between these two things, the tool belt that translators bring into their translation is always going to include both elements. Dave Brunn wrote a fantastic book called One Bible, Many Versions. I remember I bought it on Kindle and I was so enthralled with it that I read it in bed like straight through while I had the flu back in 2012. Actually, I had the flu when I was at Apologetics Canada too, and I just barely made it through. That's another memory I have from last time I got to see you, I think in person. But formal versus functional, rather than seeing those as opposing forces, two different teams, two different tribes, I see them as two different tools. And my ESV right here, and I have a really nice copy of it that Crossway gave to me. I love this one, the ESV Heirloom Bible, and I asked them to give me a nice leather version. It's Wellington leather, very similar to Horween leather. I don't want to have lots of premium Bibles, but I wanted to have one nice one. And so this is it. This is a more formal version because the ESV translators, whom I love and trust, many of them I read their other books, they tend to want to make sure to represent the forms of the Greek and Hebrew in the English. So among many other things that means is if there's one word in the Hebrew, they tend to want to represent it with at least one word in the English. If that word is a noun, they tend to want to use a noun in English. If it's a verb, they tend to want to use a verb in English. That might seem obvious. Well, why don't you just always do that? Well, the reason is that the way Greek and Hebrew work, those are different from the way English works. So a simple example, if you want to follow the word order, if you want to follow that form in the Greek, then you're going to have the words like and but and for will often go second in the clause rather than first. And that just makes for horrible English. We can't do that. So we've got to make an adjustment for meaning. And the more adjustments for meaning that you make, the more likely you are to end up with something like this New Living Translation that I've got that does end up being what I could call a little more interpretive, because it's taking opportunities to make sure that you get the meaning across. It is, quote unquote, adding words. Before that alarms people, however, I'll just give one quick example. I always grew up hearing Psalm 16:6 in the King James, which I've also got here, and Thomas Nelson edition I really like. And it says, "The lines are fallen unto me in pleasant places. Yea, I have a goodly heritage," something like that. And I just never knew what the lines were. And I've asked many people actually since I started teaching about Bible translation, what are the lines? What lines have fallen unto me in pleasant places? And most people don't know. I read this and even memorized it and didn't understand it and didn't realize I didn't understand it until I picked up the NIV and it quote unquote added the word boundary. The boundary lines have fallen from me in pleasant places. And I was like, duh, it's the lot. He's using a metaphor, but the literal picture is of the boundary lines around a lot of land. And growing up, a lot of Christians fought over formal versus functional translations. And I felt like I had to have a team. But when I started to realize, wait a minute, both are helping me understand, I started to see maybe there's space for somebody to go out in the YouTube world and tell others, let's not fight. Let's actually just get the benefits of both kinds of translation. Recognize.
Okay, so Mark Ward's saying, let's not fight. Okay, so it's very important that you pick up these things. I know it's been really soft up until now. They're about to get into the nitty-gritty of things. But you got to watch what Mark Ward says. You got to watch every word. He's saying he doesn't want to go out there and fight with people. But what he's done, he has demonized pretty much everyone. He's demonized me. He's demonized Jeff Riddle. He's demonized so many people. And lots of people have answered him. Whenever he's come out and said, oh, no one will answer this, and 15 people do, and then he just keeps claiming no one can answer this. And so we're about to see Mark Ward in action, just simply lying, demonizing people, and just to promote himself. I guess being on Wes Huff, Wes Huff has become so popular at the moment. It's like he went from having, I think when I subscribed to him, he was like 50,000 people. I know Donny from Standing for Truth, he was trying to set up Wes Huff and me to have a debate on the King James issue, just looking around for people to debate, and he refused to debate. But anyone who has anything to do with Wes Huff gets promoted big time. So he went from 50,000 to, I think he's got like, is it 50,000 to 1 million. And I think let's have a quick look at how many he has. It's just right here. So 621,000 subscribers. And look how many views just in 19 hours, like 20,000 views. So, this is like gold for Mark Ward. So, but what I've discovered is Mark Ward, he jumped into this issue and he didn't expect any pushback. And the thing is, there are toxic people in every group. Now, the problem is Mark Ward sees us all as this cohesive group of people. And so if one person says something, he's like, oh, you guys are all, and he has this groupthink. And it's not just an individual who's done a bit of homework and they're saying, hey, Mark, look at this, look at that. He demonizes us all as Ruckmanites, as, what does he say? Textual absolutists. Well, he's just got textual confidence. This whole, these play on words. Oh, well, we've got confidence in the text, but these guys are absolutists. So, but if I said to Mark Ward, do you think 1 John 5:7 is in there? Oh, no. It shouldn't be in the text. But he's so absolute about that. He's not just confident. He knows. And so this is the thing. These guys are absolutists, but just in a different way. But they basically say that you have to doubt the Bible. You can't believe that we have all the words. You just got to believe that we're pretty much nearly there, but we still need textual scholars to sort of keep figuring things out, pretty much so they can have a job. And Bible versions keep coming out saying, hey, we've based this on new data or a new manuscript find. And there's this whole world out there that's we just haven't arrived yet. We're just ironing out a few issues. We'll get there one day, or maybe not, but we're getting close. We're close enough. And so that's why they, on one corner, they downplay all the differences between Bibles. They downplay the difference, Mark Ward specifically, between the TR and the critical text. He downplays that. But then they try and go, well, the King James has these revisions and updates, and there's a word here and there that's it's spelt differently. And, there's, they've changed, what was it, accounted to accompted. Oh, no, this type of thing. where when you look in their camp, it's just a mess. That just even these formal translations are so different from each other. Some of them have entire verses in there that aren't in the other one. If you just compare NIVs, the NIV, the older one with the 1984 one, with the one in 2011, with the one they got today, it's like there's so many differences between these that you can just go through and show that it's untrustworthy. So anyway, let's continue.
That they're really not that distinct. They're both aiming at getting meaning across. They just tend to favor one tool over the other when they can, formal versus functional.
I think this is a really important issue for us as modern English readers to refresh anew the idea that we are reading a translation, that this is, the words are familiar, maybe even memorized. Like you, I memorized a good deal of my Bible verses as a child in the King James.
So notice, it's okay for Wes Huff when he's a child to memorize verses in the King James. Mark Ward's like, I was in King James onlyism, so I did the same. I memorized. So how come these guys would be setting themselves, like if I asked them and said, do you guys consider yourself as a good Christian example, someone who we should emulate, someone we should adopt your thinking, we should do what you're doing? They'd say, yeah, of course. So shouldn't you get into the King James then? Because these guys did. See, this is the problem. These guys know the King James from when they're young. Then they get older and they're like, oh, ESV's fine. This other one's fine, CSB. But see, the thing is, it's a bit like if you grew up in the United States. Now, I know the United States is not really following the Constitution like they should. But just say you were in a time when the United States was following the Constitution. And they were an example to the world of freedom and all the rest of it. If you grew up in the United States, but then you moved to Canada or you moved to Australia, yeah, there's similarities, but there's differences. And you might think that it's the same, but it's not. And it's not until you get into trouble with the law or you say something out loud in public or you go street preaching in the UK and you get thrown in jail for 2 years or whatever. And it's like, there are differences. Yes, it can look the same on the surface. And this is a problem. These guys are not looking at all the ramifications of having a CSB or a LSB because they grew up with something different. Now, someone who doesn't have a King James as a foundation, they've got an NIV. They think that a rapist has to marry, or a person who's been raped has to marry their rapist. That's what it says. ESV says the same thing. Now, if you read the King James, it's two consensual people, but it's nothing to do with rape at all. But this type of confusion is throughout all these Bibles, even to the point where I remember going through the New King James, because I'm not a cessationist. I believe that you can pray for someone and they can get healed. Okay. But I was in a church that read the New King James. Now, what I realized was when they updated the word, to weakness. So it was the word infirmity. So sometimes it would say infirmities to do with sickness. But sometimes Paul would be talking about boasting in his infirmities. He's talking about weaknesses, not sicknesses. But what I realized was because of what Mark Ward talks about, word changing and things like that, the word infirmity today means sickness. We wouldn't say, I've got infirmity. If I said to someone, I've got an infirmity, they would think I've got a sickness, not just a weakness. Okay, like a character flaw or something like that. But that's how in the King James it was used for sickness and for weakness. Okay. But what I realized, even in the New King James, when it was talking about Paul, that verse where it's like, I think it's where it says, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. And people read into it that he has a problem with his eyes. And yeah, that's right. He says 3 times I prayed and God said, my strength is made perfect in weakness. Okay. Which shows you that the word grace, it can be synonymous with strength. Part of the word grace is to give a person strength. But the whole concept of, in the New King James, everywhere else, most of the time they updated the word infirmity to weakness when it was in that particular type of context, except for there, because they have a cessationist mentality. So here you've got lots of people in churches that they believe in healing and stuff like that. But when they get to that section, they don't realize that it's actually the same word in the King James. They don't realize it's the same underlying Greek, but they're looking at the New King James and they go, so he had an infirmity here, not just a weakness. And so it's quite interesting. So just the way things are translated and brought across, denominational bias can come into that. But anyway, let's just continue.
They still come out in King James English. And so there's a familiarity to them, but they were originally written in another language, an ancient language. And so there's a reliance on at least some interpretive degree, no matter what translation you're reading. And
so History Document says, Ward and Huff in this video remind me of Cardinal Weissman and John Newman during the Trektian movement, leading people back to the corrupted texts used by pagan Catholicism. Yeah, so Newman, he started the Trektian movement and basically came out as a Roman Catholic and deceived lots of people into Catholicism. And this was actually instrumental in the life of, I think it was Westcott. He was looking up to Newman quite a lot. And so you have this ecumenical type of thing happening. But yeah, it is a little bit like that.
That's not a bad thing either. I'm active in the leadership of my church here in Toronto. And last week, I led the congregation in the Apostles' Creed, but we chose to use a more updated version of the Apostles' Creed. And
hey, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with updating words. But if you're updating it and just say you're singing Amazing Grace, and it doesn't say, you saved a wretch like me. It says, Amazing Grace, how sweet the sound, that, and it just doesn't have the rest of that verse. It's just got a bit of a saxophone, solo or something. It's a different song. I mean, imagine, like you think of how powerful, like say a band like Queen, We Will Rock You, that song, and how well known that is. Imagine it was just like, we will, nothing you. You could put anything there, stone you to death, or, bash you, or kill you, or feed you, or, just one word can change so much. And logically, we know that. But these guys are trained. They've been browbeaten. They are part of that crew who Jesus talked about in the parable of the sower, who when persecution comes, they fall away. Persecution comes, it's like, you don't want to be a King James onlyist, do you? It's like, oh no. Like, where's Huff's like, well, I want to be the leader of this apologetics ministry. And obviously, he's already deeply involved with the critical text. But imagine if he started going, actually, I watched one of Nick Sayers' videos and he made a lot of sense. I'm going to look into the Textus Receptus. And then one of his staff members going, yeah, but are you going to become like a King James? Like, at least if you're going to go that route, only become a majority text guy, a Byzantine priority. Don't become like a Textus Receptus guy. You may as well be a Ruckmanite. Your ministry will be destroyed. Mark Ward, like, imagine if he started actually listening to people instead of just lying about them. If he put down all of his biases and said, okay, I don't care about anything. I don't care about working for Logos and Faith Life and loving their Catholic books that they bring out and their porn and all the rest of it. I'm going to just look at what's being said here. Look at the data. If it adds up, I'm going to go with it. I don't care who's saying don't go with it. Like, if these guys put aside their denominational biases, the pressures from their book publishing groups, from who's sponsoring them or whatever, if they put all that aside and laid everything out on the table, there's a lot of really good, rational, logical reasons to think that the Textus Receptus is the Word of God and the King James is a faithful and accurate translation of the Textus Receptus and the Hebrew Masoretic text. But these guys have baggage. These guys have people who they've got to please. It's a bit like a pastor. He goes to preach something, but then he sees this face in the church looking mad at him. And he's like, I better not preach on that. And I've been tempted with this. I remember a really good friend of mine, we are still friends. We haven't had a falling out. We would often go out street preaching, witnessing, and I guess in a way I was sort of training him because I had a lot of experience in that, and I was saying, do it this way, do it that way. Now, he wanted to do Bethel type of stuff, okay? And I was like rolling my eyes like, oh, stay away from, Bill Johnson. These guys are nuts, But I'm trying to be nice with the guy. And, he's right into the Bill Johnson. He's right into Bethel. Now, he had a lot of money. And he started giving, like, sometimes I'd look at my bank account and he put $3,000 in my bank. And it's like, man, that pays for an overseas trip I'm just about to do. This type of thing. And when someone starts sponsoring you, you start to be a little bit quieter. You don't want to upset them. And I remember I was eating specifically a pad thai. We were at a restaurant in Byron Bay. And, I love this guy. We're great friends. And it was like the Holy Spirit just said to me, here's your opportunity to talk about this issue. He's just brought it up. It was about grave sucking and how the Bethelites from Sacramento, Redding, California, they lay down on the graves and suck out the anointing out of the grave. I'm just there going, this is like really low level, like stuff that I would never get involved with. I've got 100 books on my shelf that speak against all the Toronto blessing, Pensacola outpouring, all that sort of rubbish. But I'm there going, I don't want to say it. And I was convicted. And so I started to say it. And the money did dry up. After a while, the money dried up. But then the money dried up on his end as well after that. And so I don't know, God just took away that ability for him to make that type of money, but it did. And he moved away. So we haven't had much to do with each other for quite a long time. But there's that temptation. When you're getting money, you're like, I don't want to bite the hand that feeds. And so there is a conflict of interest with these people. They are benefiting from the Bible industrial complex. What we see too is groups like Answers in Genesis, they're like, cool, we've got our creationist stuff down. And it's like, okay, so we're going to venture off into other things like bibliology and maybe eschatology or whatever. Who do we get for bibliology? Okay, let's just get James White, we'll get Dan Wallace, and they just jump into that crew. And it's just a mess. Oh, the King James only controversy. Like if you were to take Mark Ward's teachings on, you just got to be confident in the Word of God, not absolutist. You can't apply that to the creationist movement. They're going on every little letter and detail and to talk about young earth creationism. And so it doesn't work with eschatology either. Because the thing is, some of these Bibles, you can clearly see, like when I read the King James, I can clearly see pre-trib rapture in this verse. When I get a modern Bible based on like Codex Alexandrinus or something like that, in specifically in Revelation chapter 5, it's taken out. So regardless of whether you think I'm reading the Bible properly or not, there are differences. They change doctrine. But yeah, like Calvin Tribufire says, they are absolutists, absolutely against the King James Bible. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, that's not even an option. to think that the King James has all the words. It's just not even an option for these guys. And it's not a good career move to do that. It's like being part of the medical industry, and at the same time you're trying to expose the corruption in big pharma. Well, you're not going to make any money, are you? You just keep, reading that advertisement out. Whatever's. Oh yeah, just shoot that up into your arm and you're fine. Well, he just dropped dead. No, that's fine. Don't look at those facts. Just keep pumping that. Just keep selling it. Just keep your product moving. And so these guys have a conflict of interest.
As part of that, I just kind of prefaced it by saying, the quick and the dead, we don't describe living people as quick anymore.
Right.
We don't. Or the Holy Ghost. We have expressions like give up the ghost.
They try and make out that the whole issue is just about old words, where it's just not. That is an issue, but it's what they do is they're holding up four fingers. They're saying, "Can you see 5?" And they don't really deal with the whole issue adequately. They oftentimes have their apologetic is to demonize anyone who has a Textus Receptus position, to make out that their text was accepted by pretty much everyone in the early church. Then this horrible Byzantine text came along and ruined everything. They want you to think that there's hardly any differences anyway, so why get all flustered about it? And then it's just all about archaic terminology, and so it's quite deceptive. So Brandon Ruggles says, I belong to a King James only Bible Baptist believing church of Dickinson, North Carolina, and we're going out canvassing out Saturday, giving the gospel of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. Okay. Good to see people going out preaching. I'm trying to give my Roman Catholic family and my Lutheran family the gospel and making them aware of these modern fake versions. Praise the Lord. My grandma, Elizabeth Ruggles, gave me a King James Bible. Okay. I think that was D.A. Waite's testimony as well, that it was his mother-in-law, I think, gave him a King James Bible, which is interesting. It was interesting because it sounded like D.A. Waite's mother-in-law was sort of like a bit of a Ruckmanite. And, I don't really care. I'm not anyone's team. I data mine. I go through D.A. Waite stuff and go, oh, yeah, but whatever he believes on other things, I'm like, oh, I don't know, whatever. But if he's saying what's true on this issue, I'm like, yeah, that's great. But it does seem like that. Like, I'm not dissing D.A. Waite. It just seemed like a little bit of a tinge that his mother-in-law was sort of like the King James sort of floated down from heaven sort of thing. But anyway, I'll keep playing this.
And that's kind of a lingering remembrance of the fact that ghost and spirit used to be far more synonymous, but they mean different things now. People don't think of your spirit when they think of the term ghost. If you're going ghost hunting, the kind of idea is still there.
When he said you're going ghost hunting, I was like Westcott and Hort. Wait, who goes ghost hunting? Is this like something they've just introduced,
Right? It's the person's spirit, maybe the idea of it being trapped in this realm or whatever. Right. But we just, in common parlance, don't think of it that way. And so there's a usefulness in the update, but also the way that we read the text, and to note that it's good to have a number of these, that both formal and dynamic equivalent translations are going to help you. Assuming you take a multi-translational approach, having pulled out multiple Bibles already, if someone were to ask you, okay, I'm looking for, say, one more word for word and one more thought for thought translation, what would be the ones that you would recommend?
I love my ESV, and I did work briefly for Crossway, but I don't get any kickback for saying this. I love those folks, and I trust them. I trust the translators. I trust the people who lead the organization. And there's a reason I'm about to introduce a almost silly, pragmatic idea. Okay, I like the ESV in large part, as a literal translation because of its typography. That's partly because I'm a nerd on these things. I was a graphic design major. I actually run a graphic design business, and I have for many years. For a long time, it was a side thing. Now it's actually kind of my main thing. It's a tent making ministry for me that opens up Bible teaching opportunity. I love good type. I say that's almost silly because I recognize, obviously, the quality of the translation is more important than the typeface that you choose. But the point I'm trying to make, and I have now for many years made the same point, is when it comes to formal translations like the ESV versus the NASB versus the New King James, they really are so incredibly similar that I feel the liberty to make a choice based on the typeface. I think Crossway has a really particularly good focus on excellence in typography and in producing useful editions of the Bible, like journaling editions and readers editions, etc. Even the bindings, I like. And I really do love Lexicon, the font that they use for most of their Bible translations. So I can choose my translation, my favorite, based on comparatively unimportant matter because they're all so similar. That's the one I'd choose as my formal translation. And for a less formal, for a more functional, boy, that's really hard. I probably, if I could only have two, I would probably go for the Christian Standard Bible at this point. It's actually a mediating translation. It really isn't super functional. It's kind of right in the middle, in between. But I find it's different enough, often enough, from the ESV and other more literal translations. I just want to get kind of shocked out of the rut that I've been in, for my entire life. I've read King James type translations as my main translation. The ESV is not that different from the King James. That's one of the reasons I like it. It's very similar to what I grew up with. But that does mean you're running across a bunch of phrases like, to use an American example, every day I would pledge allegiance to the American flag. And it's really hard when you use the same language every single day to actually think about what it means. It's so easy to just gloss over things. So I want something that's pretty different. And I find that the CSB often enough makes me think, okay, what does that passage mean? That's the one I would choose.
Yeah, I chose a number of years ago to try to read the entire Bible through in a different English translation. And so that was about 4 years ago now, starting with ESV, because that's what...
So this is why I play all the details. Wes Huff is admitting he was reading a modern translation and he read the CSB. Okay. So does he know everything in the NLT? Does he know everything in the NIV? Does he know everything in the LSB? Does he know everything? No. These guys they haven't read through those Bibles and gone, yes, well, that one there, I've compared it with this one here. They're just advertising. I was watching the Ted Cruz, Tucker Carlson chat. Now, I usually don't get too much involved with politics nowadays, but every now and then someone mentions something and I'm like, okay, I'll check it out. And so it was quite interesting to see the back and forward, and both of them got sort of caught up a little bit. But just the ignorance sometimes of Ted Cruz. When he was put on the spot, like what's the population of Iran? He's like he had no idea. like if someone had said, 20 million, he would have gone, okay. If someone had said 300 million, he would have gone, okay. He had no idea. And he wants regime change and all this stuff. And what you see is a lot of these people who are the faces of, bigger organizations, they don't know all the details. They're just given a script. And it just seems like these guys are it's like they're reading a script. They're not critically thinking about what they're talking about. They've been indoctrinated into the lies of the academy. And their thoughts aren't really original. And so that's the difference. When you don't have people if people are giving you money, you tend to just go with their line. If you're working a job at the moment and you're working at a hamburger place and their hamburgers are, sevens, they're not that good, or they might be fives, they might be pretty lousy. Are you going to tell everyone how lousy it is, or do you want to keep your job, sort of thing? And that's what we see with some of these Bibles are lousy. Some of these Bibles have contradictions. Some of these Bibles are translated wrong in many places, but they're trained not to bite the hand that feeds. And this is the thing, you're getting a biased opinion. It's like when, 2 o'clock in the morning, you see a TV commercial. It's usually an ad for Big Pharma or something like that. They're telling you that you need this certain product. It's not just someone concerned about your life. They're trying to sell you something. These guys are trying to sell the products, Logos Bible Software, Crossway, jump on there and look at their ads. They're making a fortune on the ads. ESV, the Catholic edition, they want that to go viral, and so people will buy that. And so then their friends are making more money. There's $1 billion Bible industrial complex, $1 billion Bible industrial complex. And that's only to do with the Bible, let alone that there's a whole bunch of things that go with helps that go with the Bible, study editions. You've got, people basing their whole, study on Romans on this particular edition of the Bible, and they have to get, copyrights for that. Or the people who brought that out, whether it's Crossway or whoever, they get a kickback for that, or they're the ones who paid the scholar to do it, and they're inadvertently promoting that Bible version as well. So there's a huge $1 billion Bible industrial complex, but then there's another layer where there's a whole bunch of scholars who wouldn't have a job if it wasn't for all these new Bibles coming out. You can look at something like, say, the MacArthur Study Bible. It used to be in the New King James Version, and now you've got MacArthur talking about the LSB. It's the best in the world and all this. And so it's to do with money. And even James White will say that. Like he says, when he's questioned why are there so many Bibles, he's like, well, it's to do with money. And the thing is, when does it get to the point where James White will critique these guys and say, I think these guys are actually advertisements. These guys are advertising, whether they're doing it, someone's actually putting cash in their top pocket and saying, say this boy, or it's just that they're parroting what's being told to them, what they're expected to say to keep their position, because these guys are climbing up ladders. These guys are trying to influence people. They're trying not to upset certain groups, but they understand there's certain boxes they have to tick. It's like, if anyone wants to study the cults, nowadays it's like, okay, Jehovah's Witnesses, cult, Mormons, cult, King James, cult. That's why Cultish did a whole program with Wes Huff. He thinks it's a cult. Cultish, they think it's a cult. James White says we're in a cult because of the Bible we read and defend. How's that? So imagine if someone was holding up an NIV saying, I think it's great, I think it's accurate, I think it's amazing. No, you're in a cult. So people living 100 years ago, reading the King James, your grandma sitting on the couch, she's in a cult now. If all you have to do is fast forward the clock 100 years, those people are in a cult. So what's really changed? These new kids on the block have come on the scene with their new fandangled Bibles that have all these weird readings, and they're pushing for it, and they're browbeating you that you're anti-intellectual, you're anti-science if you go with the old one. And that they make out that the Bible is like an iPhone. Or you've got the original one. I've got the latest iPhone, 16, and the Apple Watch, apocrypha that goes with it. What have you got? Sort of thing. It's not technology. We're talking about words here. And sure, the King James does have archaic words in it. Any document that's 300, 400 years old is going to have archaic terminology in it. You might have to look up a few words. But as was pointed out by Thomas Ross recently, he went through the Hebrew Bible and he was talking about the readability of the Hebrew Bible according to the Hebrew standards of the day. and the Greek New Testament, according to the standards of the day, the King James is about that level of change. And so when you look at the biblical example, people who were reading the Hebrew Bible back in the day, it was about as difficult as it is reading the King James. But if you were fluent in that language, you could read it, understand it, and look up a few words that you didn't know. It's quite amazing when you think of it that way. The same with the Greek. And so I understand there's this huge push for readability. And I'm all for readability in a sense where, obviously I'm dealing with people. I've been to Fiji, I've been to Papua New Guinea for 13 times, lived a year in Pakistan, I've been to Philippines. When I'm street preaching in the Philippines, they understand English very well. And lots of pastors will read an English Bible, but they're not gravitating towards the King James because of the archaic terminology. 50 million people in India speak English as their first language. But if I give them a King James, they're like, oh, they struggle. So there are lots of Englishes out there. So that's where, it's like, well, what are you going to give them? An ESV or a New King James? Or you can give them that. And that will be the closest thing that they have to a modern version based upon the Textus Receptus, an update of the King James. But if you can read the King James, I'm not advocating for people to jump from the King James to that. I'm advocating read the King James. I do. I'm not, like, I do read through this, but I'm not quoting this. I still quote the King James. I think for English-speaking people, it's actually more powerful when you can say, hey, the Bible says this 400 years ago. So the doctrine that I'm teaching you is not new. It's not out of some, the New Living Translation says that homosexuality is different now or whatever. Look, 400 years ago, it says this. Now, anyway, I'm jumping all over the place, but let's just continue.
We have in the pews at our church, and that's what we preach from. But last year was the CSB, and I loved it.
And so, Calvin Tribe with Fire says, Ward said, I trust everyone I've ever worked for, but I can't trust the old English King James Bible.
Thought it was a really well done translation. Before that was the NLT, the New Living Translation. And once again, I thought, there's some really good renderings of the text. That would be far more on the dynamic end of the spectrum. But I thought it was really good. And this year, actually, my Bible of choice is an LSB that I've been reading. And once again, like you said, it's not that different certainly from a New American Standard Bible, because in some ways that's what they're trying to emulate. Right. But on ESV or even a New King James, I'm really enjoying it, finding differences in the ways, particularly in texts that I'm very familiar with. Right. Noticing different aspects of how a translation committee, and maybe that's a good place also just to touch on. How are these translations put together, Mark, when you talk about the ESV translation committee? For those who are just completely unfamiliar, maybe the Bible is new to them, or they've read a Bible for years and maybe haven't looked at the first few pages that are more to do with the publisher than they are to do with the actual contents of the Bible. How do these things come to fruition?
I think it's really important to start by recognizing that ever since William Tyndale in the 1520s, there really hasn't been a translation that could start from scratch. Even he, had some tradition to appeal back to in Wycliffe and in common Christian discussion of Christian things. He didn't have to invent that many words. He did have to do a little of that. Ever since then, we've had this dominating tradition, the Tyndale tradition, and I think it's been an excellent tradition. I'm very thankful for it. When it comes right down to it, if I have to choose for my church something, I actually want to go with that tradition precisely because it's done such good for the church. I wouldn't put that on other people's consciences, but that's where I would go. So that's why I would use the ESV. Among the Bible translations that have arisen from that dominating tradition, the major evangelical Protestant versions that you and I would mainly have on our shelves.
Notice major evangelical Protestant versions. So, yeah, it's pretty hard to point to any particular denomination that has it all together. Okay. I think when we're doing that, I mean, I can look at certain people and go, wow, they're close to what I would consider, you know, what the Bible says, you know, with doctrine and things like that. But to put that into a denomination and into a church, I mean, you know, denominations, you know, they can be all over the place. And what happens is a leader can start out great, then someone else takes it over and they have their own bent and they twist it. And so we've all got to match everything with the Word of God. I think people who blindly just follow leaders and denominations, it's like that. It's one of the first things you got to learn as a Christian not to do. Take the good and reject the bad. Now, whether that causes you to have to separate from people, that's what happens, you know. But sometimes you can put up with things, you know. But, you know, mainstream Protestant denomination, he's just basically, that's who he's aiming at to help him. And Mark Ward, he wants to be an independent scholar. People are saying his book has helped them so much to understand what's going on and all the rest of it, where they used to say that with James White's book. Now, James White's book is filled with errors, filled with problems, but he's actually way better than these guys in a sense, where I know he's older. And when I'm saying better, it's sort of like comparing. When you compare people to Hitler, it never works out well. When you mention Hitler, it doesn't work out well. But please understand what I'm trying to say here. So if you've got Hitler and then you've got like neo-Nazi skinhead groups, there's a big difference. You know what I mean? But they're sort of like we're on the same team sort of thing. Hitler would probably have them killed or whatever. That they wouldn't even make good brown shirts, you know. But these guys, like when you've got people like in the academy, yeah, they can explain things in their way. But yeah, James White comes along. He's a tier under them. He's in the apologetic realm, but he's probably at the top of the apologetic realm for the critical text guys. Yeah, he's the go-to guru. King James only controversy book. Read that. Both of these guys said to go to that work, which is filled with problems. But these guys, like if that's the 100%, these guys are like 30%. You know what I mean? They say things that contradict what White says all the time in his book, but they're pointing to his book saying it's amazing. But, you know, basically, James White in his book is like, if you believe that this verse should be in there, you're probably not even you're probably not even a Christian, you know, sort of thing. Christians are people of truth. If you believe that this verse is in there, you are exemplifying the most egregious type of irrationality and all this. He speaks like that all the way through his book. But these guys are like, oh, there's hardly any differences, you know, and that's the whole, you know, holding up the 4 fingers, you know, do you see 5 fingers? So let's continue.
Although they're not what I use exclusively in my study, they're what I tend to have physical copies of and know the best. Those have all been done not by individuals, but by committees. And there's an implicit theological point being made there, and an important one. And I think that will bring some comfort to your viewers, who often enough are asking, in my experience, which one can I trust? You know, why do they differ? And is anybody monkeying with this? The fact that people from...
Okay, so be careful to watch what he said there. There were 3 things. Now, I think that these guys got together, probably worked this out quite a lot and scripted it, because none of it seems like a natural conversation. You know, they're talking about Frisbee, chickens. I think even all that was probably brought up, you know, beforehand and AI scripted and, you know, all the rest of it. These guys want this video to work. So it's not just a natural, hey, come on the show and let's, you know, pull up a cup of coffee and let's have a chat. This is like, they're reading a script as they're going through. And that's fine. They can do whatever they want. But I just want to point out the 3 things that he said here.
You know, why do they differ? And is any often enough are asking, in my experience, which one can I trust?
Okay. So people are asking, which one can I trust? Which Bible can I trust? Okay. So do these guys give that answer? Which Bible? So let's just write this down. Which Bible?
Why do they differ? And
why do they differ? Why differences?
Is anybody monkeying with this?
Is anybody monkeying with this? So let's see if they answer these issues, because I think that they actually skirt around the issue and then they lie about it. So let's just continue. So Pastor Brett is in the house, and so congratulations, Brett. Brett is about to be married, apparently. That's what he said in the last live stream. And he says, "Hello, Nick and all. If we do not have the King James Version, we have nothing at all. Where's Huff is a parrot you speak of? He follows James White and Mark Ward. Huff has a powerful testimony of healing." Yeah, and so a lot of what Huff says, I'm in agreement with. When it comes to bibliology, I don't agree with him. When it comes to his view on hell, if someone says, "Hey, is hell real?" and you're like, "Whoa," like he danced around on this program that I watched with this comedian the other day, I'm like, just say the Bible talks about eternal hell, weeping and gnashing. Like, explain it. He explained it away, which makes me think that maybe he doesn't believe in a literal burning hell. And it's sort of like, well, you get what you deserve, sort of thing. No, you get whatever you really want. And it's like, well, no, God wants to punish you in hell if you don't obey him. That's at the end of the day, you have to get saved. You have to be born again, or else you're going to go to hell. And how can you preach the gospel? And so this is what when I used to listen to, I didn't listen to him much, but just before he sort of went, no, it was actually probably about 10 years ago. Good friend of mine, I said, "Do you know any apologetics ministries?" And it was Ravi Zachariah. He sent me his stuff, and I went through it, and straight away I was like, he's a compromiser, compromises on Roman Catholicism. When he was asked, because see, the thing is, if someone said, "Hey, look into this guy," I'd usually Google the person, right, expose or heretic or wrong or something like that, and websites come up, and I read all those, get the critiques out of the way, whether they're true or not. That makes me go, okay, I'll look for that. And then I go through their stuff. And so I started going through Ravi Zachariah. Straight away, I was like, he's a compromiser. When directly asked about the Roman Catholic Church, he doesn't say they're a cult that are abusing people, they're manipulating people, these poor priests and nuns, and you can never what a horrible, wicked thing. The Bible says it's a doctrine of demons. They have popes, they have all sorts of weird, bizarre, strange, culty things, cults do. And he doesn't want to speak against it because I guess he's sponsored by certain people who, you're either sponsored by them or you don't want to upset them. They're part of the ladder you've got to climb, to keep your job or to keep your position. And so to me, straight away, I was like, the guy's a compromiser. Someone who will just say, "Hey, this is the truth. I don't care who gets upset. This is exactly what it." Like, I understand I have to jump on this platform and watch my P's and Q's with the woke community, or else you don't have a platform. So it's like, okay. And I think there's so many other people out there talking about that. And really, the conversation has gone to, that's a man and that's a woman. Like, as if, someone like Ben Shapiro or Jordan Peterson saying that is so controversial. It's like, has the conversation been degraded that much that we have to restate the obvious? It's so strange. But anyway, I'm just trying to keep out of that arena, or else you just get cancelled and you don't have a platform. And I'll freely admit that, but these guys, imagine Mark Ward just saying that. Look, I used to work for Logos, but they sponsor my videos now. I get money from them, so I can't speak about their Roman Catholic faith life, problem. Or, they sell books by the Pope and they'll tell you how to pray the rosary, that sort of thing. But anyway, back to what we're saying, Huff has a powerful testimony of healing. I believe in healing. I mean, I've been to the city. I was just in the city last year where Huff was born, in Multan. I was there. Amazing place. I love that area of the world. I mean, I think I could pastor there easily around that area. But they do have lots and lots of pastors. So it's sort of like, well, you're probably better off just teaching and training people rather than creating so much heat for a foreigner to be there would actually probably cause people to come to create problems. So Pastor Brett says the Lord can use that, but his confession over the world distracts people from the truth. Yes, and so that's the thing. I know lots of people like Wes Huff. Like, someone's trying to set up a debate between me and Ryan. And so I'll just grab this picture here. So I don't know if you've ever seen Ryan online. So, I used to preach a lot in the Gold Coast. Ryan would usually come on a Friday night, and him and the Calvinist boys, we called them, because we weren't Calvinists. But these guys would preach a good message on the street. They would be, talking about, Christianity to Muslims to atheists, and pretty much doing exactly the same thing we were doing. But ultimately, they believe in a Calvinist position, and they would say the same to us. Like, you guys don't believe the truth of what the Bible says. You should be a Calvinist, etc. And they would try and convert us and everything. But someone's trying to set up a King James-y type of argument or debate between me and Ryan. Now, God uses these guys. These guys are out there. He's got like 100,000 subscribers. So he every day he's on there talking about the gospel. But the problem is he degrades the King James as well. And when I was hanging around him and Josh, and Josh has become a missionary. I think he's in Ireland or he's in the UK somewhere, maybe Scotland. I can't remember. But he's over there doing his thing. Now, these guys would probably gravitate more toward the confessional bibliology crew. If they did have a TR position, but they don't. They have a critical text position, therefore they gravitate toward James White and people like that. Probably these Wes Huff and Mark Ward doing this stuff. This is like amazing to them, and they would parrot all this sort of stuff. But I think that he's actually doing a lot of good. But see, this is the problem. When you have someone doing a lot of good, when they do have something that's not correct, it can tend to just, if you're there eating something and it tastes delicious and then there's a cockroach in it and you've just munched that down, you might know that you've just munched down a cockroach. And this is the problem with these guys, and this is the reason why I do these videos. Not because I hate everything that these guys stand for or everything these guys are doing, but just on this area, they need to be more honest. And yeah, I'll debate anyone. I'll debate Wes Huff. I'll debate Mark Ward. I'll debate Ryan on any of these issues. And anytime I'll debate them on these issues, because I believe it's very important to have the correct bibliology. I think that what these guys have is actually I think it just depends. Sometimes you say, these guys are doing it out of ignorance. I think some of these guys know how bad. I think James White knows how bad his position is and how it leads people to Bart Ehrmanism, basically. These guys are inadvertently going around the world causing shipwrecked Christians, causing people to go home and read their ESV and go, oh, it's got problems. I used to hand out ESVs. People give me boxes of ESVs and I'd hand them out and give them to people who have prayed, because we just didn't have anything else. I wouldn't do that anymore. My convictions have become that strong that these Bibles are, they're so bad, I may as well give them a Jehovah's Witness Bible. And I've had people come and ask me, this one guy in particular, he said God told him, when I was out street preaching, and he said God told him to come and ask me about Bible versions. He was a pastor. And he said, go and talk to Nick. You know, this is what he heard. So he said, I want you to tell me all about Bible versions. I said, so where do you want to start? And he said, well, what do you think about like the Jehovah's Witness Bible? And I said, well, there's actually worse Protestant Bibles. And he lost it. And I said, have you ever read the Good News for Modern Man? Have you ever read that Bible? Like, it's full, you know, paraphrase. It's so bizarre and weird in many places. I said, it's worse than the Jehovah's Witness Bible. I said, the Jehovah's Witness Bible is bad in particular places, but as a whole, it's so bad. And he just couldn't fathom it, and he lost it, and he didn't want to talk to me anymore. So God told him to come and talk to me to learn about this issue. That's what he said. And then he's disobeying God because he got mad at what I said. And I'm like, okay. So, and then I'm thinking, why can't you bring this up when we're having a cup of coffee later? How come when I'm out street preaching, all these religious people want to come around and have a conversation? I'm like, I'm trying to talk to a Jewish guy here about his need for Jesus, a Muslim guy here, an atheist guy, and people come up and they're like, yeah, what about Benny Hinn did this? And I was just like, I don't really care what he did. You know, it's like I'm talking to this guy here. It's quite amazing. The people won't want to talk to you forever, but then when you start being a public platform, they're all there, and it's like, please just leave me alone. Or what I've discovered is when you go out street preaching, here's a little tip: train someone that when someone comes up in your face and starts to screaming at you, that someone from the side will come up and engage with them. Because it's stopping you. All it takes is just for one little dude to come up and start talking to you, and you have to stop preaching. You talk to them for 20 minutes, and that's 20 minutes people walking past don't hear the gospel. It's anyway, that's a whole nother issue. Let's continue.
The fact that people from multiple different but still evangelical Protestant denominations got together to produce these translations tends to, I think, build trust, because nobody gets to the controls. Nobody gets to say, well, I'm going to make this more credo Baptist and less Paedo Baptist, or I'm going to make this more dispensational and less covenant, or I'm going to make this more charismatic or more cessationist. I think it's a good and healthy thing for multiple Bible-believing, gospel-preaching denominations to send scholars to these committees. That is generally what happens with them. But I'm a great disciple of John McWhorter. I've listened to his Lexicon Valley podcast for years now, read a bunch of his books. And a major theme of his is gently reminding people that language changes, and that's okay. Just take a deep breath. Every single word you use, every way you spell any word, you know, with the possible exception of ancient words like the word sack, everything is the result of language change. And we still get around, we're still able to communicate with one another. I'm not saying let's adopt every single change anybody proposes. It doesn't work that way. But once the majority of English speakers tend to speak and write a certain way, that's English. And we need to reflect that if we want to communicate God's word to them. Those are some of the major elements that come into translation revision when the committees get together to produce them.
A good point to highlight. There's kind of a building on a tradition that's a good thing that we can continue to work on. I often illustrate this point when I give talks by, I quote Psalm 23 from this old 9th century English Bible that I found. You know, a lot of people are familiar with Psalm 23. Maybe you know it in the King James, the Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me lie down in green pastures. Or, you know, the more common, the Lord is my shepherd, I lack nothing. But in the 9th century, it sounded like Drayton me ret ni blace me goods one, and he may get set it on swith good foland. Is that English? Yes, but, you know, is that how we would understand it today? No. And so I often say that your English Bible has been changed, not for the sake of corruption, but for the sake of clarity. And that's a good.
So notice, I often say your English Bible has not been changed for the sake of corruption, but for the sake of clarity. So that's probably a key moment of what Wes Huff has said here. So watch his facial expressions and everything. This is what he says to people. Okay, so this is one of the main things he says to people. Okay, watch this.
That your English Bible has been changed, not for the sake of corruption, but for the sake of clarity. And that's a good thing.
And it's a good thing. T-shirts are up the back, sort of thing. He's lying. So I want you to get this, because this is a main part of the video.
And you understand it today? No. And so I often say that your English Bible has been changed, not for the sake of corruption, but for the sake of clarity. Is that how we would understand it today? No. And so I often say that your English Bible has been changed, not for the sake of corruption, but for the sake of clarity. Say that your English Bible has been changed, not for the sake of corruption, but for the sake of clarity. Say that your English Bible has been changed, not for the sake of corruption, but for the sake of clarity. Say that your English Bible has been changed, not for the sake of corruption, but for the sake of clarity.
So let's think about that. Westcott and Hort, they brought out the revised version. Why did they bring out the revised version? Because it was for the sake of corruption. They said the text was corrupt. Clearly, the villainous Textus Receptus, they've created their own Greek text and they've snuck it in, as New King James editor Farsted said in the Ankerberg debate. He said they snuck in this never-seen-before text. It was dishonest for them to do it. And they did it because of corruption. The Nestle text came along on the scene, having the basis of the Tischendorf text, the Weymouth text, and the Westcott and Hort text. Now, the Weymouth and the Weiss got swapped out, but it was basically these three pillars, and their appeal was that the Textus Receptus is corrupted, and they need Bibles to be based upon the Nestle-Aland text, and that's what happened. The Bible Society swapped over from the Textus Receptus to the Nestle-Aland text, and they started running with that text. And so all the Bibles eventually had to be changed. All the Bibles that they made for 100 years based on the TR had to be all changed because of corruption. So even on his side, so if you flip it over, he's obviously talking about, we think that, Bibles have been corrupted, but that's the claim of the critical text guys, that the TR is a corruption. So he's saying, so either way you take what he said, that it's not because of corruption, it's a lie. The critical text guys say it's because of corruption, because these horrible readings that Erasmus just found, he slipped on a banana peel and hit his head, and the scriptorium was all chaos, and that they were all a bunch of bozo lunatic idiots, and they had to rush to print, and they had pressure on them. The Roman Catholics were about to kill them, and then they had to print the TR, and they quickly rushed to print, and now we're stuck with all these readings, and it's a corrupt text. That's what the critical text guys teach. So here we have an apologist for the critical text just lying to your face, saying it's not because of corruption, it's because of updated words. So it's just to do with old words. That's why your Bible's changed. So if you grab an NIV and you grab the King James, well, it's just because of updated words. He just said that, didn't he? But even the critical text guys are saying it's because our text is corrupt. We're saying their text is corrupt, but they're saying our text is corrupt. We're all saying corruption is involved. Now listen again to what he's saying. Look at the look on his face. He's like he's just lied straight to you and opened his eyes up wide, so you will trust in him. I'm looking you in the eye and saying this. Watch this.
And this is that your English Bible has been changed, not for the sake of corruption, but for the sake of clarity. That your English Bible has been changed, not for the sake of corruption, but for the sake of clarity. Say that your English Bible has been changed, not for the sake of corruption, but for the sake of clarity.
One more.
That your English Bible has been changed, not for the sake of corruption, but for the sake of clarity.
So they're just trying to clarify things. No one on either side thinks that, except these apologists. That they go around, they're the salesmen, the people who do the work on the ground. If you said to Bruce Metzger, is the Textus Receptus corrupt? I'd say yes. That's why we're trying to work on a new text. If you talk to Kurt Aland, if you talk to Bart Ehrman when he was in the Orthodox in the academy, if you talk to James White, even he said that the Textus Receptus is corrupt. When I first encountered James White, actually the first time I encountered James White, I said Easter's not a pagan festival, and I told him why I thought Easter was a correct reading in the King James, and he said I was a Ruckmanite straight away. That was earlier on in the piece, so I was like rolling my eyes. But then in 2016, 2015 actually, I was living in Pakistan, and I was working on the Urdu Bible, and I said it's an Urdu Bible based on the Textus Receptus, and he got on his show and said, this Nick Sayers guy, he's in Pakistan, he's doing an Urdu Bible based on the Textus Receptus. That's all they need. A Bible based upon a corrupted Greek text. He personally said that to me. So listen, I've got to play Where's Huff again, because James White disagrees with this guy. I think everyone in history would disagree with this guy, but the whole thing of, am I holding up 4 fingers, or is there 5 there? The whole 1984 thing. Listen to this, because it gets so much worse. We're 20 minutes into it. It gets really bad. These guys, once they start lying, it's like, I remember I almost called it the vomitron. Okay, I remember when we were kids, we used to go to McDonald's, and they had this ride, and it had a metal plate in the middle, and you could pull it, and it would make this ride go around and around and around really fast. And if you'd just eaten a bunch of McDonald's and you got on this ride, we would call it the vomitron. You would end up vomiting because you're full of rubbish food, and you've had a chocolate shake on top, and you've eaten too much because you're a kid and you're there and you're all hyper, and you get on this thing, and once these guys actually start lying like this, like Mike Ward catches onto these lies and he can't help himself. And maybe I should get a little sound. Maybe I can put it in the background. Sound of an error. I better get not copyrighted. Okay. That's not the one I was looking for, but that's funny. Okay, I've got to. Yeah, that's a good one. Okay, so I'll play that so that one there, it's like, is Wes Huff just lying to your face? Did James White said to my face, the Textus Receptus is a corrupted text. I could probably grab his book here. I've got it on the shelf and just go through and go, he's saying this, it's corrupted. Sorry, Wes, that's a lie. Now, I'll catch up on some of these comments before we continue on. Yes, so CA said a debate between you and Ryan would be great. Yeah, I think for my side, it would be great. For his side, he's actually really, really ignorant on these things, like way more ignorant than these guys are. And these guys are like nothing compared to James White, who's actually really ignorant. So AD33 says it's unconditional, but it's not unconditioned. Huff then gives a lordship. So they're talking about this lordship thing. Faith Life annual sales is 79.2 million, less than 600 employees. Just saying. Okay, very interesting. So pretty much $80 million business going there. That's profit. That's profitable. I mean. Pastor Brett, Mark Ward said he would never attack the King James only position again. He said he was done. What happened? Hang on, I've got something for you, Brett. I shouldn't laugh at my own jokes. That's gold. Okay, so actually, I'll play this, and because sometimes I forget if I start going through the comments, and especially we start laughing. Especially, who was it? It was Ahana and I've forgotten his name. Guy I was interviewing on here, and they would get in the chat, and I would get into hysterical fits of laughter. But let's just continue on because we want to get through this video today. So let's try.
And that's a good thing. And you want that. You want to be able to say green pastures and not Swaith good foeland, because that's a nonsensical phrase as far as, maybe you could dig into some dictionaries and figure out what it means. Or sometimes, First Chronicles 26:18 says at Parbar westward, ford the causeway, and to at Parbar. And that in the King James, Parbar is actually just a transliterated word. They weren't entirely sure what it was. And so the Hebrew word is Parbar. And now if you open up to an ESV or an NIV or, pick your modern English translation, it will say court, because we now know that a Parbar is a court. And so these are...
or we now know this. So, but it just makes you wonder. I'm pretty sure I could just search for this, and someone like Will Kinney's probably already done an article 20 years ago on this. I'll look up bramplux.com. Here we go. And King James Bible articles. Let's type in one Chronicles. He's got 4 articles of 1 Chronicles, and he doesn't have 26:8 in there. So I guess, and this is the thing, there are so many differences, and for someone to go through, I've tried to just stick to ones that are very hard to explain, like Revelation 16:5, and I think I've made that point. Commuhenium, these type of ones, because other people seem to be doing a very good job on the Prickabay Adulterae and last 12 verses of Mark. So it's like, okay, other people are doing that. Let's look at ones that aren't getting spoken about. So this one I will put in my browser, 1 Chronicles 26:18. So I might even just quickly go there. Sometimes you just look at it and you're like, oh, that's what. Okay, so the NIV says the court at Parbar. So let's see if Parbar actually... No, the New King James uses Parbar. That's interesting. So just that in itself. Okay, so here you have these two guys. They're saying, okay, so I think it was the ESV. Or look, they have the colonnade. And for the colonnade on the west, it's the ESV. Here, the NIV has the court. So look, it's hard to... King James is so hard to read with Parbar. What is a colonnade? I mean, you can probably, figure it out, but let's just check it out. A row of evenly spaced columns supporting a roof. Okay. But this has for the court. Okay, I thought it was a colonnade. And it says here, 6 were assigned each day. That's a New Living Translation. So they're going with this multi-versional approach. Okay, but then they're like, just read the New King James. Okay, but it has Parbar. It's not fixed. Then it has the annex. It's all over the place. And see, these guys are promoting all these Bibles. The CSB, okay, it's got their court one. But then American Standard Version had Parbar. So when did they discover that this Parbar was what they're saying? So, okay, let's go to the Hebrew. As for the Parbar, La Parbar, okay. It's a proper name. It's a proper name. It's called a Parbar. Parbar, King James, Parbar is a suburb Parba, the precincts. It's not a court. Now, it might have something to do with court. Okay, so let's look. The Chamberlain, which was in the suburbs. Like, can you see how strange that it gets if you start going with this multi-versional concept? The Parba. Okay, so it appears 3 times, twice as Parba in the King James, and then suburbs. Okay. And then it says probably a structure on the west side of Solomon's temple. Okay, NASB has Parba twice and precincts 1, or King James has suburb. So where's Huff? No, it means court. He's being a textual absolutist there. It means court. Okay. So hang on, where's my little sorry, Wes, I can't. What's the point you're making here? The Bibles that you're talking about and you're promoting, like, have different readings here. I'm not getting it. Okay, so the NIV has court. New Living Translation, which he said he read through, 6 were assigned each day to the west gate, 4 to the gateway leading up to the temple, and 2 to the courtyard. And for the colonnade on the west, there were 4 at the road and 2 at the colonnade. Berean Standard Bible has court. King James has at Parba westward. Okay, so very interesting. It's making me want to. Okay, so let's look up Parba. Parba, King James Version. It says here, a place apparently connected with the temple, Parba. It's probably a suburb. It's rendered here. So they're just going with the King James rendering there. Okay, so Strong's. It just says it's a suburb. It's of foreign origin. An open apartment. A structure or building attached to the west side of Solomon's temple. Parba. Jacenius. Often found in, I think that's Targums, in which are found in these different forms, and etymology may be vainly sought in the Phoenicio-Shemitic languages. It seems to be Persic, or having a wall from a wall. Walls compare the term having possessing. Okay. But yeah, it's suburbs, Parba. Okay, so it's in the same verse, Parba. So he's saying he knows it means court. Okay. Maybe if I type in King James Version only, someone will come up. King James Bible Dictionary. Okay, this is Keith's website. A suburb. Hitchcock says a suburb. Sorry, Wes. I haven't really got time to go through this at the moment, but you can see he's showing the NIV. It contradicts the New King James. It contradicts the ESV. It's all over the place. Anyway.
Good things. And I don't think it diminishes the Word of God, but it helps us understand. The Word of God is still clear, it's still living, it's still active. These are good things in terms of the progression of the fact that we have translation committees that are involved in this. There are a handful of translations that are done by an individual.
Yeah.
Would you say that if, say, someone is looking at a translation that's maybe not overtly mainstream, that you would recommend someone to read a translation that's maybe even produced by their favorite New Testament or Old Testament scholar?
So I think what I'd like to see is people recognizing the role that institutions commonly play in the building of widespread trust in society, even far beyond religion or Christianity. I give the example in my book, Authorized the Use and Misuse of the King James Bible. My municipality up here in the Skagit Valley of Washington uses a particular blend of rocks and tar or whatever to produce the local asphalt. And I've never gone and checked with them once. I've just driven on the road. I tend to trust that that institution is doing its job. And
you know, this, like, it's the worst example. Like here, like, it just depends if you look into things and if you use logic. Okay. So where I live, well, I live just every day. I'm usually around Byron Bay. It's a beautiful part of the world. Very nice tourist spot. Really good surf. It's an amazing place. Now, there was a guy who worked on the local council here, and he wrote a book called The Potholes, where he said what was happening with the potholes, because the roads around here are so bad. They're atrocious. Your car is going to get ruined being in this area unless you just dodge around these potholes. And that's just what you have to do. Now, there was this counselor. He wrote a book about how what they would do with these potholes. They would put fertilizer in the bottom of the pothole and then cover the thing with tar. Okay, so when it's not raining, it's fine. You're driving along and it's fine. And a little bit might break out or whatever. But as soon as it rains, you are going to get another pothole. And then who are you going to call? Well, you're going to call this pothole company to come and fill it up. And they put fertilizer there first. And this was a scam that was happening. So the asphalt, that Mark Ward's, like, I just trust the government that they're going to do the right thing. He's not even understanding that the government is so filled with corruption that there are whole industries that the government creates. Like, even just like the whole, I don't smoke marijuana. I know what it's like to smoke marijuana. I don't recommend it. I think it's bad for people. I think you can use hemp for rope and things like that. But hey, if people are going to smoke it, they're going to smoke it. People who want to smoke marijuana are usually doing it anyway. Okay. So by making it illegal, it doesn't really, all it does is create a whole tier of government that people can now, because you've got a certain plant on you, they can throw you in prison. A whole police force, narcotics officers, and all the rest of it are assigned to get rid of marijuana. So just by having a law, they create this whole industry. Police officers are getting paid, they're getting pensions, their whole life is revolving around having the government make this law because of this plant. And so, look, I don't think it's good to smoke it, but I think, putting someone in jail because they want to do that, it's like, hey, alcohol is way worse. Yeah, but they tried banning that, and that's when you had Al Capone turn up, and then the whole gangster thing in the United States. Anyway, most people know this stuff. If you know basic libertarian concepts, you know that the more laws you put in, the more restrictions on people, the more you have to police that. Go around the world or go around your country policing that, and then you have to create tiers of government to oversee that, and correctional facilities to house these criminals now in. And so going back to the potholes, going back to the roads. Now, I remember talking to one guy, and he said he used to make the roads in Papua New Guinea, because I said I've been up there 13 times. Now, so oftentimes this gets brought up because a lot of Australian soldiers died in New Guinea in World War II. Bougainville, a lot of Americans died there as well. And so, we were allies. World War II, we were fighting against the Japanese there. It was pretty radical. But he was there in the 1970s building roads in Papua New Guinea when it was still Australia, It ceased being part of Australian territory in 1975 when they were given independence. But he was building roads there, and he said that he built this road just around the corner from me, which is called Cynthia Wilson Drive, and it's steep like this. I mean, you have to sometimes in certain cars that I've owned, it's first gear. It's like it's fully steep, and you're going like 15 up a hill, and modern cars are, right up the back of you. But it's like people just understand it's a steep hill, and he said he made that, and he said it's still the same tar as I think it was 20 or 30 years ago when he put it on there. And I said, how come the roads are so bad nowadays? And he said, well, what's actually happened? They used to, it's just a simple thing. He said they used to use big rocks, and the big rocks would be the base. Then they would put the smaller rocks on top to fill in any of the spaces, and then put tar on, and it's fine. He said now they don't use big rocks at all. They use smaller rocks, and it falls to pieces. He just summarized it like that because he built roads that last. He built roads in Papua New Guinea designed for massive mining trucks to go up and down. He knows his stuff. And so talking with an expert, he just overrode everything and just said, well, they're not doing it properly anymore. And so Mark Ward's just like, I just trust my government. I just drive on the road, and hey, they might be doing it well around Washington, D.C., okay? But it doesn't mean they're doing the same thing in Whistler or in, the back blocks of Arkansas or so. Someone somewhere, I can almost guarantee, has a little bit of a scam with this road thing. And like here in Australia, just locally, a guy wrote a book about it. And so it's just not a good example. I just saw it straight away, those two stories. I'm like, not a good example. So even though it's not a lie, it's just not good. Anyway, so let's continue.
If there's some guy or girl and it's their job to research, the new recipes coming out of whatever university studies such things, I don't care. I don't know. They're just going to do their job, and I'm going to trust them. Same goes with So
this is his trust in these institutions that are pumping out these Bible versions. I just trust them. So it's not. It doesn't look good. Well, why would you just say that? He would be much better off saying, "Yeah, I've looked into it, and what they're doing is fantastic." He's just, I prefer to remain ignorant on the topic.
many other elements of our world. God has made it so that no one person can really be a Renaissance man, certainly not anymore. There are very intelligent people, and I know people who do seem to know everything, but there's limits to even their knowledge. You gotta trust some people to do some things. And what do? We build institutions so that we can steward and collect that trust. And there's a measure of good old, this is more of an American thing, but there's something of a checks and balances idea that if we build institutions, then we're not going to have just one person being the Pope and making rulings for everybody else. They're going to have to, even within that institution, collect different gifts and intellects and abilities and strengths and weaknesses. The major evangelical translations are coming out of major evangelical institutions. Crossway is a major evangelical institution. Brahman and Holm.
Okay, so Crossway. Let's look at Crossway. Let's just go to their website. Okay. Crossway, introducing the biggest story online curriculum, new Bibles, ESV, large print. Okay, ESV, they say it's a good Bible. Imagine being a new Christian. I want to get an ESV Bible. Okay. Let's check this out. Let's look at these other Bibles. ESV Study Bible. Okay, 2.5 million sold. Fantastic. Man, these guys must know what they're doing. Lovely picture of the fireplace there. That's what I want. I want a nice clean house like that. Books. Okay, yeah, they've got John Calvin. They seem to be reformed and blah, blah, blah. Whitfield. Yes, these are the good guys, Okay, so let's look at Bibles. other. Spanish Parallel Bible. There you go. German Parallel Bible. The Tyndale House Greek text. Reverse interlinear. Okay. Where is their Catholic Bible? It used to be on their website. That's why I'm going there, to find their Catholic Bible. Okay. Catholic. They don't seem to be advertising it as much anymore. Maybe they copped a bit of flack about it since we've been pointing it out, because it's not mainstream Protestant guys anymore. It's Catholic. Okay. Roman Catholic theology. Reformed Catholics. Maybe I need to type in Apocrypha. Yeah, browse all Bibles. Here we go. I wonder if I'm just going to be here forever. And they seem to be hiding it. like last time it was like on their front page, I'm pretty sure. So Epoch. No. Best-selling titles. View all. Okay. Dun, dun, dun. Where is their apocryphal Bible gone? Wow, I wonder if they've actually got rid of it. That is weird. Maybe they've got a different branch now selling that. Because I remember making videos on it and going, okay, well, let's go to Crossway. It was ESV with Apocrypha. Okay, so maybe I'll just type in ESV Apocrypha. Okay. Okay. Okay, so this is the Coorong one. So this is the Australian one, which is owned by the Bible Societies. Well, it's run by the Bible Societies. English Standard Version with Apocrypha. Okay. I just want to see if this is made by Crossway. Oxford University Press. Okay. Now, I guess I'll type in Crossway. The ESV Apocrypha from Crossway is a version of the English Standard Bible that includes the Apocrypha. Or why isn't it on their website anymore? Okay. ESV with Apocrypha. They're selling it elsewhere. That is strange. Okay, so the ESV Apocrypha from Crossway is a version of the English Standard Version Bible that includes the books of the Apocrypha. Okay. Crossway is the publisher of the ESV. Yes, so they are the publisher of the ESV. And they offer various editions, including those with the Apocrypha. Okay, so where is that coming from? Okay, they've got an article here, Crossway. Going back to here, I think they've changed their website. Church and Ministry, Readers, Journal, all this text. But I was looking at all of them. Where is their Apocrypha? Let's search. No results. But they're printing Bibles with the Roman Catholic theology and practice and evangelical. So they're trying to have this veneer. They don't want people to really know that they've got the apocryphal Bibles out there. It seems like that, doesn't it? Are you seeing something that I'm not? Anglican Union Publish House ESV Reference Bible. Here we go. No, that doesn't look like a Catholic Bible. Crossway approves Catholic edition of the ESV. Okay.
I'm delighted to introduce to you the new English Standard Version Catholic edition, published by the Augustine Institute.
By the Augustine Institute. So I guess this is a different one. So this is the Catholic edition of the ESV. So people are saying, seems consistent with the ESV and Crossway, in my opinion. This guy's saying, no fan of Crossway, but I think it will be prudent to wait and see the emendations before casting needless aspiration on them. So people are saying Crossway are doing this. Will Crossway themselves publish this new edition? If not, then isn't it pretty much the same thing as that the ESV do with the RSV? So it seems like they are. We're still Protestant, but I wonder if there is, because it's an ESV Bible, I wonder what sort of kickbacks Crossway gets. So anyway, it seems to be a topic brought up. I don't want to keep going into this. It's sort of like a bit of a rabbit trail, but I was actually just shocked because I'm pretty sure, like if you were to say, back my certainty, I would say I was 90% sure that I was going to find the ESV with the Apocrypha there. So what I'll do is I'll go back through the Wayback Machine with that website and I'll just see. Now I'm going to do it. I'm already, because I know that later on I'll just go, oh, whatever, I'm finished that. And I don't do it. And so let's go to Crossway. Was that Crossway? Yeah, .org. And let's see what they had up. We'll go to 2023. Okay. Let's just check a few snapshots here on the Wayback Machine. Okay, Jonathan Pennington. I used to have Jonathan Pennington's audio Greek thing. It was really good. ESV Study Bible. Okay, Bibles. Same setup. I wonder if I can actually search this Apocrypha. Nope. Okay, maybe I should be looking at esv.org, which is basically underneath Crossway. Okay, so it is run by Crossway. Okay, this is probably where I've seen it. So maybe I won't go to Wayback Machine. I'll just go to ESV. This is where it gets confusing, and this is where you go, okay, well, are they selling it? Crossway don't have it there because they want to seem like they're Protestants. But on the ESV one, let's check it out. Read now, created an account, sign in. Man, how confusing is this? I hate these websites like this. It's like going to McDonald's and everything's flashing in front of you. It's like, just give me a menu. Narrators. Read now. Okay, about help, live chat. It's like, where do you buy a Bible? Can you imagine being elderly and jumping on this? Maybe I am elderly. Okay, so okay, so I'm going to look for esv.org, and we are going to look at Catholic. And this is the thing. Oh, what's wrong with the ESV? You know, it's, you go to Crossway, they're not even like, it just goes straight back to here. How annoying. Sorry, I should have clicked on something better than that, but like Crossway, actually Wikipedia will just tell me. Okay, so let's just type in Catholic. Okay, in 2020, the island-based Association of Catholic Priests, an independent and voluntary association of Catholic clergy, criticized the ESV for its position on the use of gender-neutral language. Okay, the Catholics don't even like that. Okay, so we're looking at Catholic, the Catholic edition. Yes, why isn't it prominently on their website? I wonder if Faith Life's actually changed. Hang on, Faith Life. No, they've still got Verbum down here, the Roman Catholic one. Okay, so they haven't changed. Yeah, but these guys, with permission from Crossway, a team of Catholic scholars reviewed the text of the ESV in the light of the Vatican's translation principles, and they made modifications to adhere to the Catholic teaching. So it's palatable for the Catholics. They made an Anglican version with the Apocrypha, and then they did all those updates recently, and we went through them. They were so bad. So yeah, the Apocrypha. Anyway, I am rabbit trailing. Let's just shut those down and let's continue.
And who put out the Christian Standard Bible, Major Evangelical Institution, Zondervan, and
Major Evangelical Institution, Zondervan. Like, I mean, Zondervan. Like, I won't go there, but Zondervan are so corrupt. I know News Corporation, like we know a lot about News Corporation here in Australia. Rupert Murdoch, he's an Australian guy from Adelaide, where my mum was born. And so he took over the Adelaide Advisor, Advocate, I think it was. That was his first major newspaper takeover. Or did he start with that? Anyway, he started from Adelaide, and then he went to Melbourne, and he took up, he bought a whole bunch of newspapers there. I mean, today people just know in Australia, when Kerry Packer was alive, who owned shares in the Sydney Morning Herald, you would usually buy Rupert Murdoch's newspapers and Kerry Packer's to get both sides of the story, because they were against each other. But sometimes they would be in cohesion, and their sons worked on some mobile phone thing for a while, which failed. And now Kerry Packer's passed away. His son James basically just runs casinos. But the Rupert Murdoch empire, if you know Fox News, The Simpsons, anything to do with Fox, has been influenced by Rupert Murdoch. And Rupert Murdoch, his son James, it's basically like a media empire. I know some people go, Rupert Murdoch's retired. It's like, you don't retire from being like a global leader like he is. He, two prime ministers here in Australia, they're like presidents sort of thing. Two prime ministers, they were from both sides of the political spectrum. We have a two-party thing here as well. They wrote a book saying that you have to basically be in Rupert Murdoch's pocket to get in to power. So whatever was the flavor at the time, you would go to Rupert Murdoch and say this and that and get into his pocket, and then he would put you in power. I remember when Obama got in, they asked Rupert Murdoch, who's going to get in? And he didn't say anything about any Republican or anything. He just said Obama's going to get in, and he did. His scandals in the UK, they're pretty much, I would say, 100,000 times worse than Watergate. And because he owns so much media, it just never gets talked about. There's so much corruption with these media moguls. So we know quite a lot about it. He owns Zondervan. Okay, so I'll just jump on Zondervan. Zondervan. And Wikipedia seems like the place to go to rather than you go to their own website and they're just trying to basically cover up that they're doing a Catholic edition. International Christian Media Publishing Company. Zondervan is a founding member of the ECPA, part of HarperCollins. Okay, so HarperCollins. So we'll look into that. Yeah, here we go. Owners, News Corporation. You know, the ones who used to buy up all the English tabloids that were really quite well-respected English newspapers, and then put page 3 girls on there, the girls with their breasts hanging out. Those ones, they own Zondervan. You can trust them, just like you trust your government. Hang on. Let's. Sorry, Mark. You can't trust these guys. They're the world. Oh, Zondervan, they're amazing. Who owns the rights to the New King James Bible? HarperCollins. Look. News Corporation. I'll look into that in a sec. Okay, so what was it? Thomas Nelson. In 2011, HarperCollins announced they had agreed to acquire the publisher Thomas Nelson. They own the rights to the New King James Version. And so Thomas Nelson and Zondervan were then organized as imprints or keystone publishing programs under a new division, HarperCollins Christian Publishing. And so there's a few other takeovers here, but nothing that really helps us that much with what we're talking about. So let's look at News Corp. News Corporation is the headquarters in New York City. Looks like the headquarters for the Jehovah's Witness Society. Okay, so News Corp. Yeah, so they used to be News Corp Australia, and now they're just News Corp. Okay, so since 2013. And usually that type of jumping around is just because, like Rupert Murdoch actually, I'm pretty sure he changed American law because about dual citizenship, because he's an Australian citizen and he wanted American citizenship so he could buy more media. And I think he actually influenced that law to be changed. I'm pretty sure that's why that law got changed. So if you don't know who Rupert Murdoch is, you really need to know, because he is a powerful, powerful person. He is probably one of the most powerful people in the world. And he was born in 1931. So his days are numbered. Look, that's in 2012. He's looking like that old. He's much older now, but people have accused him of all sorts. That's his dad, Keith. So, yeah, the Adelaide newspaper, the News. Okay, so it was called the News. And then the Sunday Times. Then he went on to gobble up the Australian, the Daily Telegraph. And he bought it from Frank Packer. Frank Packer is the dad of Kerry Packer, the guy I was telling you about. They used to call Kerry Packer the goanna. And so he was suspected that he was a drug runner. and goannas run along the ground. So they thought that he was running drugs from Melbourne up to Darwin. That's what my dad called him anyway, the goanna. Rupert Murdoch, the World Economic Forum, giving advice. And so he basically runs most of the Australian news, most of the Australian newspapers. He's huge in the United States. Fox, the fake conservative news, Sky News here in Australia, fake conservative news. It's run by this guy, and he supports liberal views most of the time. So that's why you see it's controlled opposition. He's basically so left that he controls the opposition. Here he is in the Oval Office, with Ronald Reagan, for crying out loud. Anyway, Zondervan, yeah, you could. Sorry, Mark. It's not looking good. Why are you guys even saying this?
And Biblica and others that are involved.
Okay, Biblica. I don't know anything about Biblica. Global Bible Ministry. Okay, I wonder who owns that. You get a free NIV. Okay, so that their website is a bit chunky. Biblica. Maybe Wikipedia. Here we go. Formerly, the International Bible Society was founded in 1809. The copyright holder of the NIV, licensing commercial rights to Zondervan or Rupert Murdoch's company, News Corp, Hodder and Staunton, blah, blah, blah. Every tribe, every nation. So a lot of these started off in the Bible Societies. The Bible Society, after Westcott and Hort, changed their text, started publishing a whole bunch of strange things. Oh, look, the ministry began with William Carey's Bible translation work in India, based on the Textus Receptus, mind you. So this is the thing. It used to be a TR institution. But if Mark Ward, if he could go back in a time machine, he could go and rebuke William Carey and say, how dare you give your child a King James? The cult Bible, how dare you be such a textual absolutist to go with the Textus Receptus position? Look, Bible Society, New International Version, and Zondervan. And that pretty much sums it up. Colgate, that's interesting. He started the Colgate Palm Olive Company. Wow, very interesting. Anyway, that's all just... So, yeah, Biblica, International Bible Society. Can we just trust those guys? Sorry, Mark.
Involved with the NIV, Tyndale with the New Living Translation.
Tyndale Publishing, the New Living Translation. Now, there is Tyndale House in America and there's Tyndale House in the UK. They're different. I actually accused Elijah Hixson falsely. I was like, you work for Tyndale House? Because I looked it up and it was one of these, horrid companies that just printed anything. So I know the one that he's talking about. It's definitely not the Tyndale House one. But anyway.
These are collections of Christian people who have trained hard and they work together inside an institution. I would trust the translations that come out of committees and institutions to be usable for the things they say they're usable for, and often they are meant for use in church, meant to be your standard Bible. Whereas N.T. Wright, David Bentley Hart, Scott McKnight, I don't think, and Mike Bird is working on one of these with Lexham. I don't know if it's out yet. I don't think it is. I don't think they're even intending for those translations to be your main translation. I think they're supposed to be study tools, and they're supposed to be kind of shocking to get you out of your rut. And as long as you know that, I'm happy with people using translations like that. I think that should build trust rather than lower it.
You mentioned your book, Authorized, so I'll just give it a shameless plug by holding it up and saying that if you are interested in some of the things we've been talking about, this is a highly accessible book, recommending more and more books, and I'm almost exclusively looking for books under 100.
So basically, Mark Ward just spent a bit of time saying, I trust my government. I don't have to get involved in all the pesky things. You know, I mean, when I'm in Papua New Guinea is considered one of the most corrupt countries in the world. And when I was there, I was telling them about the corruption of the American government. The whole thing based upon Keynesian economics, the Federal Reserve, the Bank for International Settlements, and how they dictate to the Fed, the interest rates, and how they just print money in the Fed. The corruption that happens with the military-industrial complex. This is just basic stuff. That it's not conspiracy stuff. You'll get people on all sides talking about this. Noam Chomsky will talk about this, who's an intellectual on the left, who I would disagree with. But people on the right talk about this all the time. The military-industrial complex it runs the American economy. That's why Trump just put $3 trillion into it. But to understand, Mark lives in Washington. He should know this. I'm in the back blocks of Australia, and I know this. So I can talk about it. I don't know everything about it, but I know enough about it to know that it's an issue. And he's like, let's just trust the government for the roads. And it's like, I don't trust the American government with their money, let alone the roads. Look, I don't trust them with many things. Like to me, America is one of the most corrupt countries in the world. And if you can't see it, it's because you're in it. If you're on the outside looking in, you're like, oh my gosh, what is this monster? It's like, and I know some Americans are shocked by that, and they've got nationalistic pride and all the rest of it. Well, sorry to hurt your pride, but most Americans who are just blatantly honest will admit this to me, and they say it themselves. They say, yeah, we're corrupt. When Joe Biden's in, you can say that, but when someone else is in, you can't. We're the good guys now again. But you look at a lot of what's happened with the military-industrial complex, and like for Mark just to say he trusts the government, it's like someone being in Rome just saying, I just trust the Caesars. It's like, okay, you realize that they're not always doing the right thing. There are people who, the whole thing of just standing armies, just that one issue of standing armies. Even Eisenhower's like the military-industrial complex. This could destroy our country. I'm surely Mark would know about this. You got to, just I don't know. What can I say here? Like, if he's just going to say, I just trust the government. And then he's like, I trust Zondervan, Murdoch. I trust Biblica. It's like the old Bible Society, based on the William Carey thing, who used to use the Textus Receptus. It just, and they've morphed it into like they've got the rights to the NIV. And there are NIV Catholic editions and Crossway. I just trust Crossway. Anyway. Sorry, Mike.
150 pages, because I find generally people don't read them. If they're more than that, not, a knock on people who are writing books longer than that. But I think I gave it to my mom. She highly recommends it. So that should go for something, right? And so we've already kind of touched on, and you mentioned it as the title of your book. But what about kind of these older translations? I quoted First Chronicles in the...
So God Save Me, Stephen says that LSB that Wes is currently reading right now says Paba. It's just, it doesn't like, he's like, the King James has this reading in it, Paba, sort of thing. And it's like, Mark Ward would promote half of these Bibles. It's like, seriously, let me just give some advice to the people who editing, Wes Huff's material. You do what I'm doing. Critically think about this. Don't think that Wes is actually a scholar on this. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's an apologist. He's the front man. He's the car salesman. He's not a mechanic. He's a car salesman. Oh, this is the best car. It doesn't have this problem and that problem, but the car right next to him has the same things. And it's like, it does have that problem and this problem. So he's just trying to sell you something.
The King James Bible. What are some sort of idiosyncrasies with the King James Bible? Because there is a large portion, I don't think it's maybe as large as it looks like online, but
so Avery F says he's comparing Bible versions to construction materials. I know, just anyway.
People who advocate exclusively for the King James Bible for various reasons. What are some of the issues that come with going for?
Well, that's the thing. Avery F says, as far as institutions go, the one Ward advocates for is as corrupt as they come. Think about Protestant and Catholic linking together to write a Bible for you. Yeah, exactly. And he's like, Logos is fine, faith life is fine. Crossway, they're all fine. It's ecumenicism on steroids. Like even back in the 90s, I didn't see this type of ecumenical movement like it is today. It's huge today. And with these institutions that he just named, and look at his face. It's like he's just like, I have to say this sort of stuff. Because how many people have said what I'm saying now? They're like, what about faith life? What about Logos? What about this? And he would know. People have said it in earshot. And then he's just like, I trust Zondervan. I trust these groups to make the Bibles for me. It's like, what on earth?
A early modern English translation as opposed to an exclusively modern English translation like the ESV, like the CSB, these others that we've been talking about. What are the drawbacks and maybe even what are the positives?
Okay, King James Version. I've got mine here. I grew up with it. And in order to answer your question, let me tell.
So he grew up with it, but your kids can't grow up with it. It's a sin.
A narrative. I used to work for a Christian textbook publisher for 9 years. I was a Bible textbook author, and we were serving Christian schools and homeschoolers that used multiple different Bible translations. We actually used the King James because that was the least objectionable, and it's just kind of tradition. One of my jobs.
TJ Maverick says King James onlyism is idolatry. You'll have to define what King James onlyism is, because James White says grandma sitting on the couch reading a King James is a King James onlyist. Art Farstead and Hodges, who worked on the New King James, main guys of the New King James, that they are King James onlyists, apparently. People who are Textus Receptus only, but don't like the King James, they think it's full of errors, they're King James only, apparently too, somehow. And then TR people, KJV preferred, a King James only, apparently. And then the Ruckmanite crew, they're King James. So how are you defining King James only? You'll have to explain it to me.
Was to make sure that I wasn't making a point in my Bible textbook for an 8th grader using an NIV. They go, what? That's not what it says. So I needed to check multiple translations. And, as Paul says, that was the very thing I was eager to do. I love checking multiple translations. So I was reading along in 1 Kings 18, 21 it was, and I was reading in the ESV, even though I've got the King James right here. And the ESV has Elijah saying something that I didn't expect. So I grew up with the King James, and I heard many sermons on this passage. Elijah says, how long halt ye between two opinions? If the Lord be God, follow him. But if Baal, then follow him. And the people answered him not a word. And I was reading the ESV, I've got it right here, and it said, not how long halt ye between two opinions, but it said, how long will you go limping between two opinions? And I just thought, that's not right. And I was pretty far along in my seminary studies at that point, and I was like, well, the King James translators weren't dummies. The ESV translators weren't dummies. It's very unlikely that there's some kind of textual variant here, like some Hebrew manuscripts say halt and some say limp. So I looked up the Hebrew to see what's going on, and sure enough, the Hebrew says limp. It did not say halt. And I thought, that just can't be right. I just don't expect the King James translators to make an error on something this simple. So I thought, well, I'll search the King James for the word halt. And sure enough, in the New Testament, you'll have passages where Jesus is, in the King James, healing the halt and the blind. And I just slapped my forehead at my desk. Duh. How long halt ye between two opinions in King James English in 1611 Elizabethan English? That meant.
Okay, so we're going to just quickly go through this. I know I've gone through it 1,000 times, but where's Huff sort of grinning and like, oh, this is getting exciting, and we're just going to show how lame, no pun intended, how lame this argument is. But I am going to just have a 3-minute coffee break, and so I'll be back. So just enjoy. I'll put some music on for you guys. And I'll be back soon. Okay, we are back. So Heffin Jones says, I'm now picturing Nick in a totally new light as a Melbourne coffee snob. No, it was Melbourne. I left Melbourne in the 90s. So it was more like Bogan, Frankston, Pakenham, Melbourne. But now I'm in Byron, that's pretty snobby. Hobnobbing it with people. Heffen is just popping in. Avery F says, as long as he doesn't stick his pinky out, we'll let it slide. Well, I've got my big cup here. So my pinky out. Okay. Byron, yeah. I'm just down the road from Byron Bay. Beautiful part of the world. If you're ever around here, we'll get together and go for a $12 coffee. It's really good coffee here. Actually, they make their own Byron Bay coffee. So let's continue on with this. So we're getting into the halt issue. Okay, so let's continue.
How long will you go limping between two opinions? They're actually not disagreeing. I had always taken.
Okay, so he mentioned that he read in the Gospels halt, and it says Jesus said, he healed the blind, the halt. That's what it means. It means someone who is limping. Okay, so let's have a look at this. In the King James, it says, in these lay a great multitude of impotent folk, of blind, halt, withered, waiting for the moving of the water. For an angel went down at a certain season into the pool and troubled the water. Whosoever then first after the troubling of the water stepped in was made whole of whatsoever disease he had. Now, all of those underlined words there, 42 English words, are deleted. Okay, so let's look at these versions here. The CSB just says, within these lay a large number of the disabled, blind, lame, and paralyzed. And it says verse 4 is omitted. Okay. NIV, same. That NASB has it in brackets. I have all those words in brackets. You go down NLT, ESV. So there's a lot of words missing. There's heaps of words missing. So this website here, it's just one of the best ones for showing a quick comparison. So Mark is right. It says halt here. Okay. Now, I'm in agreement that halt is an archaic term. We tend to think that halt, like the Bible highlighter says from Hogan's Heroes, it means, stop. It's a German word, halt. And the whole concept of halt meaning lame, hey, that's fine. And so even in the King James Version 2016 edition, 2023 edition, I have lame there, okay? And so, but what about these 42 missing words? So Mark's worried about the false friends, saying we can't understand the Bible because of the false friends. What about the missing friends? It can be hard on you when you got a Judas, someone who stabs you in the back and you got a false friend there. It's like, oh, I thought you were a friend, but you're not. Okay, that can be hard. But when you got 42 members of your friendship family missing, they've been abducted by aliens, I guess. They're just gone. Isn't that important? Because he's saying it's so important to know what this word means, but it's so unimportant to know what these words mean because they don't exist anymore. They're gone. So it's a bit like saying, your next door neighbor is a very important person on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side, 42 houses that they're unimportant. So why? Where's your standard here? But that's because he's a critical text guy and he is absolutely certain, or he is a textual absolutist when it comes to this verse, that those 42 words shouldn't be in there. That's his view. Just as much as I would advocate for the TR and be a textual absolutist for every word in the Textus Receptus, he is absolutely sure that these words shouldn't be in there. And so, and also, like I said before, we got James White. James White, Potter's Freedom, as I pointed out here on this Amazon book, you can see it says halts between two opinions. biblically faithful alternative to a theology which halts between two opinions. So how come James White can use halt on the front cover of his book, who is the author of the King James Only Controversy, on the front cover of his book, The Potter's Freedom, about defending Calvinism, he has the word halt there. How come he can use this word and everyone likes his books and all the rest of it, but the King James has it? Oh, you got to get rid of it and you got to throw it out. And this is the main example, and don't let your kids read it. It's a sin. What on earth? What? Mark Ward's just, it's strange, you know. It's so anyway. I'll just go. Sorry, Mark. No golden sticker for you. Tribe with Fire says it's time for the liar alarm. Same yesterday, today, and forever until the next edition. Yeah, it's like an iPhone. It's just got to keep updating. Have you got the latest? You know, I wonder if they'd be arguing with themselves if they go with the new update. Well, see, this is the thing. It's like that they should be arguing with them. Like, I can show them footage of them saying the opposite to what they're saying now. It just depends what mood you get them in, what context you get them in. And it's like with James White, he'll talk about a whole bunch of things to Muslims very directly, but he won't say that to the Christians, you know. So the X reminds me of Family Feud. Survey says
halt to mean halt, who goes there, you know, because that's how they talked in ye olden days. And I've since discovered that many other people have taken it the same way. Almost nobody gets it right. When I ask them, I've asked hundreds of people, the only people who've gotten it right are Old Testament scholars who happen to know what's going on. That, you know.
So I would suggest that people go or if you type into YouTube Thomas Ross Mark Ward and listen to Thomas Ross's latest expose on Mark, he goes through the whole concept of the I went through this as well, but Thomas Ross just does a better job, where he was ringing up people and talking about the plural pronouns ye, your, you, and then talking about thee, thy, thou, singular, and how that survey was manipulative, and how it, like, I just suggest that you would go there and check those out. And watch those videos, because he talks about these issues. So when Mark gets on there and says, I've interviewed all these people, no one really knew what it meant and all the rest of it. I mean, watch where's Huff totally override this. Okay, watch this.
You know, feminists and whatever bad people you want to choose have not gotten to the controls of English and changed it so that halt no longer means limp and now it means stop. No, that's just what happens in English. And I suddenly realized the problem with an older translation is not even necessarily mainly that there are words I know I don't know, because yes, I can look those up in the dictionary. Why I should have to look them up in a dictionary when I could just say, you know, a word we all know, you know, that's another issue, but at least I can recognize I'm misunderstanding. The problem comes with words I don't know. I call them false friends, and I'm not the only one to call them that. And in my book, Authorized, I detail this. I give, I think, 35 or so examples. I have another book coming out.
So halt to limp, okay. Commendeth to demonstrates. That has been shown to not be a very good understanding of commendeth. And so I went through this for quite a long time. Had some really good, interesting discussion with Chris Yetzer about this. So I'm pretty sure it is in Romans chapter 6, verse 8, or 8, verse 6, I think it is. Romans 8, verse 6. No, that's not right. 6, verse 8. No. That we will still sin as Christ died for us. By verse 8, I think it is. Yeah. So in the 2016, I've got God confirms his own love toward us, in that while we were still sinners, Christ died for us. So confirmed, I found, was way more accurate than commendeth in that particular context. And so there was a confirmation. It's not just a demonstration. It's not a showpiecing. It's a confirmation. So convenient, out of place, wait on, seek to serve. So, you know, we know these arguments. Some of them are fine. Some of them are silly. And that's the thing. It's he hasn't been correctable when he's done a whole video, spent so much time on it and all the rest of it, and Logos are patting him on the back. He doesn't want to admit that he's wrong.
Lord willing, in 2026 with Lexham Press, KJV, Words You Don't Know, You Don't Know, is the provisional title, where I talk about 38 more, and I teach people how to fish. I don't just give them a list and say, just memorize these. I try to form in people the ability to recognize when something sounds a little funny. Maybe language change is the reason when you're reading the King James Version. So,
I mean, in all honesty, before Mark Ward came along, D.A. Waite had the King James, defined King James Bible. Lots of these words were defined. The Trinitarian Bible Society had the Trinitarian Bible Society word list. So it would have the to read the Bible in a year. And at the back, they had the word list. I think it was like 700 words were defined. You had, even on ChickTrack, that chick.com, on the ChickTrack website, they have a word list, archaic word list that you can download. There's so many people that, like Mark Ward's making out that, you know, until he came along, we no one knew that this was an issue. You know, I mean, I'd already worked through these and done the 2016 edition before Mark came on the scene. You know, so when he came on the scene, it's like, oh, okay, what's this guy got to say? And what's he got to add? But he was like coming completely sort of blind to this, it seemed. It's like if he had been interacting quite a lot with people over the years and then, you know, started mentioning things, it would have been different. But it just seemed like he had no idea. Well, he pretends that he's sort of like the one who's coming up with all these answers. And it's like, look, all you're really doing is going through the Trinitarian Bible Society word list. I mean, I could show him words that he's not even talking about. But he's making out that he's, you know, the guru on all these things. Most King James people who are actually studying things know these issues. And so when Mark's come on the scene saying certain things, we've already studied this for years and years, and he's saying something that's like, no, sorry, Mark, you're wrong. He's just seeing that as we're prideful. Instead of like, well, you're actually the new kid on the block coming to an argument that's been online, as far as I've been involved with, for like 25 years now, talking about Bible versions and all the rest of it. And you're just coming on in the last, like, you know, 6-7 years and like, hey guys, I know this and I know that. And I can't remember when his book came out. I think it was 2019. Anyway, let's continue.
That's an obvious weakness of using any text that is hundreds of years old. The example you gave earlier from the Apostles' Creed, the quick and the dead, well, that's in the King James. The word of God is quick and powerful, sharper than any two-edged sword. And if you go away thinking, well, that means that it's very fast, well, you're just wrong. You misunderstood what the King James translators were saying, because they weren't talking to you. They were talking to people who spoke their English, not people who speak our English. And if we had just 1 or 2 or even 10 of those examples, I would say that the value, you ask about the strength of using an older translation, the value is building continuity with tradition, being able to understand Charles Spurgeon's sermons and Puritan works better. You know, those are all good things. The idea, too, is I think it's a good thing to hold on to a translation for such a long time that it just tends to become trusted by default, culturally speaking. That has happened with the King James Version. But we're not just talking about 10 examples. I have a series on my YouTube channel that I started with 50 false friends in the King James Version. And then when I got to 50...
So you notice this. I started with 50 and I kept going, and then I had 100, then I had 100. I could keep going until the cows come home, sort of thing. But what's he saying? An old book has old words. We know that. He's making it as if we don't know that, or as if this hasn't been addressed. I mean, D.A. Waite, running the Dean Burgon Society, has the defined King James. Trinitarian Bible Society has been operating since 1831 because the Unitarians took over the Bible Society, but that's another issue. But they had a word list. They still have it. And some of these have brought out Bibles with the King James, and the marginal notes are these archaic words. And so, sure, some people have put them under the category of archaic words or whatever. And so Mark's going, okay, well, I think this is more accurate to be labeled as a false friend. And I would go, okay, well, that's fine. You've nuanced something, but it doesn't mean that it wasn't being addressed before. This was being addressed. And I haven't done it myself, but it would be interesting to go through his list and just point out where in the 1990s you could have access to all that information in the work of D.A. Waite, in the work of Trinitarian Bible Society, in the work of, some people in the 1980s were writing lists like this. And so Mark Ward's is just like, come along, redefined, false friends. So, okay. Yeah, and some people are going, okay, that's fine. You can call them that. And then it's like, well, I'm doing more for King James people than anyone. It's like, well, I'm not just showing them what it means. I'm showing them how to do it. It's like, no, you're showing, because several of these are wrong. And several of these actually have the new version bias. Like the Parbar thing that Wes was just bringing up. It's like, you're there going, oh, well, this is leading nowhere. And then sometimes you study along with Mark and you're like, surely he can see that he's just proven himself wrong, but he never does. And he just shuts the video down and that's it. And he moves on to something else and you mention it and he blocks you, calls you a coward or whatever he does, That's what he's done to people.
There were more. So I went up to 75 and then I went up to 100. And then I actually just...
And then there's the whole thing of words you don't understand in the New King James. Wahab in super. What does that mean? Well, the King James says what he did in the Red Sea. But New King James says Wahab in super. What's that? He's like, you should read the New King James. You fools, read it, And I could show many, many places where they just go with this weird saying, There's plenty. If you just type in archaic words in the NIV, now, I won't show it here because I know a lot of people listen to this because sometimes I put things up on the screen people should talk about, but they don't. So I'm like, oh, they're not watching, they're listening. I know some people watch. But if you type in archaic words in the NIV, it shows you where sometimes a very simple King James word has been changed to a very complex word or a completely non-understandable term in the NIV. And so is he going to talk about those issues? Is he going to bring out 150 examples of that in his videos?
Decided to move on.
Should do a video on Wahab and Super.
On from the King James only debate. So at the end of December last year, I dropped one final video that had 50 more. So the series is 150 false friends in the King James Version. And those together occur over 3,000 times. These are words you don't know. If the point of the Bible is having God's word, then I don't care what translation you have. You might as well have it in the Latin Vulgate. And if you want to talk about traditional translations, that is the one, ring to rule them all. If it's not the Septuagint, the Greek translation of the Hebrew Bible. In English-speaking lands, however, the one ring, it tends to be the King James. If your goal is having it, then have the King James. But if your goal is understanding it, don't want to use the King James exclusively, at least, because there are words in it you don't know. Besom, chambering, emerald, and there are words you don't know. Halt, remove, commend, study. I could go on.
So notice he said study is to be eager. Spedauzo, in a philosophical context, is always a diligence of the mind. And we have a word for that in English, study. The 1534 French Bible uses estudi. And it just means study. It doesn't mean be eager, be diligent. It just means study in French. Clearly showing that people were using that as an option, because some people were thinking, okay, it's in the context because it says rightly dividing the word of truth. How do you do that? Well, you use your brain. You're not using your hands, you're using your brain. You're rightly dividing the word of truth. But we have an English word for that, study. So he oftentimes is, he's saying, it means this, which is pretty much just going with modern versions. And he hasn't really gone into what these words mean. He hasn't answered the critiques. So he's offered his opinion. People have come along and said, hang on, it should say this. So say, for example, the word study. Let's just go to my website. I'll just read what I've got on there. Okay, so we'll go down to, was it 2 Timothy 2:15, I think it is. Study to show thyself approved unto God, a workman that needeth not to be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth. Just wait for this to load up. Yes, that's exactly what it says. But shun profane babblings is the next one. Okay, so here we have study. Spedazon. In the context of 2 Timothy 2:15, it is correctly translated as study in the King James Version. Spedazzo usually means to be diligent, eager, busy, etc. But when spedazzo is used in a philosophical context, it means diligence, eagerness, busyness of the mind. The context of the verse is regulated by the phrase rightly dividing the word of truth. English has a word for the diligence of the mind, which is study. The modern Greek in the plural, studia, means a systematic effort to acquire knowledge in academic contexts. In ancient Greece, the word spedazzo originated from spude, which means haste, effort, and zeal. Spedazzo itself means to be eager, to make haste, to strive after, or to endeavor, reflecting a sense of urgency or earnestness in the action. In classical Greek, 5th century BC, spedazzo was used in both literal and figurative senses. For example, it could describe physical haste or eagerness in pursuing a goal. In philosophical and rhetorical contexts, the word could denote diligence or earnestness in the pursuit of knowledge or virtue. The English word study in, I've got the word English word study in English. So I've got a little bit of a mess there. Comes from the Middle English word studi with the IE on the end, which was used around the 14th century. Studi came from the Old French estudi, which in turn originated from the medieval Latin studium. Studium meant application or eagerness, and was used to denote a place of study. So it was how I remember my dad, he had a study. It was called the study, and I guess they call it an office nowadays. It's interesting how words have changed, but they would call it a study. It was a place, so that's what they called a stadium, was a study. Desire, a state of being attentive. The Latin root stadium comes from the verb estere, meaning to be diligent, to apply oneself, or to be eager. In classical Latin, stadium was commonly used to refer to zeal, devotion, or intellectual activity. By the Middle Ages, study referred not just to the act of applying oneself to learning, but also a room used for reading or writing. So you can see the Greek etymology fits, the English etymology fits, and I know we just don't go by etymology, but the usage, we know what study means. And so Mark Ward is just simply wrong. So anyway, let's so that's just one example. he's got like 150 of these. Many people have said, no, actually, we do use that word. We use it here, we use it there. And so, but sometimes he's just pointing out a fact that it's an old word. But he's using these as, it's a false friend, a besom, a broom, this type of thing. Now, I do remember I talked about besom and broom. Pastor Brett said in Australia they use a besom, and I'm pretty sure he got that from me. I'd never said that. I was describing what a besom was and a broom was. I think he thought, because I was mentioning several things, I think he got a bit confused with what I was saying, and he said that I said we still call a broom a besom in Australia, which I never said. And so I just I'd clarify that just in case, because sometimes people hear that and they're like, oh, Nick's saying that, and then they find out it's not true. So let's continue.
On and on and on. And I have like ad nauseum on my channel. If you like this kind of nerdy thing, there is way more of it than any one person should ever have to sit on my channel. And what's motivating me here is both helping King James readers understand what they're reading, and yes, encouraging them to pick up other translations, at least in addition to the King James. Further, I would say, and I'll end with this, I don't think the King James or any old translation that no longer uses current English should be the pulpit standard or the institutional standard in schools, mission boards, camps. God's word is too important. Why bother teaching memory verses to kids that they're literally not going to be able to understand? I have done that when I was younger, and I just never want to have to do that again. If I'm going to teach God's word, I want to use it in a form that's accessible, because my Bible teaches me 1 Corinthians 14, edification requires intelligibility.
That's what I found years ago when I read your book, shortly after it came out. That made a big impact on me, going through these words that I recognized and realizing, oh, right, of course they don't mean what I think they mean. And I think, the pushback that I've even encountered, and I know you've encountered it too, Mark, is that people can look at a dictionary, they can look up these words, but I think the thread there is not that you can't do that, it's that you won't know to do that. And my dad, who was a pastor for many years, he pastored a small Baptist church in central Ontario, and had a congregant come up to him, say, I've never heard the things you're preaching about. I've
Yeah, I don't know. Can you tell when Wes Huff is lying? Or just not giving you all the facts? Like, just watch his face here. I don't know if you've just noticed this.
Come up to him, say, I've never heard the things you're preaching about. I've read up to him, say, I've never heard the things you're preaching about. I've read up to him, say, I've never heard the things you're preaching about.
I've never heard the things that you're like. They're just reading the King James, and they're just that someone comes along and preaches something else. They're like, I've never heard what you're preaching about. Like what 1% of it, or all of it, or he just makes his face like, that this person, they're a King James dummy. And the thing is too, when you've got something that's so popular, people all over the place use it. People who have weird teachings are reading the King James. Black Hebrew Israelites are reading the King James. I'm reading the King James. People in the chat here who, we might agree on this issue, but we mightn't agree on everything else, are reading the King James. Academics are reading the King James. People who are, changing truck tires right now are going home reading the King James. So just one person came up to him in a church and said, I've never heard what you're preaching. You've got to have a little bit more context. What you've never heard, and the thing is, they're all sort of saying the same thing, but then it's just these archaic terms. They're so stuck in a rut, they have no idea what it's like. You're saying all this stuff, but I've never heard this before. It's just completely different.
I've read the Bible multiple times, an elderly gentleman over the course of his life, and it was simply because he'd only ever read the King James, and he just never realized that the things that the text was saying was what they were saying. He was very diligent.
I mean, I'd really like an example just this story. Like, I'm not like, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that Wes is just making this story up, because I know of examples of people reading the King James, and one guy, Aboriginal guy here in Australia, he preached a whole sermon about Jesus being outside the gate, or no, without the gate. That when he died without the gate, and he didn't realize it meant outside the gate. So he's like, Jesus was there, he didn't have a gate there, this type of thing, and it was just weird. But you know, at the end of the day, you're going to get people say that about all sorts of things. They're going to misrepresent what you say. You're going to be in conversation, you're going to use a word, and they're not going to understand it, and they're going to think it means something else. And so I'm not saying that what Wes here is saying is wrong. Okay. All I'm saying is that it just seems like an embellished type of story, one of those anecdotes that you can never really prove or disprove. Some guy, he's an older guy, he's just reading the King James, he's like, I've never heard this before. I mean, what the whole thing, this here. So,
very even studious to a certain degree, but he just didn't know to look up certain words, and how important it was for simple understanding what the text means at face value.
He didn't know, he wasn't looking up any words. I don't know, this story just like, he was studious, but just didn't, I guess he didn't use a dictionary, he didn't look up words. Just so, I don't know. What is this story? I'm just not getting it.
I will say that when I read your book, and I was very excited, and I, was talking.
So this sort of goes against Mark Ward's whole thing.
Talking to some people about it, and I asked my wife's grandmother about some things. She knew what halt meant, and that surprised me. But she is a very intelligent woman, and I was.
So it's sort of like, I thought I'm in agreement with Mark Ward here on his book, because it's on paper, so it works in theory. Let's try it out in the real world. Do you know what halt means? Yeah, it means lame. Like the first person he asks. It goes against what Mark's written in his book.
Kind of taken aback. I thought I was making an interesting tidbit point, and she said, well, that could mean lame, right? The one person who probably knew. In light of that, do we recommend the King James Bible, Mark? Do we encourage people to read this? Someone asked me this last Sunday, in what translation they should get, a newer believer. And it was the one that came to the forefront of their mind. They said, well, I have a King James. I'll tell you what I said. What do you say in those kinds of moments, if that is the Bible that they currently possess?
It does.
Okay, so Tried with Fire said, do you know if Wes or Ward are Calvinists? Like, what? I think they are.
Really depend on who's asking me and why. I grew up in King James onlyism, and I had a good experience. Christian school teachers that loved me, a pastor who was faithful to his church and his wife. It wasn't cultish, but I was warned as I left that Christian school my senior year and went off to a Bible college, Christian college that was not King James only. They're going to try to take away your King James. Don't let them do that. And I insisted as a 16-year-old, no, I will never let that happen. And in a way I was completely wrong, but in another way I was right. I still have it. In fact, I have the King James more than I had it back then, because I understand it better than I did. If someone is asking me, should I include the King James in my regular rotation of Bibles that I read or check in study, I'd say absolutely. Go for it. In fact, please do it, because the King James is the leading example of the Tyndale tradition. And you're just not going to understand the implicit dialogue among translations, the conversation over how do we handle certain difficult passages, unless you look at the one ring that has ruled them all for all these decades. A little aside here, I read the story of the formation of the New International Version, which happened back in the 60s. And the author, John Steck, who was one of the translators, said, we all grew up on the King James, and we found it incredibly difficult to kind of get out of its shadow and try to think, what is the best way to communicate this particular verse now in current English? I think that's a good reason to pick up the King James and use it in your study. However, if it's a new believer saying, what translation should I read for the first time? If it's even somebody who is...
And so on that issue, there's several things. So Mark's saying this NIV guy was saying, you know, we all grew up with the King James and now we're trying to update it. But notice they don't really bring up the issue of, or we're trying to update it, but we're also correcting the Bible. We're doing a Bible that's based upon something completely different, the critical text. And so that they try not to mix these two together. So when you're talking about Holt, he doesn't want to talk about the 42 words that are missing there. Okay. Because what it does, it exposes that we really want all the words of God. That's what, and so we're willing to overlook the fact that you have to look up a word and understand what Holt means. You might have to look it up in a dictionary. We just want all the words in one place. So it's, so oftentimes these guys compartmentalize things into certain categories. They'll talk about readability all the time. Oh, King James, just about readability. It's not about any corruption. That's what Wes said earlier, and I played it over and over and over. But it is about corruption. On both sides, they say it's about corruption. And so it's not just about readability, because even the Westcott and Hort text, they used thee and thy and thou, and that they were using this type of language. And so it's not just about, it's readable, but that's become one of the main pushes, the main advertising ploys. Now, I understand that it's an older Bible. I'm all for updates. I think the King James would have naturally been updated by now if Westcott and Hort hadn't done what they did. I think we would all be, there would have been some other Blaney type of thing, and a few words like shoe, S-H-E-W, would have been changed to S-H-O-W, this type of thing, like just it would have naturally sort of happened. But now people like, don't change anything. They put the brakes on it. And that's why I was like, look, I don't want to have a reactionary theology. I don't want to have any type of reaction. Like if the devil does something over here, I don't want to just go, well, yeah, the devil's like dancing over there and creating a fuss. I don't want to react to that or overreact to it or underreact to it. I just want to do what God's saying, regardless of what Satan's doing. So I was like, okay, well, that's fine to actually update a spelling of a word. Blaney did it, and everyone seems to accept it. So, updating shoe into show, that's fine, So then it's like, okay, where do you stop? And then you got people like that, I disagree with Stephen Edison, but I agree with him when he was talking to James White that, basically the word, regardless of if it says believeth or believe or believes, it's the same word. Yeah, he was saying that as a King James only guy, And so I think people actually are, that they're not, people don't mind the update thing, but then the whole concept of the numerology stuff comes into it, where people go, okay, well, all the letters add up to this. So you're changing the Bible, you're changing the pure. So the whole numbering system, numerics, I've always been against it. I've talked about it for years, and even when I'd talk about Will Kinney, I'd say, okay, we're going to Will Kinney's site. I disagree with his numerology stuff, but apart from that, we're cool. And so I would just say that about a lot of people at the moment talking about this type of stuff, the numerology stuff. That stuff works for the Quran. It works for Moby Dick. It works for a whole bunch of other books as well. So are they inspired? It just, the whole numerology thing is just like, to me, it's just a weird thing. It's like the backmasking thing of heavy metal music. They used to play it backwards and go, it would go, Satan, and they're like, see, it said Satan, and you have to have subtitles. And then it would have this theology, and it's like, is it really saying that? It's like, and it's like, Satan holds the keys to the lock. And it's like, no, Jesus grabbed the keys from Satan. And it's backwards. And it's like, you look back and you just think, that's just a bit nutty. And I just think the numerology thing, I just don't agree with it. I don't like it. But I don't think we should overreact. The issue is, I'm all for an update. I'm all for updated spelling, firstly. And then I'm all for, if a word has gone out of usage like lame, halt, fix it. I've never been against Mark with that. But I also sympathize with the fact that once people learn that, it's fine for them to stick with the King James. There's no problem with that. But it's also fine for someone to go, okay, that should be lame. Now, Mark's like, chuck out the King James, but he's got an ulterior motive where he wants to get you to the critical text through probably what I remember it was probably about 10 years ago. I recognized it's probably longer than that. It's probably like 15 years ago. I recognized that the only real issue in the King James world is the readability issue. Everything else is fine. We defend everything else. When it comes to the readability issue, some people are just in complete denial about any hard words. I'm like, no. Because even that contradicts itself because people are making word lists, But then it's like, okay, you can look these up and you can. But what's wrong with actually updating? You know what I mean? And then when you look at Blaney's updated words, like say, accompanied in Luke chapter 21, verse 36, was changed to accounted. Actually, everywhere accompanied appeared in the 1611 is now accounted in the Blaney edition. That's a word change. And to me, that's fine. I've got no problem with that, as long as it means the same thing. And so, but I do understand that people who have come along and said they're going to do this, they've done it wrong. New King James done it wrong. MEV did it wrong. There's lots and lots of errors in this arena. But I think if by stopping any type of update, what that does, it actually causes us to have a reaction to what's happening instead of going, okay, let's work on it. Let's work it out. You can work it out. It's not an impossible task, And the issue for most people is, where are all the words? I know where all the words of God are. And most people who follow this channel know where the words of God are. But it's another thing to understand all the words of God. So back to what he was saying, because there were two things that I was going to talk about. So he's talking about the NIV translator was saying that we grew up on the King James, and it was hard to go from the shadow of the King James to updating things. Now, I can understand that concept, but it's being a little bit deceptive in a sense where they're not talking about we were omitting all these words. We're changing it to the point where we're throwing out words, But it can get like that. Like, say, with really well-known verses like, the Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not lack. I mean, to me, they are what Bryan Ross would say, the substantive, that they are equivalent. There is an equivalence there. They mean that they're basically synonymous. And so what someone understood and read in 1611, if that can be brought into today's English without changing the meaning, to me, that's fine. I've got no problem with that. But Mark Ward is saying that's what he's doing, but he's actually got the critical text behind that. Then he's saying there's no difference between the critical text and the Textus Receptus, which is ridiculous. But anyway, let's continue.
A teenager in the Lord, as it were, an adolescent, and not gotten around the block very many times. There's just no way I'm going to recommend that they use the King James and read through it this year any more than I would recommend the Tyndale Bible or the Wycliffe Bible. The Tyndale Bible is that much harder to understand because of changes in English and changes in spelling conventions. The Wycliffe Bible is even that much harder to understand, but it's really the same case. You could come back to me and say, well, they're all English. What are you objecting to? Well, yeah, but the point I've tried to make over the years is Elizabethan English, like Tyndalian English, and like the English of Wycliffe, can be usefully regarded as different languages. There's this Venn diagram overlap among them. They're not entirely different, but at every place where they differ, potential misunderstandings or lack of understanding will occur. And the point of reading a translation is understanding what God said in the Hebrew and Greek as best you can. So why would I recommend that you face this unnecessary difficulty added on to the difficulty that's already present in the Bible? Peter said, there are some things, Paul wrote that in the King James, he says, are hard to be understood. Well, that's absolutely true. And it's already hard enough.
And so what Thomas Ross said in his latest video, I just mentioned this earlier, but that when you look at Hebrew and you look at Greek, they are about the same difficulty level as the King James. If you were in Jesus' day grabbing a Hebrew Bible, you would have to have the same level of education to read that Hebrew Bible if you were fluent in Hebrew as what it takes to read the King James for a person today. And the same for Greek. So it's actually the problem that we have today isn't a problem if you compare it to the Greek and Hebrew, which is a very interesting fact. Now, sure, I just said, hey, it's cool to update things and all the rest of it. It's not as huge an issue as these guys make out. And some guys who have just read the King James for years and years and years, they're like, oh, I didn't really know it was that hard until people started pointing it out. They're like, oh, you got a problem, you're reading the King James. And it's like, well, but I can understand it, and people can.
Why would we add this added difficulty, unnecessary difficulty of getting past archaic language? I think the answer can only be tradition. And as a Protestant, as an evangelical, don't hear me saying tradition is all bad. I think there's a lot of good traditions out there. I think the King James is a good tradition. But at those places where that tradition actually runs up against what the Bible teaches, edification requires intelligibility.
So he's saying edification requires intelligibility. I think that's a reading of the NASB. But so that would mean that Jesus, the Hebrew Bible that Jesus had, he shouldn't give that to children until it's updated. Or Jesus and the disciples should have worked on an updated edition. When you look at the difficulty of the Greek of the New Testament, the level of reading, that when you can compare it to other literature of the time, was about the same as what we have with the King James today. So it's fine for you to read a King James and look up words. It's fine. If you don't want to have to do that, grab something like that. And one of the reasons why I've done this as well is because I'm involved with Bible translation work into other languages. So sometimes when you're explaining to someone, chambering and wantonness. So, okay, what does that mean? Well, you just give them this, and they can go through and just, instead of seeing things in the margin, they see it just in real time. Basically, from what I would hope with this is that someone who wanted to translate this, just say it was into Tagalog or something like that, if they translated this English into their language faithfully, they would come up with exactly the same product as if they translated the 1611 or the King James version into their language and also use dictionaries. That they would come to exactly the same conclusion. So I'm just cutting out the whole having to look up everything issue. And so anyway, let's continue.
Have to go with the Bible against my traditional Bible translation. It's rare that I find myself recommending the King James to people who needs to know that it exists. People know that already. They can get it freely in their apps and use it. I'm more often having to tell people, try a different kind of translation than you've used. If you've used only formal, then move to a more functional one. If you've only used functional translations, you've been in a big mega church and they all use the New Living Translation sprinkled with the Message, well, you really ought to spend a lot of time in a formal translation. There's a lot of value there because it is closer to the form of the Hebrew and Greek. It will help you get around in study literature as well. That's some of the strength of it.
Actually, I just want to look at that chart that you brought up. Notice it's got paraphrases. Then they've got sectarian translations New World Translation, JST, I guess it's the Passion Translation, and the Message. It seems so strange that that's on paraphrases. Like, isn't this just talking about formal equivalency on one side and paraphrases on the other, and dynamic equivalence in the middle? Because the New World Translation it should be around where the New King James is here. You know what I mean? It's quite a word for word, or the 2013 one they brought out is a lot different. But the one before that was quite a word for word translation. When you compare it to their Kingdom Interlinear translation and the text that they have underneath that, it's quite word for word. And so, except for in places where you see a God, they just sort of they'll be very literal, and then they'll just twist something around. And so, but I guess having it under okay, that's a sect, but see, the thing is, a sectarian translation, I would say that some of these are sectarian. Some Bibles that are coming out, they have Catholic influence. The revised version of Westcott and Hort has Unitarian influence, so that would be here as well, wouldn't it? Sectarian. The revised version of Westcott and Hort.
There's a lot of value there. It's comparatively rare for me.
Yeah, saying the Apostles' Creed is a tradition, but saying it in modern English is a tradition that's able to be intelligibly understood. So can a non-original language reader who, say, maybe even only speaks and reads English, have confidence in a modern English translation that they themselves can't vet?
Let's just openly acknowledge again, you can't vet it. And who gave us this situation? God did. God.
Mark often says this, like, God gave us this situation. Now, I know he's going to go on to talk about that most people use translations, but usually he's saying God's given us all this embarrassment of riches with all these versions everywhere. It's like, no, it's a mess. God's not the author of confusion.
God could have made it so that everybody who gets saved immediately has the gift of tongues with regard to Hebrew, Aramaic, and Greek in their biblical forms. He didn't do that. He could have made it a requirement for salvation that you learn the original biblical languages. He did not do that. God's people have encountered the Bible, God's word, in translation for almost its entire existence. I like to point this out. The very fact that God used Greek, a very different language from Hebrew, for the New Testament, means that effectively everyone who's ever read the Bible has done so without the knowledge of a native speaker in its two major languages. Does that make sense? So there are very few, if any, people in the whole history of the world who, once the New Testament came out, were native speakers of Biblical Hebrew and native speakers of Koine Greek at the same time. Everybody, since the New Testament has come out, has had to encounter God's word in translation.
And that's why getting people like Erasmus, who knew Latin, Greek, Hebrew, getting people like Stephanus, Theodore Beza, knowing the Hebrew through his good friend Tremellius, looking at the Syriac, looking at the Arabic, knowing this type of thing is invaluable to having correct and accurate understanding. And when it comes to Bible translations, I mean, you can't go past the King James translators for being the best of the best of the best. In Hebrew, in Greek, in Latin, in English. Because one of the things is you can study Greek at seminary for as long as you want, but then come out and you don't really understand English. And I've found that people will say, "Oh, the English means this," and it's like, "Sorry, dude, that's been dealt with since the 1980s. What are you talking about?" Some people just they're not fluent in all of these. They're not fluent in the target language. They might know a lot of Hebrew, but they don't know how to bring that across into English or into Spanish or whatever they're translating into.
That's okay. You're going to have to trust somebody, and God is the one who gave us this situation. So let's nail that down first. And then you ask, who do I trust? Well, that's where I go back to my institutions. And actually, I think
Zondervan. I trust Rupert.
Rather than multiple Bible translations decreasing trust, you know, I wrote an article once that acknowledges a rising tide can sink all boats. People can start to think, well, there are so many translations because everybody wants to monkey with the translations to make them say what they want. But if you will come with an open mind to the major institutionally produced translations made for evangelical Protestants and ask yourself rigorously, are they really saying anything different? I think
yes. Hang on.
I think over and over and over again, you're going to have to say they're saying exactly the same thing.
Not even if you compare editions of the NIV with itself, with updates of itself, they're saying things that are diabolically different. they're yeah, one will have a good reading. It's okay, cool. That's a good reading. If you were to update a King James, it would come out very similar in that particular verse. But then the next one they bring out is just so different. And this was brought out when Brandon Peterson invited me onto his program, and we were talking about the updates in the NIV, and he was showing like the original NIV, then the 1984 update, and then the 2011 update, and he was showing on a level of 1 to 5 how bad is this update, and I chose 5 each time, not because I was just like, okay, I'm just going to make out everything's bad. They were so bad. It was so bad. Every example he brought out was so bad that and that's just in the NIV. Like even just what the ESV has done with their updates, even just in John chapter 1 verse 18, with the concept of an only begotten son or an only begotten God, and now they've mixed it together. It's like, how on earth are you coming up with this rubbish? But just in updates of the same Bible, you can see huge differences. And Mark Ward is saying there is no difference. So
especially if you zoom out to the, maybe not even the forest level rather than the trees level, but maybe something like to use an obscure word, the copse level, the glade,
So you just got to zoom out. So it's sort of like, hey, I've just renovated my house. How's it looking? And you just drive past. Yeah, it looks good from my house. Or, it looks good. A lot of people say that in Australia, different trades. It looks good from my house, but it looks lousy if you have a close look. And so, here they're showing, but God commendeth his love towards us. But God demonstrates his love towards us. But God shows his love for us. But God demonstrates his love. So they're showing a verse where there's all this cohesion. Yeah, most of it's saying the same thing, but it's just got this one: commendeth, demonstrates, shows. Yeah, it's all pretty much saying the same thing. Okay, so let's get back to the Scion of Zion page. I'll just bring that up. This here, is it saying the same thing in John chapter 5 verse 4, where it's missing 42 words are missing? Is that the same as here? NASB has those words that they're deleted. So they're not saying the same thing, are they? And then, okay, so let's just, actually, I'm pretty sure I can just go back to here. Scion of Zion. It's got a whole page here. Yeah, I hate getting stuck there because I don't know where to go. But I'll go back to KJV comparisons. Yeah, here we are. I'm pretty sure it's got, if it doesn't, I'll just look it up elsewhere. Galatians 5:12. Yes, it does have it. Look at this. There's no difference in the underlying Greek, okay? I would that they were even cut off which trouble you. Now, if I read that, it's like, okay, I wish that they were even cut off which trouble you. So people, the legalists who are bringing in all this, Galatianism, they call it. I wish that they were cut off. We still use that type of terminology. I had to cut them off. Though, this type of thing. I was talking to someone about this issue, and they used the word, I had to cut them off. Or we cut off fellowship. And I was like, yeah, that's what this means. So 1611, even cut off, which trouble you. Tyndale says separated from you, which trouble you. So it's clearly a separation. Cut away, that disturbing you. I wish they were cut away. I wish they were separated. So you get the picture. Let's go to these modern versions. I wish those who were disturbing you might also let themselves be mutilated. Huh? I wish they would go the whole way and emasculate themselves. Huh? NIV. So they're getting out a knife. He wishes these legalists will get out a knife and start hacking away at their private parts and mutilate themselves. That's what it says here in the Bible. Hang on, how many times can I press this button? I could just put that on repeat here. Every one of these versions, NASV. I wish they would even mutilate themselves. Why don't those agitators obsessive about circumcision go all the way and castrate themselves? What? Imagine thinking that Paul thought this. Like when you meet a Seventh-day Adventist, do you go, I wish they would just castrate themselves? What? I wouldn't even think that this would go through Paul's mind. They would mutilate themselves, emasculate themselves, cut off much more. They would go beyond circumcision. That's in the American Standard Version of 1901. They would complete the job by cutting themselves off from you. Okay, that's good. They get it. They get it. And so this one is HCSB, Holman Christian Standard Bible, castrated. NCV, castrated. Mutilate themselves, castrate themselves. Jehovah's Witnesses, they're into emasculating. No, it doesn't mean that. And so why aren't they comparing those verses? It's like, let's just compare a verse that's all the same. It's like, all political leaders are the same. Look, here's even in America, if you were to get Trump and Biden together, they're different. You know what I mean? But a lot of people could say, look, they've got similar policies. Nothing really changes. Military-industrial complex, etc. But imagine getting, Ronald Reagan, Chairman Mao, Hitler, and they're all politicians. They're all leaders. It's like there's differences. Well, they're looking at places where there's hardly any difference, which is dishonesty, isn't it? So,
look at a clump of trees. They're going to say the exact same thing. The story of Joseph in Genesis is going to be exactly the same. The story, much more importantly, of Jesus in the New Testament is going to be exactly the same. Some of the tiny little niceties of how something is said, some of the ways in which we've figured obscure differences between the Septuagint and the Masoretic text, stuff that you talk about. You talked about with Joe Rogan a little bit. Yeah, that's going to be a little different. But if you zoom out even just a little bit, the picture is the same. I think that ought to build trust. I think another point here, my favorite professor, and I had a lot of great professors in seminary, but my word nerdiest professor, the Greek one, Randy Leedy, who diagrammed the whole New Testament in Greek, great guy, and taught me Greek linguistics.
Actually, Randy, he does a really good job at diagramming the New Testament. He diagrammed 1 John 5:7 for me, and I put it on my website. So anyway.
Pointed out,
so Tribe with Fire says, brother shared a link, Skyne of Zion's KJV comparison page, and I shared it with Hilly. Not 10 minutes later, I found the same link on Nick's TR page. It gives the Greek manuscript evidence. Yeah, so That is done by Ken Matto. Ken has passed away. But he, so just one thing, I usually show his page to show the quick comparison with the King James and Reformation Bibles and the modern Bibles, because he just has them all lined up there. I don't necessarily agree with everything that he says below that. So sometimes he'll be, and he was, I think he was anti pre-trib rapture, and he also didn't agree on Revelation 16:5 because he never mentioned that, and I brought it up quite a few times with him. But anyway, so I just thought I'd mention that we don't agree with everything, but his website is very useful to go to. I just sort of dropped that caveat there.
If you look around, we've got a lot of major differences in Christianity. Even within evangelicalism, you've got your more charismatic people and your much less charismatic people. You've got your Presbyterians and your Baptists. You've got your Calvinists and your Arminians. But there's no English Bible or no Greek New Testament that's the Calvinist one and the Arminian one and the cessationist one, the continuationist.
No, there is. I mean, most people would say an ESV is way more Calvinistic. Like I was mentioning with the New King James, when it talks about infirmities in the King James, when it's talking about sicknesses, that's fine. It still means that. When it's talking about weaknesses, the New King James has updated that, but they didn't update it when it's talking about 3 times I asked the Lord to take this from me. It doesn't say take this weakness from me, which was most probably Jewish persecution and not a sickness. He was getting persecuted 3 times. He said, take this from me. No, my grace is sufficient for you, for my strength is made perfect in weakness. It's more so that he had persecution rather than he had a sickness. And then people read into it like he had problems with his eyes because he said, you would even pluck out your eyes and give them to me. It's like, well, you must have had bad eyes then. It's like, no, he didn't have bad eyes. So it's read into the text. And so the New King James guys push their cessationist message in the New King James there by not updating those words in that particular sense when they do it everywhere else. So you can clearly see that. So that's cessationist.
This one and the Episcopalian one and the Methodist one. No, even the ESV, which is like historically associated with the Reformed world, because that's what Crossway, does in its books. When people have tried to argue to me, oh, there's a place where the complementarians, monkeyed with the text, I just don't find it persuasive. The one place where maybe you could kind of score a little point against them, they just revised it back to the King James Standard in the 2025 edition. So whenever people try to find some grand conspiracy by some denominational viewpoint or theological viewpoint they don't like in a translation they're wanting to criticize, I look at it carefully and I just come away saying, I'm just not seeing it. I don't think that translations are ideologically motivated. We're human, we're fallen, we're finite. That can happen. But there's been a lot of winnowing, a lot of checks and balances, a lot of good reasons to just trust the major evangelical Protestant translations that are on the shelves at our local Christian bookstore.
It's a really good point to highlight the fact that God used the Greek language and compared to the Hebrew language and how different those two languages are from one another. They're not even the same family streams linguistically. Right. And yet that is what the New Testament authors wrote exclusively in, and far more often than they're not, are quoting the Greek translation of the Old Testament. You mentioned the Septuagint earlier. That being the major stream, there were more than one, but major stream of the Greek translations of the Old Testament. And I found it really interesting.
So another, Jesus didn't use a Greek Bible to preach to Hebrews. Like, how strange is this? Mark Ward's like, you've got to have intelligibility and all this. And Jesus is like reading Greek and people are like, we speak Hebrew here, like it just seems so strange. It would come against everything Mark Ward's saying, but this is the thing. They believe in contradictory things. And they have to do this to justify the bizarre changes that have happened since Westcott and Hort. So, well, Jesus read a corrupt Bible. No, he didn't. He read the Masoretic text. When they're quoting things in the New Testament that are from the Old Testament, it doesn't mean they have to do it verbatim. I don't do that. I say, well, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that was Jesus Christ. Whosoever believeth in him, that's everyone, whosoever believeth in him, you put your faith, I elaborate on the word of God. I sometimes go, for the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life. All have sinned and come short of the glory of God. And I'll have this whole Romans Road thing, and sometimes I don't even know what verse I'm quoting from, but I know it's true. But a good example is in Romans 3, actually, in that section where it says all have sinned and come short of the glory of God. It says there's none good, no, not one. I think that's in Romans 3:10. And when you read through down to where it says for all have sinned and come short of the glory of God, it's around about that whole chunk of text is copied from the New Testament and pasted into a Greek translation called the Septuagint into a psalm. And it's all there. And it's like, that's Romans. Because Romans is just a mix of all different things in that section. So someone went, we'll paste it into that psalm, and then we can say that, the apostles were quoting this, for whatever reasons they did it. It looks like, that's a genuine thing, but it's not. And most people would be honest and say that's not a genuine thing. And that's what's happened with the Greek Bible. They copied and pasted it from the New Testament into the Old. So it looks like they're quoting it. It's a, what do they call it? Reverse engineered. And that's not King James onlyism. Textus Receptus people saying that is John Owen. Just read John Owen. He talks about it.
Bringing me into more of an awareness of what might be going on in certain.
So Jesse Valencia said, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if these people defended the CCP Christian Bible. I'm pretty sure that's the Communist Party of China.
Areas where, when I was doing my own studies and finding places where the New Testament authors appeared to be, in one sense, it looked like they were almost coming up with their own translation of the Hebrew, and then in other places in the same book, exclusively translating or exclusively referencing the Septuagint, and appearing to do that over and above maybe what the Hebrew had said previously. So there being this factor of God is using these languages, and then to see that the early Christians are, totally fine with translation. In fact, they're promoting it.
No. What's happened is Paul will be quoting something and then say, this relates to you Hebrews. So he'll say, doesn't it say in this book, da, 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 and then he'll change it to relate to the Hebrews. So that's why it doesn't match, because he's relating it to people. Sometimes he'll use something that's said in singular and use it in plural because he's relating it to his audience who he's speaking to, just like we would. Like if I said, John 3:16 says that God loves all you people. It says that, doesn't it? But, not literally. And so, so the whole concept of, or it has to be, when they were going along, they're like, okay, let's get the Bible out and let's write it verbatim. No, they oftentimes I had someone there, an amanuensis writing, and they were talking this, and the scripture was in them. They'd memorized a lot of this Hebrew stuff, like the whole Bart Ehrman thing, that these guys were just dimwits. They were studying. Like, look at the life of Peter. He followed John the Baptist's ministry. He followed Jesus' ministry. He wasn't a dummy. And then Bart Ehrman's just like, he was an illiterate dimwit. And so people have that overhang. But these guys, they knew things. They knew the Word of God. They were with the living Word of God. Everything Jesus said, it would be ringing in their ears. They'd remember it. The Word of God was flowing out of them. They were the first Bible. They were the first New Testament.
Get this into the Latin, get this in the Coptic, get this in the Old Church Slavonic and the Georgian, on and on and on and on, which allowed the gospel to go out. very far. There wasn't the same sort of mentality that the Islamic tradition had of keeping
Exactly.
it in a single language. And everybody has to either learn that language or memorize it phonetically, in which it becomes almost like a religious ritual rather than actually understanding what's going on. I think that's very important. But the pushback, Mark, would be that there are these differences because something like the King James is based on a different Greek base text. So anticipating maybe some people who have some background in understanding, what are we talking about? Well, let me say first off, in regards with what we just said, hoping that the listener is not, or the viewer is not hearing us say that all translations are created equal. I think it's assumed that there are good translations and there are bad translations and then there are heretical translations. And we're not advocating that the Joseph Smith translation is the exact same as the ESV. But in general, like I said recently on the Flagrant podcast, the best Bible is the one you're going to read.
Right.
And so
I don't know why people keep parroting that. The best Bible is the one you're going to read. Okay, I'll read the King James. No. It's like, okay. The best Bible is the one you're going to read. Okay, so what if that Bible was just rubbish? You know, there are plenty of rubbish Bibles out there. So the whole thing of the best Bible is the one you're going to read. No, it doesn't answer the question. When people are saying, hey, I want to know which Bible is good, and people, apologists are trained to say, just, you know, just pick it from that pile, just pick one. At least you're going to read it. It's no, that's not what they've asked. They've asked, out of that pile, which one should I bother? You know, like if it's just the one you're going to read, okay, the Good News Bible for modern man, I'll read that. So, you know, or the NIV first edition, you know, or the latest New Revised Standard Version Updated Edition that's LGBTQ friendly. You got to be specific. You just say it, LSB or whatever. But the thing is that they want to include a whole bunch of things because they've got this multi-versional approach. And that's how, you know, they want you to have 50 Bibles on the shelf because that's 50 sales made for Rupert Murdoch so he can buy his Chinese wife a new wedding ring.
the one you're going to read is the one you should read. And so if that's the NLT compared to the NASB, then that's great. That's the one you find
It's great.
more easy to read. But when we're dealing with something a little bit more
All of those castrate people.
complicated, what is the difference between the Textus Receptus and the critical text, and why do certain groups maybe make a lot of that?
Yeah, you know, I devoted years of my life to.
Okay, so he's put up this. Textus Receptus is a series of printed Greek New Testament texts primarily published between the 16th and 19th centuries. The TR is similar, although not identical, to the majority text Byzantine tradition. The TR served as the textual basis for many Reformation-era translations, including the King James Bible. So the critical text edition definition is a Greek New Testament text that seeks to narrate the textual history of the New Testament with the purpose of deriving an original text as accurately as possible. It contains an apparatus in the footnotes that explains the various readings throughout the manuscript editions. What they're not saying is basically the apparatus, the embarrassment of riches that they got is the majority text Byzantine text. They mostly go, it doesn't say here, this is just based on Vaticanus and Sinaiticus with a sprinkling of other readings. No, it says that basically they're looking at everything. Yeah, they're looking at 99% of all the evidence that backs up the King James and rejecting it. That's what they're doing. And they're going with Vaticanus and Sinaiticus. So they're not really being honest here. So let's just do the buzzer again.
Maybe make a lot of that.
Yeah, you know, I devoted years of my life to this controversy, and my main answer to that question historically has been to say, I don't want to, let's agree to disagree. If you prefer the Textus Receptus, I don't regard the differences between any given available major Greek New Testament edition and any other as theologically significant. So I am very much willing to see this as a Romans 14 issue, where if for whatever reason your conscience leads you to one Greek New Testament over another, and I usually find this is the case of people who can't read Greek, and I'm not insulting.
People can't read Greek. So you notice he realizes he's put his foot in it, but the lying from March that really starts. I mean, he's been going through saying a bunch of rubbish, but it starts here where you listen to this and just picture some of the people in the Textus Receptus movement, Bible translations being done, people talking about the Greek, talking about differences in the Tyndale House, the Nestle Alarm 28th edition, the Textus Receptus, knowing the difference between Erasmus, Stephanus, and Beza's text, knowing the difference between even the Beza's text and the King James, pioneering different work on all this sort of stuff. But he's just like, no, these guys are illiterate dimwits. So let's listen again.
Another, and for whatever reason your conscience leads you to one.
So the whole thing about your conscience, it's not about eating food. It's not about just a choice in life. It's like, well, I want to grow a beard or not grow a beard, sort of thing. It's like, no, it's about truth. And it's about what's right and what's wrong. We don't want your brand new Frankenstein text, which is Vaticanus and Sinaiticus smashed together. And we don't want versions based upon that. We don't want Unitarian influence on the text. We don't want Jesuit influence on the text through Carlo Martini. We just want what the reformers had. And so we want the King James. We want that type of text. We don't want your new ShamWow thing. Okay. But listen to what he says.
One Greek New Testament over another, and I usually find this is the case of people who can't read Greek. And I'm not insulting. I always have to say that, like the case of people who can't read Greek. And Testament over another, and I usually find this is the case of people who can't read Greek. And I'm not insulting. And I usually find this is the case of people who can't read Greek. And I'm not insulting. And I usually find this is the case of people who can't read Greek. And I'm not insulting. I always have to say that. Like, again, this is not what God has called us to do. I don't think he's called everybody to learn Greek.
And so he is saying that people on the Textus Receptus side do not know Greek. Okay. So, which is just utterly ridiculous. I mean, I've even just pointed out, like, I disagree with Stephen Anderson. I don't have, I usually expose what he does, but he would run rings around Mark Ward with Greek and probably Spanish too. And Mark Ward's like, oh yeah, I know a bit of Spanish here and there. I mean, I think Stephen Anderson would know way more Spanish than him. Like, he's a guy who I would consider pretty much almost like a cult leader, but we get thrown into the King James bag, with him, the new IFB or whatever they want to label it. But it's like, he would run rings around him. It's just one example, So let's listen again to exactly what's being said.
I don't regard the differences between any given available major Greek New Testament edition and any other as theologically significant. So I am very much willing to see this as a Romans 14 issue, where if for whatever reason your conscience leads you to one Greek New Testament over another, and I usually find this is the case of people who can't read Greek. And I'm not insulting. I always have to say that. Like, again, this is not what God has called us to do. I don't think he's called everybody to learn Greek. Would that all the Lord's people were Greek scholars. That'd be great, but that isn't what we're called to. So I usually find it's a conscience issue with people who bring this up, and there's no way to really have an intelligent discussion about it.
It's not that Mark, Mark could talk intelligently about this issue, but it's these dummies who they don't even know Greek. They couldn't even understand what he's saying anyway. Just hang on, here we go.
Not because they're dummies, but because
It's not because they're dummies. What is it? What is it then? Okay, let's listen to this.
As with me in many other fields, I just can't have an argument with a specialist.
He's calling himself a specialist in the Greek language. Oh my God. Hang on. Where is that buzzer? So he made two errors there. So he's like, just like in any other field, in other words, there's plenty that I don't know. Okay, yes, I agree. Some things I don't know about, I can't comment on. Textus Receptus people can't comment on this because they don't know Greek. God hasn't called everyone. He's called these critical text guys. They all know Greek, but these texts, no matter how hard they try, they just don't. They can't. I mean, there's some things. It's like trying to play the saxophone. You've either got it or you don't. I mean, it doesn't matter how hard you try. You've either, it's so strange. Let's listen again. This is a key Mark Ward moment.
Something in chem and are called to. So I always have to say that. Like, again, this is what not willing to see this as a Romans 14 issue, where if for whatever reason your conscience leads you to one Greek New Testament over another, and I usually find this is the case with people who can't read Greek, and I'm not insulting. I always have to say that. Again, this is not what God has called us to do. I don't think he's called everybody to learn Greek. Would that all the Lord's people were Greek scholars. That'd be great, but that isn't what we're called to. So I usually find it's a conscience issue with people who bring this up, and there's no way to really have an intelligent discussion about it. Not because they're dummies, but because, as with me in many other fields, I just can't have an argument with a specialist, something in chemistry or biology or medicine. I have the layman's general education level of knowledge about this thing, but I'm just going to have to leave it to them. If all the base pairs or all of the chemical bonds are done right, it's got to be that way with Greek. If you are really exercised about the differences between two Greek New Testament editions, but you can't read Greek, at least acknowledge that and take a big step back of humility. That's a big thing I'd say. Second,
So on that issue, so you have to know Greek to point out that there's 42 words missing in John chapter 5, verse 4. Like, you have to know Greek. Like seriously? The words are gone. And he's like, wouldn't you have to know textual criticism? Like, to understand it? He's like, no, you have to know the Greek language. What on earth? Like, this is just so strange. It's so weird. But okay, those who do know Greek, they can read these things and work it out exactly what it's saying. He's making out like he's being a Gnostic here. Yeah, this is actually enlightening to watch this, because he is basically setting himself up as the scientist, and you are the student. He's setting himself up as like a doctor, and you're the patient. It's like, what would you know? You're like, oh, hang on, I don't want to put that stuff into my arm. I know I have to keep my job, but can't you just squirt it on the ground or something, and just say I had it? And he's there going, what was that picture I used to have of Mark Ward with a gun in one hand and the needle in the other? It's like, I love you. He's got King James archaic words as the gun. The syringe is like modern versions. And he's like, it's for your own benefit. Mark's setting himself up as the authority here. And notice, TR people, we can't achieve the type of knowledge that Mark has. He has Gnostic knowledge. He has knowledge that, our position prohibits us from learning the Greek language. So we can't even figure it. I can't tell my, people who see, the thing is, even on the majority text side, like someone like Pickering, and Maurice Robinson, they're obviously not King James guys, but no one would say anything like that to them and say, okay, even though Dan Wallace said they're modern day Marcionites, which is a pretty harsh accusation. But Mark doesn't know anyone who knows Greek. I mean, I know people personally who speak modern Greek. They read the Bible in Koine Greek, the Textus Receptus. But apparently they don't exist. This is quite remarkable. But Mark has set himself up as an authority here. And he's basically saying he has a certain type of Gnostic knowledge. And people who adopt the critical text position have a certain type of knowledge that no one else can acquire.
Say the same argument I just used. There is no Greek New Testament out there that's adopted by the Presbyterians because its readings, where it differs from other Greek New Testaments, those are Presbyterian readings, clearly. There's no Calvinist Greek New Testament or Arminian Greek New Testament. There's no Catholic one or Protestant one. In fact, the major scholarly edition is used by a bunch of the Greek New Testament, the Nessalon 28, is used by a bunch of people whose views I don't like and disagree with. We're not actually tending to disagree over the Greek New Testament. And really, we're not even usually disagreeing about how to translate it. We're tending to disagree over then what does it mean? What does it mean for the church right now? That's where the disagreements come in. So I just want to tamp down the tendency people have to tribalize and fight over this. Like, Christians have plenty of good reasons to disagree, and I think even to divide. I am divided from some other people who I do think I'll spend time in eternity in heaven with, because right now I think what they're saying is not right. It's not sound doctrine. When it comes to the Greek New Testament, that's not the reason we're actually differing. That's a big thing I want to say. I do think that effectively all talk about the Textus Receptus, if that's reached the ears of your viewers, because we've gone kind of from beginner to advanced now, talking about the Septuagint, talking about the Textus Receptus. Effectively all talk about the Textus Receptus arises from the King James only movement. It's people who love the King James as well they should. People who want to hold on to it in ways I don't think they should.
So what about Textus Receptus people who hate the King James, who I run into all the time and say, Easter's a mistranslation, church is a bad translation, but they follow the Textus Receptus. They're King James onlyists too. So this is part of the whole James White strange category system.
Because they want to use it exclusively and say that every other translation is a corruption. Those are the people who are talking about the Textus Receptus. And the reason they're doing it is that it's actually something healthy combined with something unhealthy. The healthy thing is that they're recognizing, well, it's not doctrinally sound for me to say that this given translation is inspired by God. So instead, I have to go back to its source and say what makes this translation superior to all others is that it uses a pure source and everybody else uses a corrupted source. It's actually healthy to recognize it's not the translation itself that's inspired, because God never said he would inspire any translation in any language. It's the original, the Greek and Hebrew, that are inspired.
So I wonder, when it says all scripture is given by inspiration of God, when Paul was talking to Timothy there, did Timothy have the originals? Did he have the original documents with him? Of course not. Did he have the original Hebrew Bible? Now, he might have read Hebrew. Apparently, his mother was Hebrew and his grandmother, but the father was Greek. And so perhaps he knew Greek and Hebrew fluently. Okay. But when it says all scripture is given by inspiration of God, you wouldn't expect him to have the original documents. Okay. So God can inspire copies. But what if he, by that time, had a copy? What if when he was in Rome, he was reading a Latin translation? Can we use that scripture to apply to something which is absolutely 100% verbatim to the Greek? In the beginning was the Word was with God, and the Word was God. What's an error in that? I can't see any error in it. So that's exactly equivalent to what was inspired in the beginning. So we say all scripture is given by inspiration. When we acknowledge that the Textus Receptus and the Masoretic text, they are equivalent to the originals. And then when we have a translation that is reflective of that, it is like this, the child of those two, and has all the DNA elements, traces of DNA of the mother and the father in it. And there is nothing lost when it's been translated or like transportation brought across from one language into another. There's nothing lost there. It's intact. We can say that scripture is given by inspiration of God, in a sense where I believe the originals were what were inspired, but preservation carries that inspiration through. If it's saying the same thing, which it is, it's saying the same thing. See, on one side of the coin, they're saying all these Bibles are saying the same thing, but on the other side of the coin, the King James and the Textus Receptus they're different languages, so they're not saying the same thing. And it's like they're saying the same thing. They equal each other.
Inspired, but it's unhealthy then not only to claim that you've got the pure Greek New Testament and everybody else is corrupted, but I think it's unhealthily confusing the issues when people say that they are Textus Receptus only. They'll only use translations based on it. But then the question I've been asking for years and years and never getting a clear answer to, finding only frustration, is, well, what about the New King James? What about the modern?
So what if I don't speak English and I read a Textus Receptus edition? I'm a King James onlyist. You know what I mean? Like, his argument, it just goes down the drain there, because there are plenty of people overseas who read Bibles that are based on the Textus Receptus. They read Bibles that are based on the Reformation text. The Bible societies used to only publish Bibles that were based on the Textus Receptus, on the Masoretic text. They would put them into all sorts of different languages. So they were equivalent to the King James as far as close as they could get with their level of skill and the number of translators and all that they had there. Some of them got very close. Some of them a tiny bit further away, but it's like, and obviously because of Unitarian influence in the Bible societies, there were issues like that. But so what if I'm reading a TR edition in a certain language and it's equivalent? Am I a King James only? See, this is the problem. They basically want to say that everyone outside the critical text camp is a King James only. So that's what James White does. Everyone who's not like us is wrong. Now, they will try and adopt the majority text guys, because although they're not absolutists, they're sort of questioning and they're all different and all that. But beside that, Dan Wallace will just say they're Marcionites. James White will just throw them under the bus and say they're King James onlyists. That's what he says. He's 5 categories of King James onlyists. That's the second category, is majority text people. How's that? So James Snapp Jr. is a King James onlyist. How weird is that category? But let's continue.
An English version, those are modern major, translations of the Textus Receptus in the Greek New Testament, of the Greek New Testament, Textus Receptus, and why don't you use them?
Okay, why don't we use the New King James or the MEV? I'll show you 2 examples. Okay, so I'll go to my website. Now, in 1 John chapter 3, verse 16, there is an issue there. So I'm going to bring that up. And also in the MEV, in Isaiah chapter 58, verse 8. Now, apparently this has been updated, and so, but it's still very pertinent to what we're saying here. So I'll get these up and I'll stop talking, because while I'm talking, I can't think of what I'm doing here, and while I'm doing that there, I can't talk at the same time. It's like patting my head and rubbing my stomach. I struggle with it. Okay. So 1 John 1 John chapter 3, verse 16. Now that's just loading up. Here we go. Now let me show you here. Clearly, the 1611 has hereby perceive we the love of God. There's no italic there. You can see in this picture, love of God is there. Now, if we look at Theodore Beza's text, well, actually, I'll just tell you what it says. So basically, Theodore Beza's text says of God. It's in the Greek, it's in his Latin, and it's even in the Vulgate there, if you look on the side. He has it in his notes. He has of God in his annotations down the bottom. And when we look at Scrivener, he has of God here as well. Now, the Westcott and Hort text omit of God here, but it's clearly in Scrivener's text. Now, it's not in the 1550 of Stephanus. Okay, so what I think is Blaney, when he was updating the King James, he went through and he saw that the chapter before this in 1 John chapter 2, verse 23, the italics where it says, and he who has the Son has the Father also. That's all in italics in the 1611 and in the Blaney edition. So I think Blaney saw that of God is also not in the 1550, so he changed that and put it in an italic, just to let people know that an older Textus Receptus edition didn't have this, but Beza's did. And so Beza's is the one we go with. King James guys went with it, and so that's what we follow. So he put it in italic to show specifically the 1550 reading, where it's not really, we don't really care what the 1550 is saying today. We're like, well, we've worked all those issues out. We're going with the underlying Greek text of the King James Version. Okay. And so, but Blaney he wanted to be sure that he was doing the right thing. So he put that in italic. Okay. Now, what are you told about italics? Most people are told, well, there's no underlying Greek text for an italic, but there is here. It's in Beza's, and it's in Scrivener's, and it's the 1611 doesn't have an italic here, so it's actually, it should be there, shouldn't it? So you'd think the New King James guys, when they're doing their translation, if they promise that they're just going to follow the Scrivener text, they should follow it. But they didn't just follow the Scrivener text here. They actually followed modern versions, firstly, because there are a lot of places where you can see that they've just followed modern versions. But also, they thought the italics here was just inserted, which is a wrong view of italics. So the New King James guys didn't know fully what italics meant, showing their illiteracy in this. They didn't know that the 1611 doesn't have it in italics, so they didn't know what the 1611 read. They didn't know that Beza has it in his 1598 text, so they didn't know what Beza said. They didn't know that Beza has it in his Latin translation of his 1598 text, so they didn't know that. They didn't know he mentions it in his annotations. They didn't want to follow Scrivener's text, even though in their literature they said they're going to follow Scrivener's. So they just omitted it. And what I find, the New King James guys, they go along. If you read their text and compare it with the King James, which I've done with the whole New Testament, by the way, I've compared the New King James and the King James, word for word. I've read the New King James multiple times. I wonder if Mark Ward's ever read the New King James all the way through. He claims to know all this stuff about it. It just makes me wonder if he's actually even read the whole thing. But the issue here is of God shouldn't really, it doesn't need to be in italics. It's an unnecessary typeface that's happened. The words are still there. I advocate for all the words of the King James, not for the typing. And so sometimes there might be a capitalization. I'm like, yeah, I don't know about that. And even with John 1 John 5, 7, and 8, it had the water, the blood, and the spirit. And the spirit used to be in a capital S in a lot of editions, where it should be in a small s. And most people who understand that topic would be in agreement with me in that. But that doesn't mean the word, yeah, obviously the word is spirit there. You just go, okay, the capitalization's wrong. So I advocate for all the words of the King James, not for the typing. issues. And so when it comes to an italic here, I think it's unnecessary. Blaney shouldn't have done that. But, and so I'll just read here. While there has long been criticism over the italicized words to theo of God in this passage, it is almost always seen as an error by Blaney. Or I wouldn't say it's just an error by Blaney. So I've got a link there to a 1833 article. I would say Blaney was being overly cautious, because in the chapter before, you had that huge big italic, which the Trinitarian Bible Societies have taken out. And in my edition of the 2023 edition of the updating the King James, I don't have those words in italics at all. So no, I don't have this in italics at all. The original 1611 does not have any italic here. Scrivener includes it in his Textus Receptus that the New King James claims to be based upon. So they didn't follow that, did they? And the New King James not following the King James. Oh, we're translating Scrivener. They didn't translate Scrivener. Didn't follow the underlying Greek text of Beza either. So they didn't. What did they follow? So obviously this is a lack of scholarship here. Now surely they've got a marginal note. No marginal note, not even suggesting that anything's removed here. They didn't even know they were removing text because they just saw italics and just went, oh, that's just, there's no underlying Greek there. So they didn't even mention it. Now, it's not really that important, is it? It's only just a couple of words of God. Listen to this. Hereby perceive we the love of God, because he laid down his life for us. Who's the he here? Who laid down their life for us? Lord Jesus. Okay, so the he is Jesus. But notice the closest antecedent here is God. Hereby perceive we the love of God, because who? He, God, laid down his life for us. It's, the deity of Christ is here. So the New King James actually omits a verse that is relating to the deity of Christ. Oh, but that doesn't matter because I didn't know that one. Oh, okay. So that you only just go with the popular verses. You don't care about these more obscure verses that help Christians spell out the deity of Christ. So yeah, so you can clearly see they don't have a footnote. And even here, they've got the he capitalized. He laid down his life for us in the New King James, but the of God is not there. They just say, by this we know love, because he laid down his life for us. Where our text says, hereby perceive we the love of God, because he laid down his life for us. Who? The antecedent there is God. Jesus is God. Stop toying with the text. Okay, so now I'm going to show you another example. Now, the MEV, they have the word reward. It's spelt like reward. Now, they assumed that it said reward. Now, I have found some online King James editions that say reward there. I think it was on Crossway. But that's obviously a typo. Maybe a spell check thought it said reward and they updated it, but it doesn't mean a reward or a reward is like a rear guard, someone who's got your back. Okay, so I'll read through this and you'll just see how accurate the MEV is, because he said, hey, why aren't these Textus Receptus guys going with the New King James? They're just biased. They're King James onlyist, blah, blah, blah. Okay. And it's like, okay, will they delete the deity of Christ in that verse? Are you going to talk about that, Mark? Or are you just going to keep avoiding that? I think you don't want to talk about, you don't want the pesky facts to get in the way of your nice, lovely story, because you want to sell books and climb up the ladder and be famous. I mean, if you start saying that sort of stuff, you're biting the hand that feeds. Then he mentions the MEV, okay? In Isaiah 58, verse 8, they changed the King James Version's reward, pronounced reward, which is often modernized as rearguard. They translate it into reward, revealing that the 47 translators totally misunderstood the correct meaning of the archaic reward. And also that they really didn't do checks and balances like the men in 1611. The 47 translators' sales pitch is merely to create a false association with the King James Version so that people would assume that it went through the same cross-checking filtration process the 1611 did, which was at least 14 times, according to Bancroft's translation rules. I doubt it even went through 2 cross-checks in this verse. It is clearly an error and reveals their incompetence. It appears that they just saw the King James Version's reward and assumed it was reward without even checking the New King James. It also reveals they didn't go to the Hebrew at all. So they lied. They said they did go to the Hebrew. They said they used 47 translators. They said they did all this stuff. But this proves that they didn't do that, did they? They just copied the English King James and they made blunders like this, which is ridiculous. Okay? Like look at this verse, Psalm 97:11. Light goes out for the righteous. But that's the MEV. The King James says light is sown for the righteous. What? It's the opposite. Anyway. What can you do? So, yeah, he wants us to go with those type of clumsy Bible translations. Like if he had something to offer which was good, I would go, yeah, cool. But he's not offering what's good. He's offering what is popular and what makes money. Okay.
Your real concern is the Textus Receptus, then those ought to be acceptable to you. And I get a lot of bluster and non-answer from people.
Non-answer. Okay, I just answered him. So when he's saying a lot of bluster, did you find any bluster in there, or did you see some really like a cohesive argument, a sophisticated argument as to why I would not want the deity of Christ destroyed in 1 John, why I would say that the King James translators did a superior job to the New King James translators, and why the New King James guys lied when they said they went to Scrivener, but they didn't. When they said it's a New King James, it's not an update of the King James. When they thought the italics meant that something was omitted, they didn't understand Blaney's intentions, so they're not really that schooled in this whole issue. And then when it comes to the MEV, these guys put in reward, which has never been seen before in any other version except for a few typos of a King James Online. So I would say to Mark Ward, I would debate you any day of the week. I will talk about this topic. But you don't even want to address it. It's been addressed dozens and dozens and dozens of times. And that's just one example. I've got 500 in the New Testament if he really wants to go there.
Over that, to the point where I have finally kind of just stopped asking.
He just stopped asking. More so, he stopped listening, or he never was listening. Because this just becomes like people are giving him answers like I've just given, but he doesn't want to listen to that. He's got his story. He doesn't want these pesky facts to get in the way of his good little story there. So he's just like, no one's answered me. Okay, Mark. So hang on. Here we go. It's a lie.
I've let my case on that land on the internet, and people will make of it what they will. I don't think that there are hardly any people in the world who really in their hearts truly care about the Textus Receptus. I think there are some. I think almost all of that is an unwitting, not
So people are just lying. The whole group of people who is just labeled, that they're not really concerned about the Textus Receptus. We're just King James onlyists, but we wanted to put some sprinkles on it. You know what I mean?
It's honest, but unwitting desire to hold on to the King James, because I've met, I can count on 2 hands the number of people that I've met who strongly prefer the Textus Receptus, but are also fine with the New King James or the Modern English Version. Effectively, everybody who wants to use the Textus Receptus also wants to use the King James exclusively and tell me that my Bible is Satan's Bible. That's divisive and not true, and I've done a lot of work on
it. And so Jeff Riddle pointed this out. when they're talking about the Septuagint conference that they ran, Mark Ward did a whole video saying they just want to promote King James onlyism. And was it Brett Malin? He said, actually, when I was given the directives by Christian McShaffrey of the rules of I'm going to stand behind the pulpit, you guys are running the conference, it didn't say we're promoting King James onlyism. It said you can read from the King James or the New King James or the Geneva Bible. But Mark Ward publicly slandered these people and said they're promoting King James onlyism. And it's like, let me just do it again. And so what was the other thing that he brought up here? We're getting towards the end, but the lies just start to, keep flowing. What was it? Yeah, Satan's Bible. So if you follow through what was mentioned in the Why I Use the Received Text book, which I think it was like 30 pastors give their view of why they use the received text. And it was Brett Malin who said something about Satan's Bible. So Mark Ward has grabbed that and said, okay, everyone is saying it's Satan's Bible. Any other Bible is Satan's Bible and all this sort of stuff. And even the way that it was written in the book, it wasn't really directly saying that. But he caught onto it. Other people like Matt Everhard were saying, Satan's Bible, making a big fuss about it, and had Brett Malin on his show. And when you read through it, it's just like what they were saying was really tame. It was tame as it wasn't. I would say the NIV is Satan's Bible. I'll say the ESV is Satan's Bible. I'll say the critical text is Satan's Bible. I'll say all of these modern versions that are coming out based on the critical text are Satan's Bibles. There you go. I would say that these guys were treading on eggshells and going, and they mentioned they didn't mention, and this is what I was saying about Matt Everhard, because he was saying he was a majority text person. He was critical. He was saying, I'm a critical text person. And then he did a whole video on it. And I was like, no, you're a majority text person. And he was like, oh. And then like a few months later, he did, I'm a majority text person. And he's like, how dare you say Satan's Bible? And I was like, have you ever read Wilbur Pickering? He has an article online. If you type in Satan's Bible, Wilbur Pickering, where he mentions the devil behind these modern versions, the devil behind the critical text. These people are used by Satan. Satan has possessed these people. He's gnarly. And if you're going to say you're a majority text person, well, if you want to do the whole you're in a camp thing, I'm sorry, he's now your Siamese twin. Because apparently I'm a Siamese twin to Ruckman and Ripplinger and all these other people who I don't really like that much. Anyway, let's move
on my YouTube channel to try to graciously educate people on those issues.
It might also be useful to say that there isn't necessarily one Textus Receptus throughout history. Texti Recepti.
Never heard that. Like it's a joke. Like Texti Recepti. Like how silly is this? Just because you retroactively label something as, okay, this is the Textus Receptus, because most of them are cohesive. So it's like saying there's not really one Byzantine text says Byzanti Relanti or something. It's like, okay, well, what's your point here? Most people go with the underlying Greek text of the King James because that was the best scholars of Europe went, okay, which one are we going to use? And they went with Beza. So we're like, okay, and that is obviously, Mark Ward's like, I just trust the government, Okay, if we're going to trust good scholarship, not just the government, but good scholarship, we would trust what the King James guys are doing. But beside that, I've looked at that text and gone, yeah, that's the best. That's the best one. Beza's 1598 at that point in time and that point in history was the best that the Greek text could be. Now, the King James translators, 60 of them looked at that text, they translated, they worked on it, and I trust what their judgment is. Now, they made 20 differences between Beza's text and the King James. 20 translatable differences. And if you were to get like some sort of historical ecumenical council where they talk about the Trinity or they talk about something else, I mean, if you were to get 60 of Europe's best scholars in that period of time, and they worked on that text, I would say that they came up with, and they're focusing on the Bible, I would say they came up with a definitive text that is worth thinking that it's good. Not just like, they're all dimwits. I think one was a drunk and one killed someone, and King James was molesting all the little boys, and they're all like gay, like Jonathan and David, and like the rubbish that comes out of people's mouths over this issue. The whole concept of having a label called Textus Receptus, there was no critical text in this time. Zero critical text. The Vaticanus was just sitting there. Most people who looked at it rejected it, and so they don't have a representation. They don't have a text in this period. They don't have a text for like 1,500 years. So all they can do is mock the others. So it's like you're not even playing the game. You don't even have a side, but you're just mocking those who are playing the game. Like, oh, you've got all these editions, and most people are like, yeah, and Erasmus's editions, they're called Textus Receptus. It's like, yeah, everything was labeled Textus Receptus of that era. They were all pretty much, they're Byzantine based, but there's a few little things here and there. But ask any person who's advocating for the TR, they're usually going with the underlying text of the King James, which is 99.99% Theodore Beza's text. You get some people like, is it Doug Wilson? He goes with the 1550 text. I don't know why. I don't think it's because of scholarly opinion or anything like that, or he studied right into it. I think he's just gone, okay, that one, that sounds good. No. Most people who are studying into this sort of stuff frequently go with the underlying Greek text of the King James Version. So why bring up the text? It's just a label. So it's like saying, it's like using the terminology, politics. Well, American politics is the same as Chinese politics. No, they're very different. It's politics, just using a label and saying that it encompasses everything. It's like saying iPhone. If I just said, iPhone, you realize the first iPhone didn't have a clock or something. It's like, yeah, fine. Well, my one does today. And so there was a progression. That they'd only just started printing Greek in like 1500, like when it came to Aldous and him having to make 1,000 Greek characters. So like printing Greek had only just really started. Bible translation into English was only like in the 1520s. So you're looking at 90 years before they just started printing English Bibles. And he got killed for it. And so, 10 years later, so 80 years before, Tyndale got killed for it. And then, Geneva and all. So there's a progression that happened. And so they're like a Textus Receptus. They're not telling you the whole history of it. They're just trying to mock the fact that someone somewhere went, okay, that's received text, which in Latin is Textus Receptus. It's retroactively labeled because it comes from the Elzevir's preface. But ultimately, it's like, okay, where was your text? It's not even a player. It's just non-existent. Where was the church using your text? Can you tell me that? Nowhere. It just didn't exist. And then they're mocking us because of a name that was put on it later. Anyway, I'll move on.
Right. I have my Erasmus, my 1522 is the third edition of Erasmus. Erasmus that I got years ago when I was in seminary. It's a Latin Greek diglot, but in working through it, it is one of 5 editions that Erasmus put together. And then there was an update by Stephanus, then Beza, and then the final kind of iteration was a 19th century one done by Scrivener, which is usually what people refer to when they talk about the TR, right, is the 19th century Scrivener publication, which is him going back and looking at all the readings that the King James translators chose. And in one sense, it is a Greek version of an English version of a Greek version.
Right.
But
notice what he said here.
Chose, and in one sense, it is a Greek version of an English version of a Greek version.
Right.
But chose, and in one sense, it is a Greek version of an English version of a Greek version.
Right.
But these are, in one sense, it is a Greek version of an English version of a Greek version.
Right.
In one sense, it's an English version of a. Sorry, it's a Greek version of an English version of a Greek version. But he's not clarifying it. He's just saying that to try and befuddle people. You know, like these guys are like, we've got to make things clear. We've got to say things for the plowboy. You know, if you say things that are hard to understand, you know, and he's just like, it's a Greek version of an English version of a Greek version. You know, this type of thing. It's like, because the thing is that they don't really even understand it. When I listen to them explain it, they always have to have a funny anecdote that Erasmus slipped on a banana peel somewhere. They always have to make out that it's some weird, you know, it's a back translation from the King James Bible sort of thing. I go with the underlying Greek text of the King James. Now, Scrivener attempted to make that 250 years later. A lot of people use it. I've got heaps of study Bibles, and you know, from J. Green, interlinear. Yeah, great, love it. It's got, you know, King James on one side, his edition on the other, and he's got a parallel. And I like it. You know, and he's another guy who is not a King James onlyist, but likes the TR apparently, but they don't exist. They're all King James onlyists in their heart. You know, because Mark Ward has this Gnostic sort of knowledge about people, apparently.
Right. But these are complicated issues that if you're not really digging into the different streams of text criticism, which as someone who's even very involved in that, can be messy, can be complicated. And so there's an air of, you know, humility. And in reality, the difference between...
It's complicated if you're trying to get the Westcott and Hort theory and believe that. It's very simple if you look at it from our perspective, that we've had the Bible all the way through. New technology came along called printing. It took a while for Latin was the first off the mark, then Greek came, then English came, and then it just took a while for these things were working along through that period of Reformation. And then in 1611 they went, okay, and they looked at everything and they worked it all out. So we have all the words with us today. Makes sense. Their thing is like, oh, the Bible went missing for 1,500 years. These two manuscripts are sort of contradict each other. One's Arnold Schwarzenegger, one's Danny DeVito. They don't match, but yeah, we squished them together with the help of a Unitarian, our Unitarian friend, and we had communion with him. We were going to get kicked out of the church for it, but we fought our way back, and you know, that's our Bible now. You know, it's bizarre, but you're into confusion and bizarro land when you add all that to bibliology. When you just go, hey, we've had the Bible since the beginning, and when they got a different technology, people were saying, oh, it's this reading, it's that reading, but that's why they labeled it all TR, because they were mostly the same. Not mostly the same what they're talking about in modern versions with the verse, just things all over the place. Anyway, let's continue because I've got 8 minutes to go and I'm getting pretty exhausted from going for 5.5 hours.
The modern critical editions that the English Bible is translated from, the ESV is translated from, compared to the TR, the Textus Receptus, it's pretty minuscule in the grand scheme of things. And a lot of the kind of choices that...
It's pretty minuscule in the grand scheme of things. So, if you, I guess, it's not an important thing. So I guess it's like saying 9/11 in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter. No, it does matter to those who it matters to and those who are affected by it. But you know, if you don't want to be affected by it, if you got some sort of bias against something, it doesn't matter. 9/11, who cares? You know,
the individuals who I agree with you that I wouldn't necessarily agree on all of their stances on every particular issue, even some of the readings that they choose to put into something like the.
That's good. Vaticani and Sinaiticus. Well, at least we have Textus Receptus. What do they have in that period? Who was using their Bible? Like, I could point to millions of people using the Textus Receptus based translations in Europe. I can point to zero using critical text. Zero. Like if I went and sat down and interviewed people, so how's your reading of the critical text going? And the what? You know, the one based upon the Vaticanus, even not even Sinaiticus mashed into it yet. You know, just I think didn't Erasmus look at that and said it was rubbish? No one, like, it's their text is just, it's a phantom. It's a how can they defend this? This is completely indefensible.
Land or the United Bible Society text. Right. There's a level of giving the benefit of the doubt to well-intentioned, good-meaning, godly individuals who are trying their best. And even if they're not believers, they're not, that doesn't mean that they're purposefully being manipulative to try to corrupt the text.
Notice non-believers.
That doesn't mean that they're purposefully who are trying their best. And even if they're not believers, they're not, that doesn't mean that they're purposefully being manipulative. And even if they're not believers, they're not.
Yeah, I think these guys are preparing because people are becoming more educated in issues, and that George Van Smith's name is coming up all over the place. They're going to have to deal with this. They're going to have to deal with Carlo Martini. They're going to have to deal with Mormons working on the Old Testament. They're going to have to deal with unbelievers being in the academy. He's like, oh, it doesn't matter as long as their heart's in the right place. You know, Bart Ehrman can be there. You know, well, he pretty much is.
That doesn't individuals who are trying their well-intentioned, good-meaning, godly individuals who are trying their best, and even if they're not believers, they're not. That doesn't mean that they're purposefully being manipulative to try to corrupt the text any more than they are to come up with the text of Homer's Iliad in order to render that in the most.
So, you know, no one ever really wanted to corrupt the text. I mean, let's just pretend Marcion doesn't exist. Let's pretend that the Jehovah's Witnesses don't exist. Let's pretend the Passion Translation doesn't exist. In fact, let's just ignore reality. So hang on, where's my buzzer?
Up-to-date possible English that an individual could read. As we just kind of land the plane here, Mark, what advice would you give to those who want to dig more into the word? What would be your one or two pieces of advice for someone who's listening to this? They're saying, oh, this is interesting, but maybe feeling, you know, oh, is this more complicated than I really want to get into? How would you encourage them and maybe spur them on to dig into some of the stuff?
Let me give two pieces of advice. One will be forest advice and one will be trees advice. Big picture, the most important thing that any teacher, Bible teacher of mine, and I've had many good ones, ever did for me was to take me up high into a hot air balloon and show me the whole sweep of Scripture. I believe that the Bible tells one story, the story of what God is doing to glorify himself by redeeming his fallen creation.
Oh, he tells one story. I thought the last 12 verses of Mark, well, I guess Mark says they're not genuine, but they're in his Bible. So why don't they delete that out of the Bible? Because of sales. not because of integrity. And even Dan Wallace has said that. Why do we keep putting that in the Bible when it's not in there? You know, it's my favorite story that's not in the Bible. Well, that's the Pericope Adulterae, another 12-verse story. So why do they keep putting these in there if they shouldn't be in there? So bizarre, so strange. They've got apocryphal readings or Gnostic readings, whatever you want to say. What people walking around with an ESV have these readings in it. They've got 24 verses there that the Academy say shouldn't be in there. And that's just the start. You know, so you've got to have this bird's eye view of everything. It's just one message, except for when it's not. You got the women caught in adultery message, but you know that's not really in the Bible. So forget that message. We've got the last 12 verses of Mark, but let's just forget that. 1 John 5:7. You know, you can imagine these guys like even considering that to be a scripture would be like, yeah, it would be like the this warning thing going off in their head, like don't do that. Logos won't give money. You know, sponsors won't support you. You know, and so that they have a bias. There's a conflict of interest.
And the aspects of theology that we sometimes call redemptive historical views of Scripture, or certain aspects of the biblical theology movement, I think have been incredibly healthy and so helpful for me. There were so many times when I would hear sermons from the Old Testament, and I'd think to myself, you know, I don't think the preacher knows what this passage is about, but I don't either. And when I was in my younger years, I got a lot of moralizing and spiritualizing and even allegorizing from the Old Testament, from otherwise conservative Bible-believing folks. And it wasn't until I started to see this picture presented to me by the redemptive historical biblical theological view that I realized, oh, okay, I need to make sure that I recognize the individual contribution of every Old Testament narrative, for example, and also the poetry and wisdom to the overall narrative and trajectory of Scripture, leading from creation and fall to redemption in Christ. That is utterly massive for me, and I've never lost the love of the beauty of that. Like, I live in the Pacific Northwest, and I used to travel an hour every day back and forth to work at Logos Bible Software on the bus, and we would drive through the mountains, and I never got tired of it, no matter how many times I took the trip, because it's unbelievably beautiful up here. I feel the same way about the one story of Scripture. I've got a video about that on my channel. There are so many other people who talk about it. I love Von Roberts' book, God's Big Picture, tracing the storyline of Scripture. If you don't know what I'm talking about, pick up that book. It's awesome. That's my forest advice. My trees advice is actually that if you want to get into the details, but if you don't feel you have the facility or the time to study Greek and Hebrew, and I'm not discouraging you from studying those, but realistically, most people aren't going to get.
So wouldn't it make sense that even people on the other side, on the critical text side, who don't know Greek and Hebrew, they can't think for themselves on this issue either? They can't defend the critical text against the Textus Receptus. That they can't make this type of decision. So you just got to rely on the scholars who love Zondervan and all the rest of it. So someone's saying that, I think it was Aaron quoted a verse. Now I might have put it up there and not read it, because sometimes I see a Bible verse and I'm like, okay, I'm trying to focus, but it looks like it was a good verse apparently. So let's go back. Okay, so it's Malachi 1:7. Ye offer polluted bread upon mine altar when ye say, wherein have we polluted thee? In that ye say, the table of the Lord is contemptible. Okay, very interesting.
Past day 3 on Duolingo. I have not with Arabic, right? You know, other things I've tried. I had to be in a classroom to do Greek and Hebrew, and I had to work at it for years and years. But if you want to get a lot of the benefit of that, the ability to look at fine details and interpret individual words and phrases and clauses with care, I actually think that digging into linguistics is the way forward with that. Linguistics and lexicography. And don't let those big words scare you. My favorite way of introducing people to how language works is the best popularizer I know in all the academic world, and that is John McWhorter. He's an atheist. He is not a Christian. He occasionally uses salty language that I don't use myself. And he has a different view of the history of language, you know, how it originally was formed than I do, because he's a naturalistic materialist. I believe that God didn't just create language, but has used it apparently since before Adam had it. We see God speaking in Genesis 1 before man is created. But John McWhorter, the way he talks about words, it really is like that old famous overused illustration of the boy who wants to learn about jade, and so the master gives him jade and he holds on to it all day while the master talks about 1,000 other things, and then he comes in on the fourth day and the master hands him something that looks like jade, and the boy immediately says, "This isn't jade." You can just tell by the feel. I feel that way about linguistics. There are fun ways to get into it. Ann Curzon and some others, Steven Pinker, again, not Christians at all, who talk a lot about language, about usage, and do it in really engaging ways. I think that's a great way to gain a sense for how much weight you should place on an individual word when you're reading your Bible. I think conservatives like me and you, Wes,
not conservatives.
Tribe's tendency, I feel, is to place more theological freight on individual words than they tend to bear. And if you want to gain a sensibility for how...
And I'm in agreement with what Mark's saying here, studying the word, looking at linguistics, looking at the history of words. A really great podcast is the history of the English language that you can go through. It goes from the beginning. Most of these guys are not Christian who bring out this material, but he does a great job. And at the moment, all the where I'm at on it, I'm up to it's sort of like in the middle of Shakespeare, but he's done a very good job of going through a lot of material, and I would highly recommend people just understand the history of the English language. And there's the English language boot camp, it helped me a lot, especially like even just things like the double negative. You ain't gonna what is it? I ain't gonna go to no rodeo or something. It's like, oh, you've mentioned two negatives, that cancels it out. No, that's mathematics. It's not English. English language, you can do that. And so things that are commonly held are many times erroneous. And so the English boot camp helps with that. There's just so much online now that you can get into that I'm often just saving so many things to get to for later. Later never comes, especially when you're doing 6-hour videos.
How to accurately parse those trees, those twigs, you got to learn about language. That's my forest advice and my trees advice for those who want to get into studying the Bible.
That's great. Appreciate that. And let me just also say, as a shameless plug, if you do want to learn the biblical languages, you can go to Biblingo and use code WesHuff10 to get.
And so Biblingo, so they're probably pushing for the critical text, I guess. Let's have a look. Biblingo. Software company. Read scripture like its original audience. Okay, looks very Zonderman-ish. Could be, I'll see down the bottom. Usually these websites say who it is. Maybe team and mission. Instead of about us, they've got team and mission. Our team. Kevin Grasso. Okay, interesting. Nick Messmer. Okay, interesting. Dylan Cross. I can't see anything too nefarious about these guys. Look like just a bunch of guys who have gotten together, and this might actually be a good thing. But I'm just waiting for the, sponsored by Crossway, apocryphal edition, blah, 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 faith life. Here's a picture of the Pope. Here's an idol to kiss. If you want to know about Logos Bible software, let me just throw this in. David Cloud has recently put a book, the deceptive dangers of Logos Bible software. So this is the sort of thing I'm expecting. So it goes through. I should actually read this online. It would be a good thing to go through. The capitulation to Roman Catholicism here. Logos basically have Verbum, the Roman Catholic branch, and they publish a whole bunch of rubbish. Cult literature. So Mark Ward worked for them for years. These guys love Logos. I mean, Logos are just, butter wouldn't melt in Logos's mouth. But let's continue. I'm nearly finished.
Get a discount on that app, which will help you in a journey of biblical Greek and Hebrew. And I, even as someone who has been studying it for years now, have wished that I had something like the resources that exist in an app like Biblingo to be able to just walk you through at your own pace and help resolve maybe some of those issues of vocabulary and syntax and grammar that can seem daunting. Mark, I want to thank you for coming on the channel to help us walk through some of these things. Where can the listener, the viewer, find you?
The two major hats that I wear right now are YouTube. So that's Ward on Words at YouTube, and then Forward Design, which is forwarddesigner.net. And I am trying to support my Bible teaching ministry by designing and hosting church websites. For me, that feels like a way I can serve the body of Christ while at the same time feeding my family, because all three of my children are addicted to eating and wearing clothes, though not shoes necessarily, especially in the case of my daughter. Those are the two major places where I'm at: Word on Words on YouTube, and then forwarddesigner.net.
That's great. And once again, cannot stress enough, if you want to dig into some of the issues that we've talked about, Authorized, the Use and Abuse of the King James Bible is genuinely a great resource. And I would recommend you go subscribe to Mark, Word on Words. Really appreciative of your wisdom and knowledge in this particular area, and I've been meaning to have you on for a while. So really glad that the opportunity finally happened. So thank you, Mark. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Wes. I've been praying for you actively, and really glad to see what the Lord is doing in your ministry too.
Appreciate that. Need all the prayer I could get.
Okay. So I'll just finish up with these comments and then we'll head off. So Huff is being touted as the ancient language expert. I would like to see him read Greek or Hebrew aloud from a text handed to him blindly. It ain't going to happen. and exactly. And, like Bart Ehrman said, these guys, they fumble around with dictionaries and interlinears and things like that. But realistically, compared to the King James translators, how can you compare the two? Aaron says, he says in John 6:63, the words that I speak to you, they are spirit and life. His words are spirit. God is a spirit, and we need his spirit and his life. Yes, absolutely. Very good verse. There's an interesting verse where it says, he who is ashamed of me and my words, I will be ashamed of him. So he actually talks about him and his words. His words are very important, and you can be ashamed of his words. People are ashamed to be. I'm a Textus Receptus guy. I follow the words of the King James version are where the words of God are. People are ashamed, and people mock that, and people try and have guilt by association. King James only is just a scarecrow term to get. People look at it and go, I don't want to be embarrassed, and I don't want to, people are shy. People are worried about what people think. Hey, harden up, get with the truth, and look at these issues. Don't worry about what anyone's thinking. Who cares? Our life is so quick. It's like a vapor. You're here today, you're gone tomorrow. Make good decisions. Have a true Bible. We must worship God in spirit and truth, try by fire. Yes, absolutely. Said, thank you, Nick. Didn't know that Brother Cloud has a new book. So it's not Brother Cloud's book, but it's on his website. So it's some other dude. We'll go through that one day. AD 33 says, spirit means you've got to be saved, have the right spirit of his truth. Truth means according to his word, the God of the Bible, not some made up doctrines or God with a small g. Bible Protector says ward on words sounds like war on words. Yeah, it does. Instead of like a ward on words, it's like I'm having a war on the words of the King James Bible. Aaron Sierski says, amen. His sheep hear his voice, and a stranger they will not follow. Coffee time, and we should say that our position is God's word only. Yeah, I thought of some other things to say, but it's like just Bible only. I mean, where was their Bible in the Reformation? It didn't exist. So how can it be the Bible if it disappeared? Like it disappeared, like no one was using it. No one. a few scholars were looking at Vaticanus, and they were few and far between. And even all the information that Erasmus gathered on Vaticanus, it's sort of non-existent. They still haven't found the 365 places that Erasmus talked about. And so where was their Bible? How can you have this thing that just, I'm defending my Bible. And so, okay, where was this 300 years ago? Well, 400 years ago, 500, 600, 700, keep going back. And then it's like, well, we haven't really dated all this yet and date these manuscripts. I'm pretty sure it goes back to year zero. This thing hasn't existed. I'm getting more and more confident of that. This embarrassment of riches concept, it only works for the TR. Okay. Bless you guys. I will shut this down and we will see you again soon. I'll play my outro. And before you go, give us likes and loves. Where are we? Where's my little thing? Here we go. Cheers, guys.